opened a convenience store in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Wrong Chapter Arouses Controversy. Sakura didn't know that Ino had made up her mind to have a good talk with her after the show, but Sasuke's repeated insistence forced her to give up the idea of persuading Sasuke to quit. Although she gave up the idea, she still paid attention to Sasuke's condition from time to time, ready to step forward and enlighten him if anything went wrong. As for whether it works or not, just give it a try. What if it works? Although he was explaining the task information on the card, pharmacist Kabuto still kept some of his attention on the people in front of him. There are people who are in the organization, but their hearts are elsewhere. Konoha is no longer the Konoha it used to be. It is crawling with termites that suck its blood, and Kabuto Yakashi is just one of them. He participated in the Chunin exam many times, not only to conceal his identity and avoid attracting too much attention, but also to collect information about the candidates to see if there were any suitable candidates to recruit. This is also the purpose of participating in the Chunin exam this time. Among the younger generation of Konoha today, the people standing in front of him can be said to be representatives. Not only do each of them have strong talents, but they also have good backgrounds. For Sakura, who has a slightly weaker talent, it depends on who she is compared with. She cannot compare with the people around her, but compared with others, she is more than enough. Although Ioli has no family, his teacher, Might Guy, treats him as his own son and established a master-disciple relationship with him early on. Sometimes, the master-disciple relationship is no less than that between parents and relatives. He has no background, but Mike does. As a veteran Jonin of Konoha, Mike Guy knows many of Konoha's higher-ranking officials. Given his relationship with Rock Lee, he cannot just ignore it if anything happens to Rock Lee. On the other hand, isn't this also Ioli's background? The people in front of him were all the ones that pharmacist now wanted to recruit. If possible, he would like to pack up all of them and take them away. Although this was just his fantasy, why would you go with him down this narrow path with no end in sight instead of taking the broad road? The only people he could take away were those who wanted to leave the village. He noticed the change in Sasuke, and Kabuto Yakashi just smiled in his heart and continued to explain the characters on the cards. There is no rush for recruitment, there has to be a right time. Besides the people I mentioned above, this one is the one I think deserves the most attention. The finger pointed to the last card, and everyone focused their eyes on it. The boy on the card has red hair, and a word love is written on the left corner of his forehead in the same color as his hair. His expression is stern, and just by looking at the photo, one can feel the coldness and silence in his eyes, as well as the indelible weariness deep in his eyes. This also explains the dark circles under his eyes, which are caused by not getting enough sleep. Gaara from the Sand Village. When this name was mentioned, Kabuto Yakashi became serious. He knew the real background of this young man. Mission experience. 8 C-level missions, B-level mission, B rank? That's amazing. You've already carried out a B-rank mission as a mere Jinan. I don't know who exclaimed, but Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses up and said with a smile. Because he is a ninja from another country and a newcomer, I don't know much information about him. The words were false. He knew, but he could not say it. There was no need for him to introduce him in detail. Just by looking at the information revealed on the card, everyone knew how powerful Gaara was. Not only in Konoha, but almost every ninja village has similar rules, like mission level is linked to strength. You will perform tasks according to your strength. For example, Jinan mostly performs D-level tasks. Even if there are C-level tasks, they are easier to complete and less difficult. Among the C-level tasks, those who can carry out B-level missions are all Chunins, unless it is a special case, like what happened to Naruto and the others, who completed a mission that should not have been performed by them in a confused manner. It was just an accident among accidents. If it wasn't an accident, it meant that Gaara already had the ability to carry out B-level missions. His strength had reached that of Chunin. No, perhaps it was more than Chunin, because Kabuto Yakashi's next words verified their guess, but, pushing his glasses on the bridge of his nose, Yakashi Kabuto said slowly, I heard that he always came back unscathed after completing a mission. Asian carrying out a B-rank mission and still coming out unscathed. Shikamaru frowned, mentally feeling troubled. Naruto continued what he hadn't finished saying. Who is this guy? They were not the only ones who had such doubts. The others also had serious expressions. Gaara's strength exceeded their expectations. He can perform B-rank missions without any injuries. Who would believe that Gaara is only at the level of a Shunin? Even a Chunin wouldn't dare to say that he didn't get hurt at all when performing B-rank missions, although there are many kinds of tasks, and some B-level tasks are relatively simple and do not require fighting with others. The word B-level itself represents the difficulty of the task. It is okay if you don't fight with others, but once you fight, it is not a small matter. Death is a very common thing in the process of carrying out a task. At this moment, everyone's vigilance towards Gaara reached its highest level. Shikamaru was praying in his heart, praying that he would not meet Gaara in the exam. He was most afraid of trouble, and just thinking about fighting Gaara gave him a headache. Just by looking at the photo, he judged that Gaara was the kind of person who would show no mercy. Once this kind of person identified you as an enemy, he would hunt you down to death. How could this be possible? With this situation, how could he have time to slack off? These are the people worth noting. Kabuto Yakashi took back the cards on the ground and took out a card he used at the beginning, which had a partial map of the ninja world and a lot of information. Konoha, Suna, Rain, Kusanagi, Taki, and Itako. These ninja villages are the ninja villages that have candidates participating in this year's Chunin exam. Those who can take part in the Chunin exam are all outstanding ninjas from their respective villages. This sentence was pure compliment. There were many people in the classroom and pharmacists didn't want to be remembered by others because of saying something wrong. However, as for the Itagakure village, since it was only established in recent years and is a ninja village in a small country, there is almost no information about them. So I don't know how strong they are. This depends on your own exploration. Hearing the hidden meaning, Shikamaru asked, "Why do you say that?" "Senior is so good at collecting information, and we will have to rely on you from now on." No. Pharmacist Dao quickly waved his hands, a little embarrassed. "I don't know how far I can go in the exam if..." His expression darkened, and Yakashi Kabuto gave a bitter smile. To be honest, this is probably my last time to take part in the Chunin exam. If I fail this time, it means that I am not suitable for this path. I have taken too many exams. It's time to think of other ways out. Perhaps giving up the identity of a ninja is also a good choice. What nonsense are you talking about? Naruto was instantly unhappy. He hated to hear people say such things. Becoming a ninja, and then going one step further, becoming a Hokage, was his lifelong goal. How could he give up halfway before achieving his goal? That's right. Yakashi Kabuto's situation is a bit tricky. He has failed the exam 7 times. It wasn't so difficult when he was in school. If he fails this time, it will be the 8th time. For a moment, Naruto couldn't find any excuses to comfort himself. He hesitated for a long time before saying, "Even if I don't pass the exam, I can't say I don't want to be a ninja." Becoming a ninja is the dream of many people. I worked so hard to graduate from school. If you fail the test once, try twice. If you fail twice, try 3 times. There will always be a day when you will succeed. But if you give up on yourself, then there is really no hope. He became more and more excited as he spoke, as if Yakashi Kabuto had already given up. Don't get so excited. I'm just saying that I have this plan. The details will depend on the results of this exam. If the results are good, I will naturally be happy to continue to be a ninja. Also, Yakashi Kabuto reminded with a strange look on his face, I have done this not once or twice, but 7 times. If I wanted to give up, I would have given up long ago. Why wait until now? Then he explained, there is a certain age limit for taking the Chunin exam. I am too old to take the Chunin exam. Besides, there are other ways to become a Chunin. It's just that relatively speaking, the Chunin exam has the lowest risk and the highest success rate. However, if the Chunin exam is completely impossible, I will also try other ways. Whether it succeeds or not, at least I will give it a try. Don't you agree? Of course. Naruto knew he had misunderstood and scratched his head embarrassedly. If you try, you may not succeed, but if you don't try, you will definitely not succeed. Such philosophical words coming out of Naruto's mouth made several people who hadn't seen him for a while look at him in surprise. Shikamaru even asked, "This doesn't sound like something you could come up with. When did you have this brain? What are you talking about?" Naruto pointed at Shikamaru angrily and said, "Why can't I think of such words? I told you that you have no brains, you idiot." Shikamaru looked at Naruto with disdain. How could he not know what Naruto's IQ was? When they skipped classes to go out and play at school, it was his idea. Naruto did it a few times, but he was caught every time and was punished to stand in the corner. But his ideas were good, and he was safe every time. You are the idiot. When we were in school, You were punished to stand in the corner more times than I did. Naruto exposed Shikamaru's past, which broke down Shikamaru's defense. Shikamaru raised his voice and yelled, "I told you not to call me an idiot." That's because, why? Naruto said with a smile, "Because you are an idiot. Others say that I am the last one in the class, but in my opinion, you are the last one in the class. Tell me, did you bribe the teacher in advance? Is there something fishy about your test results? You. Shikamaru was so angry that he couldn't speak. He was punished to stand because he knew it, and he didn't want to learn it again. He could even take a nap while standing outside, but he couldn't sleep so soundly in class. Don't ask him how he sleeps standing up. Every student who is often punished to stand has this ability. Can't he? If you can't, it means that you have not been punished to stand for a long time. This was not the reason why he was speechless. What really made him speechless was the second half of Naruto's sentence. Did he bribe the teacher? Did he say there was something fishy about his test scores? God knows, with his ability, he still needs to bribe the teacher to pass the exam? Just kidding, the graduation exam is a piece of cake for him. He didn't expect Naruto to say such a thing. When did Naruto manage to defeat others with his words? What had Naruto experienced during the period from graduation to now that had changed him so much? Sakura tapped Naruto on the head very smoothly and scolded him, "Shut up. Have you forgotten what I told you to do? I told you to talk less. If you can't control your mouth, don't blame me for reporting you to me." Before coming to the examination room, Feng said a lot. If Naruto hadn't refused to leave, he really didn't want Naruto to listen. It's not that Feng was avoiding something, but because he knew that Naruto was easy to talk to and knew too much, and Naruto might let something slip at any time, so he warned the other people present in advance to keep an eye on Naruto and not let him say anything careless. If Naruto let something slip and caused some accidents, they could report it to him when they came back and he would punish them. Understood? Although he didn't know what the punishment was, when he recalled the look on Feng's face when he said this, Naruto covered his head with his hands and dared not say anything more. Shikamaru also snorted and turned his head away, no longer looking at him. For a moment, the only sound around him was the crunching sound. Pharmacist Dao spoke very carefully and felt that he had said nothing wrong, but some people were narrow-minded and could not tolerate even the slightest grain of sand, so his words still caused dissatisfaction among several candidates. Did you hear that? A candidate with a forward protector and a phonetic symbol said. They said that Atagakure is a small country, a very small ninja village. Even though what Yakashi Kabuto said was true, his own people said it was okay, but outsiders said it was not. This candidate from Atagakure village had a strong sense of belonging to his village and country, and he would not allow anyone to speak like that about his village and country. "Oh, what a pity." His companion stared at Yoshi Kabuto with a bad look and said playfully, "Just play with him for a bit." "That's right, he actually made us sound like useless ninjas." Another companion agreed, "Let's add his information in as well, so he can see the strength of us who come from a small country and a small ninja village. The ninjas of Atagakure are very cruel." Chapter 102, Mutual Courtesy. Whether it is cruel or not, Kabuto Yakashi knows much more clearly than them, but just like Kabuto Yakashi only knows one side of the story, he knows that there will be unexpected changes in the Chunin exam, but he doesn't know much about the specific arrangements. Only the person behind the scenes who arranged all this knows the entire plan. Several people from the Sound Village didn't know that they were saying bad things about them in front of them, and the one they were targeting, Kabuto Yakashi, was actually one of their own. Everyone has his or her own plans. Naruto was frightened by Sakura's warning and dared not speak anymore. Kabuto Yakashi also put away the cards, stood up, and said with a smile, "My fellow juniors, I wish you all good results in the Chunin exam. It's rare to meet so many newcomers in the exam. I hope that with your help, I can also make progress." Having said that, he was about to leave. His goal had been achieved. This time he appeared in front of a few people just to make themselves familiar to them. It was also a character setting of the identity he was currently playing. An enthusiastic senior is most likely to gain the trust of students who have just graduated from school. After all, when facing strangers, a senior with rich experience, who is half a friend, will definitely not betray his junior. Moreover, after being a two-faced person for so long, the smile on Pharmacist Dao's face, which makes people feel kind, friendly and easily let down their guard, has become his biggest disguise. Who would be on guard against someone with a warm smile on his face, unless this person is a clown? Unfortunately, what Kabuto Yakashi didn't know was that the more enthusiastic, humble and smiling he was, the more defensive Sasuke would be against him. Sasuke still remembered what Feng said to him during a casual chat: stay away from those people who look harmless and always have a smile on their face. Unless you know the person inside and out, or have to communicate with him, you must always be vigilant, because once this kind of person turns evil, you never know what kind of sinister ideas he can come up with. You can never judge a person by his appearance, so it's better to be careful. In addition, before coming, Feng reminded them once again, and Sasuke couldn't help but take it seriously. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Sasuke would have wanted to get rid of Kabuto Yakushi as soon as possible. A murderous intent flashed through Sasuke's mind. He reached into his arms, took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. It was Feng's idea again. Isn't it necessary to hide the Sharingan? Can't it be used only when absolutely necessary? Although when the Sharingan is not opened, it is no different from a normal person's eyes, and outsiders cannot tell whether it is open or not, or how many Magatama it has, but it cannot withstand accidents. If I get exposed, I have to find a way to cover it up. Sunglasses are cheap and won't draw attention. The sunglasses that Feng gave to Sasuke were specially customized. The black lenses perfectly blocked Sasuke's eyes, making it impossible to guess what Sasuke was thinking through his eyes. Of course, Sasuke paid for the sunglasses himself. As for whether Feng, the middleman, made a profit from the difference, that is another matter. Sasuke's murderous intent lasted only a short time, but it was still noticed by Kabuto Yakushi. People in their line of work have the keenest sense of danger, and Kabuto Yakushi is the best among them. If he didn't even have this ability, he would have died countless times. However, although he sensed it, Kabuto Yakushi did not care too much about it. He thought that Sasuke's murderous intent was caused by one of the people Sasuke introduced to him during the popularization just now. With the pride of the Uchiha clan, they do not allow anyone other than their own people to be stronger than their own family members of the same age. Kabuto Yakushi can understand this very well. It's probably Gaara's situation that has aroused his competitive spirit. Kabuto guessed Gaara's situation is rather special. As a part of the plan, Kabuto Yakushi is very clear about the role Gaara plays in their plan. Excluding special reasons, Gaara's own strength is enough to easily defeat Sasuke. Kabuto Yakushi's information about Sasuke is outdated. He doesn't know that Sasuke has been strengthened and upgraded by Feng. The current Gaara may not be Sasuke's opponent if it weren't for the fact that Sasuke had just obtained the 3 Magatama Sharingan not long ago, and his chakra had skyrocketed due to the upgrade of the Sharingan. And if Sasuke hadn't been at work during the day and stayed in his room at night to adapt to his increased strength, resulting in him not being very proficient in using the 3 Magatama Sharingan, the situation should have been the other way around. It was also because of staying up late at night that upon closer inspection, Sasuke had dark circles around his eyes. Sasuke, who never wore anything extra, put on glasses for the first time, which dazzled Ino and Sakura. It also made Naruto, who always paid attention to Sakura's movements, a little angry. He said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you wearing sunglasses in the classroom in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid that you can't see anything?" "What do you mean?" Before Sasuke could speak, Aburame Shino pushed up her sunglasses on her nose and said calmly, "I don't think wearing sunglasses will affect my vision. It has nothing to do with you." "I'm talking about Sasuke." Naruto had a headache. He was so focused on Sasuke that he forgot that Sasuke was not the only one wearing sunglasses in the classroom. There was also Shino. Aburame. If Naruto had looked at the situation in the classroom, he would have noticed that there were other people wearing sunglasses, and it wasn't just Sasuke and Shino. Be careful next time. Outsiders are not as easy to talk to as I am. After reminding Naruto, Shino stopped talking and gave his teammates a look, indicating that they should leave the place where several people were standing was the door of the classroom. Everyone who came in and out would pass by here, and the candidates in the classroom would also more or less focus part of their attention here. The purpose of the call is to see who will come in, which ninja village the candidate is from, the candidate's age, appearance and other basic information, so that I can have an idea and make some plans or arrangements in advance. If it weren't for her teammate Inuzuka Kiba who insisted on coming up to join in the fun, Aburame Shino would never have put herself in such a prominent position. Although he often complained that his teammates would forget his existence, he could not blame others. Shino knew what was going on. Many people in their family had similar experiences as him. It was hard to say whether it was because of the family's secret technique or other reasons, but the people of their family would never attract the attention of others. If they were not careful, others might ignore their family members. It is also because of this that Shino is often ignored by others, such as when they make an appointment to have dinner together, but others forget to wait for him the next day in order to avoid similar incidents from happening. Sino would either arrive early or go to the dinner party that day instead of waiting until the next day. Fortunately, he has gotten used to it. It has been like this since he was a child, and sometimes his parents even forget to call him treat. Having said that, Sino would only give reminders in front of people he was very familiar with, reminding his acquaintances with words like "there's another person" or "wait for me," but when facing outsiders, he would rather they didn't notice him. The more transparent the better. This is a big advantage for the ninja profession, but he had just reminded Naruto, but he forgot that he was still wearing sunglasses, and Hinata didn't have her eyes open, so who was he trying to show his eyes to? Or who could see it? Isn't this equivalent to winking at a blind person? It would be strange if Hinata and Kiba Inuzuka could successfully receive the signal he sent. Neither of them reacted at all. Hinata stared at Naruto blankly without blinking. Inuzuka Kiba liked to go to crowded places, and it would be the best if he could stand out. If I didn't remind him, it would take a long time for him to figure out that the door of the classroom is a place of trouble. Don't stay at the door for a long time. Sasuke was used to Naruto's provocation. In other places he might have argued with Naruto, but here he had no intention of paying any attention to Naruto. He wanted to maintain his cool image in front of outsiders. He pushed up the sunglasses on his nose. It was his first time wearing them, so he was still a little uncomfortable. He said to Kabuto Yakashi politely, "I don't know if they have light to lend you. I don't have any myself. Whether you can make progress in the Chunin exam depends on you." Hearing this, pharmacist Kabuto smiled and said, "I know. I just hope that since I have shared so much information with you, if we meet in the exam, I hope you can give me some convenience. I don't want to die in the hands of my own people, so at least let me make use of my remaining energy." "Senior, you are too modest," Sakura said politely. "We are all newcomers and don't know anything. If there's anything we did wrong during the exam, I hope you will not be stingy and give us some pointers." The implication of the words is already very clear. You are experienced. If there is anything that can be avoided in advance, please tell us in advance. Unless the time really comes to fight, we will naturally pretend not to see you at other times. Your Kushidao was an old hand, so how could he not understand what Zioing meant? He immediately smiled and said, "Of course not. Although I am a lot older than you, I am still your senior. Taking care of the younger students is what I should do as a senior. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Although due to the exam rules, I can't tell you the answer directly, but I can still give you a little reminder." "Thank you very much, senior," Sakura thanked happily. "See you at the finish line." "Thank you for your good wishes. See you at the finish line." Pharmacist Dao waved and prepared to leave. He could not stay at the door any longer. He had noticed that many candidates' eyes were on them at the door and some people looked unhappy, because it was their noise at the door that caused their dissatisfaction. Naruto's emotions came and went quickly, and seeing that Sasuke ignored him, his attention quickly shifted to other things. Looking at the many examinees in the classroom, there were only a few familiar ones, and they were all around him. There were also some ninjas from his own village, but he didn't recognize them. There were more unfamiliar faces, which made Naruto tremble a little. Sakura, who wanted to take advantage of the difference in intelligence to see if she could get more useful information out of Kabuto Yakashi, exchanged pleasantries with Kabuto Yakashi and saw him preparing to leave. She turned around and noticed something was wrong with Naruto. Naruto had his back to her, his head lowered, his fists clenched, and was shivering all over, as if he was going out in a thin coat on a cold winter day. What happened again? Sakura thought with a headache. "I just pacified Sasuke, and you're doing this again? You've been with me for so long, when will you change your cowardice? Sasuke's personality has changed, why are you changing back to the past? Where's your courage when facing Zabuza?" Sakura thought of the scene when Kakashi took them on a mission not long ago. The first time they fought against the enemy, Naruto was so scared that he dared not move. He finally made up his mind. When facing the more powerful enemy Zabuza, Naruto had the courage to fight. Sakura didn't know the whole story of the fight with Haku. According to Feng's description afterwards, Naruto's performance in the battle was remarkable. Sakura believed it. After that, Naruto was no longer afraid or timid when facing the enemy. She thought Naruto's courage would continue like this. Now seeing Naruto trembling all over, Sakura suddenly thought, what is there after? The real enemies that Naruto faced were not Zabuza's subordinates, himself and Haku, a total of only 4 people. After that, it was all about sparring among family members. Now they were family members, so they would be careful about what they did. If Naruto still felt scared, then Sakura would really have to say to Naruto what Feng once said to her: change your career, Naruto. Being a ninja is not suitable for you, but now that we've come this far and entered the examination room, it won't be easy to quit. Even if Naruto has this plan, Sakura will not agree. What a joke. If you quit, our team of 3 will be broken in an instant, and we will also lose the qualification to take the exam. How can this be possible? I was looking forward to seeing Sasuke perform well in the exam and successfully obtain the title of Chunin. At this moment, Sakura had completely forgotten that she was the one who took the initiative to ask Sasuke whether he wanted to quit. Obviously, Sasuke's situation does not apply to Naruto. Forget it. Even if I want to say this, I'd better wait until the exam is over. Now you should cheer up and do well in the exam. Sakura made up her mind and said a few words of comfort. A bootlicker knows best what another bootlicker is thinking. Sakura knows that she is hopeless and has chosen Sasuke. Similarly, she knows that Naruto has the same idea about her. If only Sasuke could say a few words of comfort when she was feeling down or having negative emotions. No, this wouldn't have to happen. As long as Sasuke could talk to her with a smile, she would be happy all day long, and she would even think about it before going to bed at night. She believed her words, and they had the same effect on Naruto. I have to say that with the addition of Feng, several people have changed a lot. The previous Sakura, if not simple and kind, was at least a normal girl. Why does she have a green tea flavor now? I don't know who spread it. Chapter 103 Shameless Provocation. Feng, who was basking in the sun at the door, suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and said to himself, "What's going on? Is someone talking about me behind my back again? You are so leisurely that you can hire so many people with just one salary." Kakashi picked up a bottle of water on the table, unscrewed the lid and drank a few sips, then put the water in his pocket. Kakashi put on his mask quickly, so quickly that several shadow clones who couldn't see his face clearly looked disappointed, and then went back to their own business. The Chunin exams had already begun, and the candidates had all entered the venue, but the flow of people on the street had not decreased. To them, the exam results were not something they cared about. After all, it had nothing to do with them. They were simply here to join in the fun. It's like when there's a fair in a village, everyone goes there to buy things and set up a stall. Speaking of street vendors, not all of them are locals in the village. There are also some from other places. This is allowed by the village. The village does not suffer any loss, and they can also collect stall fees. Why not do it, as long as they don't cause trouble and have no other bad intentions? The village allows some vendors from other places to do business normally in the areas designated in the village. Originally there was no fixed area. Normally, there were also merchants from other places doing business in the village. Some were temporary, while others were long-term. The long-term ones generally had their own shops, but isn't this a special case? During the Chunin exams, there were too many vendors coming from other places, and the purpose of demarcating stall areas was to facilitate unified management. These vendors from other places also brought some things that were not common in the village, attracting the attention of many villagers. If people look, people will buy. Their business is no worse than that of the locals. Those who are still walking on the street are tourists and villagers. For the latter, the Chunin exam is nothing special. It is held twice a year in the village, but the degree of excitement is different. After seeing it so many times, it is just like that those who have ninjas at home may need to care more about the results. Those who don't have ninjas can just live a normal life, do business, go shopping, eat, drink, and do whatever they need to do. The tourists had the same idea. They were originally here to have fun, but they wanted to do business, which they had already discussed in the previous few days. The reason they hadn't left yet was to watch the final exam. The exam is divided into 3 sessions. The first 2 are closed and they have no viewing rights. Only the last session is open, and anyone can buy a ticket to watch. This is the highlight. Although civilians and ninjas live in the same world, to be honest, there is not much intersection between the two. Unless there is some mission, it is difficult for ordinary people to encounter ninjas, let alone see the fight between ninjas. By the way, I don't know who came up with the idea of buying tickets to watch the fight between ninjas. No matter what the idea is, whether it is to show strength to the outside world or to deter some people with ulterior motives, the ticket money alone can make the village a lot of money. After all, the tickets are not cheap, but it doesn't matter. The purpose of coming out is to have fun. Many people don't care. You have to know that this is a fight between ninjas, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to watch, and there is no life-threatening danger. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. Although other ninja villages also have activities such as the Chunin exam, The living environment in the Fire Nation is different from that in other countries, and its safety factor is the best compared to other countries, it is only relatively speaking. As I said before, there has never been true peace in the ninja world, and there is no place that is an absolute pure land. Death and killing can be seen everywhere. Chaos is the norm in the ninja world. Hey, I just drank a bottle of your water, it shouldn't be that serious, right? Why didn't you say anything for such a long time? Kakashi waved his hand in front of Yi Feng, a little puzzled. Isn't it said that this is an employee benefit? As long as the things in the store are not wasted, you can use them for free. Yi Feng came back to his senses from his daze, moved on the recliner, changed to a more comfortable position, and complained. You also said that this is an employee benefit. What kind of employee are you? Xiaoying at least stayed in the store for a few days, although she didn't do anything, but at least she showed up in the store. What about you? You just signed a contract and became an employee. Not to mention that you eat and sleep in the store. When have you ever fulfilled your duties as an employee? Have you ever worked a day's work, or have you ever been on duty in the store? You're nowhere to be seen during the day, and you come back at dinner time at night. How dare you talk about employee benefits? Kakashi frowned. You're angry today. Why are you talking so harshly? I'm not angry, but I get angry when I think about what's going to happen. Yi Feng stood up from the recliner, pointed at the crowd on the street, and said with some regret, Look, there are so many people on the street. How much do they spend every day? The business in my store is getting better day by day, but tell me, if they don't go to the streets anymore, who'll take care of my business? After something happened in the village, the number of people on the streets is bound to decrease. With people in panic, it is not uncommon for no one to go out on the streets. At that time, the business in the store will definitely decline, and it may even be worse than when he first arrived. At least there was no shortage of people on the streets at that time. Are you worried about the people or the money? I have both. If I have to compare them, the latter. Yi Feng shrugged and said, I am just an ordinary person who is powerless. For ordinary people, money is not everything, but without money, nothing can be done. In that case, why didn't you stop it from happening? Kakashi frowned even more tightly. Ever since he learned that something was going to happen in the village, he had been worried about this day. Although nothing seemed to be unusual at the moment, he had no intention of relaxing. He has been patrolling around the village these past few days, and has hardly paid any attention to his teammates. He has no idea what progress Naruto and the other two have made, although there is no clear rule that students who have just graduated from school cannot take part in the Chunin exam. It is an unspoken rule. Generally speaking, after students graduate from school, they will be led by a teacher to perform tasks and accumulate experience. The teacher will not sign up for them until he thinks they are ready. It could take 1 year, 2 years, or even longer. This is also to protect the safety of students. Even though the Chunin exam is an exam and has certain safety measures in place, accidents are bound to happen. It is not easy to train a ninja, and the same is true for Konoha. Even though it is a big and powerful country, according to the unspoken rules, Naruto and the other two will not take part in this exam. Not only them, but also the other 9 people, except Niji and the other two, who are now gathered at the door and are unaware of the impending danger, will not participate. But perhaps they all had confidence in their students. After seeing Kakashi register their students and they passed, their team leaders also registered their own students. Even after they found out that Kakashi had signed up his students, they still tried to dissuade him for some unknown reason. The third Hokage agreed, and this was the first gathering of the 12 ninjas of Konoha. Stop? Why should I stop it? Yi Feng asked back. Even if I stop it this time, what about next time? What about the next time? What is coming will eventually come, unless I get rid of the person behind the scenes once and for all. But, Yi Feng paused, lit a cigarette and then continued, but, Kakashi, do you know how many people are hoping for his death? Not to mention those outside the village. I know quite a few within the village alone. They won't attack him directly, nor will they add insult to injury. Watching him die without helping is already the best way for them to deal with the situation. Hiss in the smoke. Yi Feng looked at Kakashi with a smile and asked, what about you? What do you think? Kakashi's heart tightened, but he did not answer Yi Feng's question. Yi Feng did not need him to answer. They both knew the answer. After clearing away the smoke in front of him, Yi Feng lay back down and waved his hand. Go and do your work. Patrol well. Kakashi did not stay long. He took a few more bottles of water and distributed them to his temporary teammates in the patrol team, who were waiting for him not far away. Then, they blended into the crowd again. Watching Kakashi walk away, Feng shook his head, flicked the ash off his cigarette, put his arms on the armrests of the recliner, and with a barely audible sigh, covered his eyes with his hat. Hey, Naruto, don't be so nervous, huh? Sakura felt something was wrong just after she finished saying the comforting words. She seemed to have seen Naruto somewhere before. Where is it? Suddenly, Sakura recalled that Sasuke did the same thing when facing Zabuza's ambush on the bridge in Wave Country. No way. Sakura slapped her forehead, feeling a bad premonition, but it's too late. With a long tail sound and a face full of excitement, Naruto turned around, pinched his waist with one hand and pointed at the many candidates in the classroom with the other. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I won't lose to you. Do you understand? Good, very impressive. I knew Naruto would be scared. He's obviously shaking with excitement. What an idiot. Sakura clenched her fists tightly, her face full of speechlessness. She was actually a little worried everyone was shocked by Naruto's actions. This was definitely going to make people hate him. Ino even yelled at Sakura, "Hey, what's going on?" That guy, being stared at by so many examinees in the classroom, Ino felt uneasy, and couldn't figure out what Naruto was doing. She raised her voice by 3 points. What does he want to do by provoking everyone? Sakura's ears were buzzing from Ino's voice, and she responded without any hesitation. Don't tell me, go ask him yourself. If not you, who should I tell? Ino shouted confidently. He and I are not familiar with each other. What did you say? Sakura wanted to punch Ino in the face. At such an embarrassing moment, she didn't want to have anything to do with Naruto, and she wasn't familiar with Naruto according to the uncle. This is called emergency hedging, which is nothing wrong. Sakura nodded in her heart. The two of them had an argument here, but the parties involved didn't care at all. Naruto put his hands behind his head and stretched. Now I feel refreshed. The worries in my heart were swept away. What if Sasuke ignored me? Talking less doesn't mean you can't talk. Hey, I said it, so what? Not very good. He felt good after he said it, but others were not. I won't lose to you. How dare you say such things? Inuzuka Kiba said in a low voice, covering his mouth with his hands. He was also very scared. It was true that he liked to show off, but at least he had some vision. If you asked him to say such provocative words, he would never be able to say them. It was because he was afraid of being beaten to death. Shikamaru was so confused that his head almost exploded. This idiot has made everyone around him his enemy in an instant. Naruto was targeted, and he, who was around Naruto, naturally could not escape the blame. When the fire broke out in the city, the fish in the pond were affected too, because he knew Naruto. Sakura had obviously figured out the problem. It was too late to pretend not to know him now. As Naruto's teammate, it was only a matter of time before she would be targeted. Fearing that Naruto might say something shocking again, Sakura didn't bother to argue with Ino and locked Naruto's neck from behind with such force that Naruto could hardly breathe. What are you talking about, you guy? Naruto struggled hard, still unconvinced, and said, I'm just telling the truth. It would have been fine if he hadn't said this. As soon as he said this, Xiaoying's arms tightened even more and she said angrily, I asked you to tell the truth. I asked you to tell the truth. You idiot. You've killed everyone. You're done. Just wait. I'll definitely report you to Uncle. The arms became stronger and stronger, and Naruto rolled his eyes and struggled weakly. Well, his acting skills are good. If your Feng were here, he would applaud him with Naruto's strength. How could he not break free from Sakura's chokehold? Why couldn't he break free? Is there any need to ask? Those who understand will understand. Seeing that Naruto no longer resisted, Sakura still held Naruto's neck and refused to let go, but she just rolled her eyes. How many times have she seen such eye rolls during this period of time? Was there ever a day when Neji didn't roll his eyes? Everyone, he was just joking. He has a problem with his brain, Sakura hurriedly explained to the students in the classroom. Anyway, it's just an idiot talking nonsense. It's just a random guy saying it casually. Please don't take it seriously. The atmosphere was very depressing and no one spoke. As the exam was approaching, everyone was very nervous, like a wound-up spring, tightly stretched. And the slightest disturbance would attract their attention. If they hadn't been in the classroom, they would have started fighting now. Because of Naruto's words, the spring was wound up again and was about to break. They urgently needed an outlet to let the wound-up spring release some of its force. The red-haired girl hiding in the corner couldn't help but look up at Naruto when she heard the familiar surname, then quickly lowered her head again. Chapter 104. The exam finally begins. Really, it's all your fault. Everyone is staring at us. After explaining to everyone, Sakura blamed Naruto and hit him on the head with her fist. Naruto looked indifferent, which made Hinata feel distressed. She put her hands on her chest, wanting to persuade Sakura to calm down, but she didn't dare to speak. She could only pray in this way that Naruto was okay. Sakura's words had some effect. Although many people had angry expressions on their faces, they were aware of their status as examinees. If they fought in the classroom, they would probably be disqualified from the exam, so those who wanted to fight were stopped by their companions. However, despite this, many candidates have already put Naruto on the elimination list in their minds, and when the exam officially begins and they can take action, Naruto will be their first target. They forced themselves to calm down. Some of them did not intend to endure it any longer, and 3 ninjas from Sound Village made the decision. Do you want to do it? Do it. There was no concealment in their words, and people near them could clearly hear the conversation between the 3 of them. Just when they made up their minds and were about to take action, Yakashi Kabuto glanced at them secretly, then immediately looked away. The figures of the 3 people shuttled back and forth between the gaps between the many candidates. Although it was fastest to pass over their heads, they did not want to become the target of public criticism. Naruto was a lesson for them. It was not a pleasant feeling to be targeted. They could only use this method to quickly approach Naruto and the others. Why is it said that being targeted is not a pleasant feeling? Sensing the 3 people's thoughts, many candidates tacitly shifted their positions to make the gap between them bigger so that the 3 people could pass more easily. The people standing at the door were all focused on Naruto at this time. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. The Sound Ninja trio was already close at hand and had taken out kunai and swung them at them. Sakura took out her own kunai and was about to block it, but she found something wrong. The direction of the kunai was not coming towards them. Judging from its trajectory, it was more like it was coming towards Kabuto Yakashi, who was standing next to them. Sakura was a little dazed, not quite sure what to think. Kabuto Yakashi had already noticed the action of the 3 ninjas when they were taking action. When he saw that the kunai was shot at him, he jumped back and dodged the kunai. The first attack missed, and the second attack followed closely. One of the men from the Atagakure village swung his hand and threw a punch straight at Kabuto Yakashi's face. Pharmacist Dao didn't move, he just tilted his head back and dodged again. Both attacks missed, and the man did not pursue the victory. He just stood in front of Kabuto Yakashi and looked at him with a playful expression. Yakashi Dao secretly cursed him as an idiot. They were from the same village and his status was higher than the other party. How could he not know what the other party meant? But the time is not right yet, and he cannot reveal himself. He can only pretend that he knows nothing and make corresponding expressions according to the role he is playing now. Is it a smile of relief? Or a smile of mockery? Or both, at least in the understanding of outsiders. The smiling Kabuto Yakashi should be mocking the opponent for failing to hit the target twice. What puzzled many candidates was whether they missed the target or not. Shouldn't the target be Naruto? They didn't miss the target. Naruto was also their target, but compared to Kabuto Yakashi, the latter was their first target who asked Pharmacist Dao to insult their village. If Kabuto Yakashi knew that the Sound Trio attacked him because of this, he would definitely cry out that it was unfair. He really didn't mean that. He was just telling the truth. It is true that the country where Sound Village is located is a small country, and it is also true that Sound Village is a ninja village that has only been established for a few years. He knows better than the Sound Trio how Sound Village was established and who established it. He is also a member of the group, and his understanding of Sound Village is deeper than the Sound Trio. We are all family. Isn't it normal to complain about your own village and gain others' trust by making fun of yourself? He knew the identities of the Sound Ninja Trio, but the Sound Ninja Trio did not know his identity, and that was where the misunderstanding arose. If anyone heard someone insulting their village, especially as a ninja, it would be unforgivable. If you have a good temper, you can argue with the other party for a few minutes, make the other party realize his mistake, and then apologize, and that's it. If you have a bad temper, you can use physical means to persuade the other party, which can also make the other party realize his mistake. This method is even faster. Obviously, the Sound Ninja Trio have bad tempers. He was rational and didn't use any killing moves. He just wanted to teach Kabuto Yakashi a lesson and let him know that ninjas from small places can also achieve great things. Except for the different villages they are from, they are no worse than anyone else. He also wanted to let Kabuto Yakashi understand why the mouth causes trouble means there is nothing wrong with them holding such thoughts, and there is nothing wrong with what Yato Shidao said. He knows that trouble comes from the mouth, and he tries his best not to take it in this direction, but the Sound Ninja Trio's brains were not very good. No wonder the person behind the scenes did not tell the three of them about his plan, and only used them as a diversion target. Otherwise, based on the actions of these three, not to mention the possibility of being disqualified from the exam, if they reveal any weakness and are caught by Konoha's people and get something out of interrogation, wouldn't the plan be over before it even began? A crackling sound was heard, and in the puzzled gazes of everyone, cracks appeared on the lenses of the glasses that Pharmacist Tao was wearing. As the cracks expanded, the mirror fragments fell out of the glasses frame and dropped to the ground. He felt helpless, but the play was not over yet and Yakashi Kabuto had to continue acting. After taking off the frame, Yao Shidao held it in his hand and examined it, as if he had discovered something, and said, "So that's how it is. This is the way of attack, what?" "What?" Naruto was confused. He clearly saw that Kabuto had dodged it, but how could the lens? Shikamaru casually said, "It should have touched the tip of his nose." Right, this was just his guess. He knew it was not reliable. It was impossible for the lens to break only when it hit the tip of the nose. While the tip of the nose was not hurt at all, but he was too lazy to think about it more deeply because he knew someone would give him an answer at the same time. He was also somewhat unhappy with Pharmacist Kabuto. For no reason, he just felt that there was something wrong with Pharmacist Kabuto. Although Pharmacist Kabuto always had a smile on his face, he just couldn't feel a good impression of him. He casually stuffed the glasses frame without lenses into his pocket. As for how to act next, Yakashi Kabuto already had an idea. He spat out a mouthful of sour water. The uncontrollable pain made his eyes bulge outwards. Cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead. He fell to his knees weakly on the ground, supporting his body with both hands, retaining the last bit of decency. Vomited. Naruto stepped forward nervously and asked, "Senior Kabuto, are you okay?" Sakura also quickly stepped forward, and she and Naruto supported Kabuto. Yakashi's arms on the left and right. Yao Shidao endured the pain and said through gritted teeth, "It's okay. Are you really okay?" "You are?" Sakura asked with concern. Seeing that Pharmacist Kabuto shook his head, she didn't say anything else. "What? It's no big deal," the Otonin said disdainfully, "that's all, and you're still a veteran of 4 years. He was the one who attacked twice, and they were just ordinary tentative attacks. He didn't expect that a veteran like him couldn't even withstand such a small attack from him. Could it be that he only has rich theoretical experience but lacks practical experience?" Yakashi Kabuto's performance made him lose interest in targeting him. A person who couldn't even block his casual attack would not become an obstacle to him. Even if he met him in the exam, there was just one thing he had to make clear in advance. "Hey, your card information should be updated." "Right." 3 autonomous, confirmed to become Chunin, as the eldest of the 3 people representing the Sound Village to take part in the joint Chunin exam. Ta Sanville is not a rash person. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he had to admit that what Kabuto Yakashi said was very right. Their Sound Village was indeed a small ninja village that had only been established for a few years. Compared to the ninja villages behind other candidates, their Sound Village was unknown, and many candidates had never heard of the name of their ninja village. This also led to the 3 of them falling into a very embarrassing situation. Many candidates regard them as easy targets and wait for the exam to begin before taking action against them. Although they were confident that their strength surpassed that of many other candidates in the classroom, they still believed that if they were surrounded and beaten, there would be no chance for the 3 of them to escape. Tuasgen did not want that to happen. After considering the pros and cons and risking being disqualified from the exam, Tu Sanville made a bold decision. Rather than sit and wait for death, he would rather take the initiative. His attack on Kabuto Yakashi was one of his attempts. The effect is quite good and has a strong deterrent effect. At least it has dispelled the attention of most candidates. Kabuto Yakashi wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up with the help of Naruto and Sakura. It was very simple to modify the information on the card, as he had originally made it himself. Just as he was about to agree, a cloud of white smoke suddenly appeared in the classroom. Before the fog dispersed, a powerful voice came out from the fog. "Be quiet, you bastards." Many candidates were shocked and confused, and glared at each other. It would have been fine if there was only one provocative person, but now there was another one. Did they really think they had no temper? But when the person who spoke revealed his identity, they instantly lost their temper. Who dared to compete with the examiner in temper? "Do you still want to take the exam?" The fog cleared, and a man wearing a long black trench coat and a scar that ran from the corner of his eye to his chin, almost splitting his face in two, introduced himself. "Sorry for the long wait. I am Marino Ibriki, the examiner of the first exam of the Chunin exam selection. Behind the man, there were a dozen ninjas wearing Konoha combat uniforms, and each of them had a Konoha forehead protector on their forehead. The place where they appeared was at the back of the classroom, at the door of the classroom where Naruto and the others were. It was hard not to wonder if they had always been in the classroom and only showed up now, but this is not important. Marino Ibaraki pointed his finger and warned, "Otanin guys, don't mess around before the exam. Do you want to be eliminated immediately?" Tuus Anvil was very perceptive and immediately apologized and explained, "I'm sorry, because it was my first exam, I was very excited and accidentally." What? Tuus Anvil didn't say it, and he didn't need to say it. Everyone understood that it didn't matter whether he said it or not, it was just an excuse anyway. Marino Ibaraki didn't point it out, but snorted and said, "This is also a good opportunity. Let me make it clear first. Without the examiner's permission, you are not allowed to fight privately. Even if the examiner allows it, you are not allowed to take actions that will kill the opponent. Any fool who dares to disobey me will be eliminated immediately. Do you understand?" Although his words were light, their meaning was heavy. Combined with the Marino Ibaraki's ferocious appearance, his words seemed very intimidating. Many candidates kept silent, and those who couldn't bear it psychologically broke out in cold sweat. Looking around and seeing that no one had any objections, Marino Ibaraki continued, "Now, let's begin the first exam for the Chunin selection. Submit your application and accept this number plate." Every candidate has an application form, which is equivalent to the Ninja World version of the admission ticket. There are also numbers on it, corresponding to each seat. It seems to have some duplicate functions with a number plate, but it is not the case. All candidates who come to take part in the Chunin exam have an application form, but the number of number plates is limited. Considering that some people will be eliminated for various reasons before they even enter the classroom, although some number plates will be reserved as spares, the actual distribution is based on the number of candidates entering the classroom, and the excess will be invalidated. And when the examiner announces the start of the exam, even if it is not the specified time and even if you have not been eliminated, as long as you are not on the classroom at that time, you will be deemed to have given up the exam. If you want to come in at this time, it will be too late before the exam begins. The rules of the Chunin exam are set in advance. After the exam begins, the rules stated by the examiner are the rules. This is to test the candidate's ability to respond. In the process of executing the mission, the enemy will not set a time for you and say when the fight will start. Being able to adapt to the situation is the norm when executing the mission invisibly. Before some candidates even realize it, the first exam has already begun. Please take your seats according to the numbers on your number plates, and then I will hand out the questionnaires for the written test. An invigilator following him was holding a stack of test papers in his hand, which were obviously the papers for this time, even though he already knew that the first exam was a written test, and Naruto had secretly studied for it at night. When Marino Ibaraki really said this, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little nervous, muttering and repeating the words written test and questionnaire. When he came to his senses, he didn't know how he sat down in his seat. Looking at the test paper on the table, Naruto's mind was blank and he had forgotten all the knowledge he had learned. Everyone's seats are scattered. What should I do? Naruto covered his head in pain. He wanted to look around, but not only was there a certain gap between the seats of the candidates, but there were also invigilators sitting in a circle around the classroom. Naruto was a little hesitant to act rashly. Chapter 105, Cheating in the Exam. You're panicking, aren't you? You're panicking, aren't you? Sakura was sitting behind Naruto. She could see Naruto's back when she looked up. Looking at Naruto's appearance, Sakura felt a little gloating. This is the most troublesome exam for you, isn't it? Haha, as the last in the whole grade. No, it should be said that he was the last in the whole school. Naruto's written test score was not even as good as that of the students who had just entered the school. Fortunately, there was no written test at graduation. Otherwise, without special circumstances, Naruto would have been held back and he didn't know how long he would have to stay back. Naruto-kun. The soft shout made Naruto look to his right and he was immediately overjoyed. You are Hinata? When did you? Naruto was so busy panicking that he didn't notice that there was an acquaintance next to him. Now he relaxed a lot. It's good to have acquaintances. If acquaintances are there, doesn't that mean there is a lot of room for maneuver? As long as you are a little more secretive and not discovered, there is a high probability that you will pass this exam. Hinata's grades are among the best in the class. He didn't know that Hinata was even more panicked than him. Her heart was beating in her throat. If they were not on the classroom and the exam was about to begin, Hinata would have covered her face and ran away. There are not many opportunities to get close to the person you love, especially in this situation. They are in the same school and class. How could Hinata not know what Naruto is capable of? Without her help, Naruto would definitely not be able to pass this level. Thinking of this, Hinata said softly, "Let's work hard together," but he was prepared to let Naruto copy his test paper. Naruto's IQ finally came online for once, and he nodded silently in agreement. Of course, it was impossible to say openly about copying the test paper, as long as they both knew it tacitly. The candidates had taken their seats and the test papers had been distributed to everyone. Marino Ibiki knocked on the blackboard, signaling everyone to listen carefully. "There are a few very important rules for this first exam, and I won't be answering any of your questions after this, so listen up. First of all, the first rule is that all of you will start with 10 points. The written test has 10 questions, each worth 1 point. Then the test will be deducted. If you get one question wrong, you will lose 1 point. If you get 3 questions wrong, you will only have 7 points left." Naruto below listened extremely carefully, remembering what Feng had said before, that as long as it wasn't a question with very strict logic like 1 + 1 = how many, other questions like someone has been kidnapped and you are asked to rescue the hostage had no standard answer. As long as the answer was roughly the same and not too outrageous, you could get points, more or less. Also, pay attention to what the invigilator says about the exam rules. Sometimes, the answer is right on the puzzle itself, and there are loopholes in the rules. It depends on whether you can grasp them. Feng finally softened his heart. Although he said he would not reveal the topic, he told several people everything in detail, and he was almost short of teaching them how to write it. If you get all 10 questions wrong, you get 0 points. Naruto rubbed his chin and nodded, not sure if he understood or not before the rules were finished. Marino Ibiki went on to talk about the second rule. Rule 2, whether you pass or not is calculated based on the total score of the 3 members of the team. Wait a minute, Xiaoying was still panicking. Although she had already known this rule from Feng in advance, she still couldn't help asking, according to the total number of the team, what does this mean? Don't mean what I think, don't mean what I think. At this moment, I don't know how many people were praying in their hearts. If it came to fighting alone, none of them were afraid. But the fact that the first exam was a written test alone had already made many people scared, except for those special few, who among those who can take part in the Chunin exam is not experienced and has carried out many missions. The knowledge they learned has long been returned to the teachers in school. You have to know that there is a certain deviation between the knowledge you learn in school and the actual knowledge you use in society. No matter how well you learn in school, the school area is limited, the scenes are limited, and various emergencies are only simulated, not real. No matter how real this simulation is, it is still fake, artificially controlled, and lacks the unpredictability of society. Therefore, the knowledge learned in school is just the basics and is for your reference. If anyone really believes it all, he will die without knowing it. Those who can complete multiple tasks without dying are all veterans. Who doesn't have their own way to handle events? If you don't believe me, go and ask the same question to those who have graduated for a few years and have experience in performing missions, and those who have just graduated from school and have not yet performed missions. Their answers will be different, especially the former. Their answers are all kinds of strange, but it cannot be denied that every one of their answers is useful, at least for themselves, also because of individual differences and different ideas. Even if they are a team that performs a mission together and cooperates well, if you ask them, the answers of the 3 will not be entirely the same. It doesn't matter if the answers you write are different, as long as they are correct. It doesn't matter how you answer them. The only thing to be afraid of is that the other 2 people passed and only one person failed. Do you think it's unfair to the other 2 people? That's why they are so nervous. Shut up, Marino Ibiki shouted. There is a reason for this. Shut up and listen. If you understand, let's talk about the next most important rule. No, why don't you tell me the reason? What do you understand? If you don't tell us, how can we understand? Many candidates have complaints in their hearts, but dare not speak them out, facing the resentful gazes of many examinees. He remained calm and said, during the exam, if cheating or cheating-like behavior is discovered by the invigilator, 2 points will be deducted for each discovery. Okay, many people were stunned and their resentment was reduced a lot. So that's how it is. Doesn't it mean that cheating is allowed as long as it is not discovered? If we were to say who is the happiest person here, it would be Naruto. His heart was filled with joy. Ahaha, now I can copy the test paper openly. Don't be too happy too soon. Marino Ibriki poured cold water on him. In other words, some people may have to withdraw from the exam before the final grading. Any shameful cheater will bring about his own destruction. Remember this, I will be observing you at all times. At this time, an invigilator sitting on a chair said, his straight eyes and slightly upturned mouth corners made the candidate closest to him shudder and wail in his heart, "What bad luck! Why did it have to be me?" It was also because this candidate felt guilty. The invigilator didn't even look at him, but he was scaring himself. If he didn't have any bad thoughts, he would be fine. But looking at this, he was probably in trouble. After all, you want to become a chunin. Since you are a ninja, you should take the exam like a good ninja, Marino Ibriki said coldly. Cheating in exams is a rule, but it was not set by him. It's not that he looks down on people who cheat even in exams, but you can cheat in exams, but not in tasks. It's okay to cheat once or twice, but if you cheat every time, then this person's upper limit is destined to be not very high, but you are not always so lucky to find opportunities to cheat. In the exam, you will only lose points, but in the execution of the task, a mistake may result in death. This is the advice he gives to the younger generation as a senior. As for whether the younger generation listens to it or not, that is not his concern. It's not bad. Sakura thought with her and Sasuke's abilities, it would be no problem for them to pass the written test. As long as their scores were raised, they could pass even if Naruto scored 0. Just as she thought this, she was struck by a bolt from the blue. If one person in the team gets 0 points, all members of the team will be judged as unqualified. What? Sasuke and Sakura were both shocked, their hearts skipping a beat. There is murderous intent. Naruto's face turned pale. He could clearly feel that there were two pairs of eyes full of murderous intent staring at him. He knew who they were without even looking. It's over. If I don't do well in the exam, won't I get beaten up when I get home? Naruto immediately decided that if he could cheat, he would cheat, and if he couldn't cheat, he would have to write it down even if he wrote it randomly. It didn't matter if it was wrong or not, as long as he didn't get 0 points originally. After listening to the exam rules, he thought that with Sakura and Sasuke's grades, even if he got a 0, he could still raise the scoreline. In this way, he would not have to risk being deducted points for cheating now. Forget it, he didn't want to die at the hands of his own people. Also, the last question, more? Can't you say it all at once? Naruto complained in his heart. Being stared at by Sakura and Sasuke with deathly eyes, he just wanted to finish the exam as soon as possible. He felt it was very unbearable to stay in the classroom for one more second. The last question will be asked 45 minutes after the exam begins. The exam will last 1 hour. Now, click, the second hand on the clock hanging on the wall kept turning, slowly pointing to the number 12 on the dial. The time is on the hour. Let's start. Marino Ibriki stopped talking and announced the official start of the exam. Naruto's hand holding the pen kept shaking. After a while, he put down his pen, wrote his name on the test paper, and started from the first question slightly. I don't understand. The second question, omitted. I still don't understand it. The third question, the fourth question. The fifth question, flipping over until the last question. Naruto realized that he had overestimated himself. He knew how to read each word separately, and he also knew how to read them together. That's what it meant. How should I put it? It's not that he couldn't understand it, it's just, well, okay, he admitted that he just didn't understand it. Naruto looked at every question from beginning to end, and was surprised to find that he knew the answer to every one of them. The other candidates were already writing furiously, but Naruto still had no idea how to solve the problem. As time passed, Naruto felt more and more stressed. Sure enough, I should cheat. So much time has passed, someone should have written a lot. Having made up his mind, Naruto slowly glanced to his right. Hinata did not notice Naruto's eyes. Her mind was focused on the test paper at the moment. The difficulty of the questions on the test paper exceeded her psychological expectations. She originally thought that the test questions would be similar to those she had done in school before, but when she looked at them, she found that they were much different. Although she could do them, she believed that in this classroom, not many people could finish them completely, let alone get them all right, because the questions above never appear in textbooks. Where they appear, they are all explained orally by the teacher. Whether you can remember them depends entirely on how seriously you listen to the lectures. Just as she thought, all the candidates in the classroom were overwhelmed. It had been such a long time since they graduated that it was already good enough for them to remember the knowledge in the textbooks. How could they also remember what the teacher said? What a joke. I almost forgot what my teacher looks like. No wonder cheating is allowed. If cheating is not allowed, there is no need to proceed with the second exam because few candidates can pass the first level. It's just that cheating is difficult. If you're caught once, you'll lose 2 points. Okay, if you're caught 5 times, you'll be eliminated directly. But there's no way not to cheat. I can't write. I really can't write, so it's time for everyone to show off their talents. The sand that appeared out of nowhere, the bugs lying in the corners of the desks, the invigilators who were just filing in the gaps, the mirror hanging from the ceiling of the classroom, the dogs barking from time to time, and the mask that covered the blue veins around the eyes. The Sharingan under the sunglasses has been activated. Sakura overestimated Sasuke's strength. He couldn't answer some questions. Using the copying ability of the Sharingan, Sasuke could guess what the words were written just by the shaking of the pen. The candidates all used their own unique strategies, and the invigilators were not idle either, holding up a pen from time to time and writing something down in their notebooks. Hinata answered the questions leisurely. She looked over the questions once, and judging by her problem-solving speed, she would finish them all with more than enough time. Finally, she stopped writing and realized that Naruto was winking at her. Suddenly, her face turned red. Looking down at her test paper, Hinata said in a barely audible shyness, "Naruto-kun, let me show you my answer." The sound, not much louder than a mosquito, was quickly caught by Naruto. This was what he was waiting for. He whispered happily, "You are the best, Hinata. I will treat you to a meal after the exam is over." Naruto-kun wants to treat me to a meal. Hinata couldn't believe it. To her, this was great news. However, she was a little hesitant about whether to agree to it. What if, I don't know what she was thinking about. Her heartbeat quickened, her face turned red, and there was a faint white smoke rising above her head. It was still an inaudible sound. Hinata raised her arm slightly and pushed the test paper out through the gap. She didn't dare to move too much for fear of being discovered by the invigilator, but for Naruto, this was enough. He could already see the answers on the test paper, but he kept squinting his eyes, which made Naruto feel a little dizzy. Chapter 106, Difficult Choice. The invigilators kept their eyes fixed on the numerous examinees, and from time to time they took out their pens and wrote something on their notebooks. As for what they wrote, it went without saying that some examinees' cheating methods were too low level and they were discovered, but everyone has a lucky mentality, thinking that they are not the ones who will be discovered, mainly because the invigilator has not yet announced who is out. However, the occasional writing sounds were amplified a lot in the quiet classroom at this moment, bringing heavy psychological pressure to some candidates with poor psychological quality. The greater the pressure, the easier it is to make mistakes, and the more mistakes you make, the easier it is to be discovered. Finally, just as Naruto was glancing at Hinata's test paper with joy, a Kyune passed just past his nose. Naruto's body stiffened, his eyes widened involuntarily, and the feeling of fear continued to spread in his heart. We've been discovered. It's over. If they are eliminated, Sasuke and Sakura will also be eliminated, and they can't escape being beaten. Now they should think about how to exonerate Hinata. Hinata didn't cheat. She completed the test based on her own knowledge. If she was implicated because of me, wouldn't I be? Naruto didn't know what to say. Not only that, once Hinata is eliminated, Shino and Inuzuka Kiba, who are in the same group with her, will also have to be eliminated. This is not something that can be resolved by just a beating. Naruto thought of a lot in an instant, and the words of explanation were on the tip of his tongue. He was just going to say it when the invigilator announced that he was eliminated, but before he could open his mouth, a candidate sitting behind him could no longer sit still. In front of him, Akune was stuck on his test paper. What is going on? The candidate couldn't help but stand up and ask, "You know what you are doing?" The invigilator who fired Akune said disdainfully, and then announced the outcome of the examinee. 5 mistakes, you are eliminated. How could this happen? The candidate murmured in despair. He had always believed that his cheating methods were quite clever, and even if he was discovered once or twice, it would be impossible for all of them to be discovered. But the reality is so cruel. He overestimated himself and underestimated the invigilator, this guy's companions. "You two and him, get out of the classroom immediately." Without the invigilator calling out their names, 2 people stood up and walked out silently. When they passed by the candidate who was discovered, they didn't even look at the latter. The candidate was disheartened and followed the 2 men without saying a word. Numbers 23, 43, and 27 are eliminated. The number plates representing the 3 candidates were taken off by the invigilator and thrown into the trash can in the classroom. When he was about to reach the classroom door, the candidate who was discovered collapsed and shouted, No, I don't want to leave." He knew that if he walked out of the classroom, it would mean the end of him. His teammates who were implicated would definitely not team up with him again. The teacher might even dislike him and kick him out of the team. Without teammates or teachers, with his strength, he is not even qualified to take on missions alone. Gradually, no one will remember him. Even if someone does, he will only become a negative example and a topic of conversation in the eyes of others. He was unwilling to accept this and struggled hard, trying to get back to the classroom. However, the guard waiting at the door was not merciful and grabbed him and dragged him out of the classroom. For a moment, the corridors of the school were filled with his unwilling shouting. The effect of the previous experience was obvious. The candidates in the classroom were much more obedient. However, there were still some who stood up and slammed the table, saying, "What evidence do you have to prove that we cheated? Do you have evidence that we cheated 5 times? With so many people in front of you, can you pay attention to each of us? Very good, decisions have to be questioned, otherwise, how boring would that be?" It was a rare opportunity to do something, and one invigilator took the lead, making many invigilators who were slow or envious before the candidate who was questioning could react. He was pushed against the wall by the invigilator. The force on his neck made it difficult for him to breathe. "Listen carefully," the invigilator said playfully. "We are the elite among the Chunins, specially selected for this exam. We will never miss the moment when you make a mistake. If you ask me," looking around at the examinees in the classroom, the invigilator said calmly, "this powerful force is the evidence. The meaning is very clear. If you can't beat us, stop talking nonsense. If we say you cheated, you cheated. If we say you were eliminated, you were eliminated. If you want to refute, you can, only talk after you beat us. No matter where you are, strength speaks for itself. The strong are respected. If you don't agree, hold it in." Naruto-kun, look, Hinata always speaks softly when facing Naruto. Speaking of which, at this time, you still want Naruto to copy your test paper. Aren't you disrespecting the invigilators? Hinata was so bold, but Naruto followed his heart. The pen that kept writing was so noisy that he couldn't think of anything else. Although they didn't get the chance to take action, the other invigilators were not idle either. The bold will die of overeating, while the timid will die of starvation. Some candidates took advantage of the fact that some invigilators were watching the fun and increased their cheating methods, not knowing that their actions were seen by the invigilators who were not watching the fun. Number 55 is eliminated, number 33 is eliminated, number 9 is eliminated. The continuous sounds became death warrants. The candidates whose numbers were called and their teammates stood up as if they had lost their parents and walked out without saying a word. The open classroom door allowed the candidates who were not called to see that the eliminated contestants started fighting with each other before they even reached the corner of the corridor, and there were constant complaints. The farce in the classroom did not affect Sakura. She filled in the answers carefully. Although she knew the answers to every question, she did not write too fast to ensure the correctness. Despite this, she became the second person in the classroom to finish the test paper. The first one is Hinata. In order to let Naruto copy the answers, Hinata did not check them after she finished writing them. Sakura checked them several times and only put down her pen after confirming that there were no problems. As soon as she put down the pen, she found that her body could not move. She knew what was going on, as she had fallen victim to this many times before. "Damn you, Elbower, don't thank me, I'm just helping you relax. I will take over your body temporarily." Yamanaka Ino, who used the family's secret technique, the mind-turning technique, to control Sakura's body, smiled faintly in her heart. The secret technique cannot last too long, so she must hurry up and memorize the answers to the test paper written by Sakura as quickly as possible. After memorizing the answers, she also has to use the same method to pass the answers to Akimichi Chouji and Nara Shikamaru. With Nara Shikamaru's intelligence, it should be no problem for him to finish the test paper and ensure the correctness of the answers, but he was too lazy and didn't want to use his brain, so he just waited for Ino to pass the answers to him. Poor Ino, she had to write the test 3 times and she didn't know if she had enough time. Time, why are you walking so fast? Let me make a deal, can you walk slower? So I can think about how to do the questions. What, you don't believe me? You don't believe I can write it? Damn it, wait till the exam is over, I'm going to smash you to pieces, fuck you %. And Naruto blurted out the dirty words that Feng had always said. He had become mentally disturbed. In his mind, the clock in the classroom turned into a talking little man. At this moment, he was bargaining with the little man, wanting the little man to give him more time, but in the end, the negotiation broke down. The villain didn't believe that Naruto could write the answer on his own, and it would be useless no matter how much time he was given. This made the defensive Naruto burst into cursing, perhaps because he was worried that he would really be hit by Naruto. The villain didn't dare to show off in Naruto's mind anymore. While Naruto was cursing, he flashed and disappeared. The test has already started 40 minutes, and there are only 20 minutes left. What should I do? No matter how much Naruto cursed, time still moved forward, and the end was not far away. In this case, we can only place all our hopes on the last question. 45 minutes into the exam, the examiner will announce the last question. This question is not written on the test paper, and I don't know what the intention is, but no matter what, this question became Naruto's last chance. He was gambling that he could answer the last question correctly, gambling that Feng would not lie to him. He still remembered what Feng said, that the theme of the exam was never give up, never give up. Although Naruto didn't know what this sentence meant, and the questions on the test paper had nothing to do with this, he believed that Feng would not make a random guess since Feng said so. It means that there is something that he has not noticed. It is not on the test paper. It is most likely related to the last question on the issue of never abandon, never give up. Naruto feels that he still has some say, and his previous experience can prove that he possesses such good qualities. Thinking of this, Naruto stopped worrying about it and stopped pondering the questions. He just waited for the announcement of the last question. It is impossible to cheat, not in this life. As an excellent ninja who will become Hokage in the future, cheating is absolutely impossible for me. Write randomly? How can I write randomly? If I write a wrong answer, I will get 2 points. If I don't write it, I won't get it wrong. What? You said if I don't write it, I will get 0 points. This is your loophole. I didn't write it. How do you know if what I wrote is right or wrong? How do you know I can't write? Why do you deduct 2 points from me? Why do you give me 0 points? 45 minutes have passed. I will now announce the last question. After 45 hours had passed, the classroom seemed a lot emptier. Many candidates were eliminated because they were caught cheating 5 times. Of course, even more people were eliminated because of their teammates' involvement before they were caught cheating 5 times. There was no room for them to explain, as this was the rule that had been agreed upon at the beginning. The 3-person team was of the same blood, and when they went on a mission, they usually shared the same fate. Being wiped out was not uncommon, and if only one person survived, they were just lucky. Here it comes. Naruto tightened his grip on the pen, and swallowed with a gulp. I can only bet on this question, whether you will be eliminated and beaten, or pass the level smoothly. It all depends on this final move, but before that, I have to add a small condition to the last question. Marino Ibaraki's serious face showed a hint of ill intent. I'll explain in advance that this condition is very hopeless. First, you decide for yourself whether to answer or not answer this last question. What does this mean? Many candidates are confused. Is it a multiple choice question? What is the difference? Someone immediately asked, you want us to choose. What if we choose not to answer? If you choose not to answer, the candidate will be judged on the spot and get 0 points. Get 0 points. Is this a multiple choice question? This should be a compulsory question, right? Many candidates were cursing in their hearts if they got a 0. Wouldn't it mean that all their careful cheating was in vain? They wrote so carefully. The consequences of getting 0 points have been clearly announced before. If one person gets 0 points, 3 people will be eliminated. No matter how many points the other 2 people get, they will be eliminated if they get full marks. The rules are so cruel that they have no choice, and what will make them even more uncomfortable is yet to come. Then, there is another rule, said Marino Ibaraki coldly. If you choose to answer a question but don't answer it correctly, then the person who answered the question will be disqualified from participating in the Chunin exam forever. How can there be such a stupid rule? Inuzuka Kiba couldn't sit still anymore and stood up to question. After all, there are people here who have participated in the Chunin exam many times. Pharmacist Dao smiled awkwardly and said nothing. It was the first time he heard of such a rule. The candidates from other ninja villages did not have too much worries. This exam was special. It was a joint Chunin exam of several ninja villages. They were just sent by the village to participate. Even if they failed the joint Chunin exam, they still had the opportunity to return to their own village and take part in their own village's Chunin exam. It is true that Konoha village is one of the 5 major ninja villages, and its influence is the greatest among the 5. But it is still unrealistic for it to interfere in the internal affairs of other ninja villages. The ones who should be worried are the candidates from Konoha village. After all, it is their own village that sets the rules, and there are plenty of ways to make them abide by them. Therefore, Many candidates were gloating and waiting to see the excitement of the Konoha candidates. Ha ha ha, you guys are just too unlucky. Marino Ibriki laughed softly a few times and said domineeringly, "This year, I am the one who makes the rules. The rules I make are the rules. Besides, didn't I give you a way out? Those of you who don't have confidence should just choose not to answer. Come back next year or the year after and you'll still have a chance." "How could that be?" Sakura groaned, unable to help but thinking, that is to say, if one of the three chooses not to answer, all three will be eliminated at the same time. If one chooses to answer but doesn't answer correctly, that person can only be a genin for life. No matter which one they choose, they are unlucky. Chapter 107 Inexplicably Past. The secret technique of turning the heart has lost its effect, and Ino got what she wanted. She saw Sakura's answer as she wished, and after hurriedly filling out her own test paper, she immediately used the secret technique to pass the answer to Choji and Shikamaru just as she was secretly rejoicing that her actions had not been discovered by the invigilators. She also heard Marino Ibriki's words, which made her uneasy. "So I worked so hard to write 3 test papers, and you tell me that the last question is the key. So what did I write before? Was it all in vain?" Not only did she think about this problem, but all the candidates who had persisted until here and had not been eliminated had thought about this problem. There are risks in choosing to answer or not answering. If I don't answer, I've made it to the end. Regardless of whether I'll get 0 points or not, the main thing is that I'm unwilling to accept it. But if I answer it and don't answer it correctly, I won't be able to take part in the Chunin exam in the future, and I will be a genin for the rest of my life. Who can bear this, especially those candidates from Konoha? They are really tormented. If they don't answer, they will be looked down upon. It's already the last resort, but you choose to give up. It's unacceptable no matter how you look at it, especially since they are ninjas. This is equivalent to giving up on a mission when you haven't encountered any danger yet, but just heard that there is danger. How will your employer see it? Losing face for yourself is a small matter, but the reputation of the village is a big matter. Without the trust of the employer, the village could receive fewer tasks, the village's economy declined, the village's strength declined, and the village's. In short, choosing not to answer would mean being sorry for the village, sorry for the teacher's cultivation, and sorry for their status as the inheritors of the Hokages. Will answer, you must answer. If you don't answer, you are not worthy of being a Konoha person. Thinking of this, they, who had already completed self-brainwashing, all had determined looks in their eyes. I have to say, if we talk about who is the best at brainwashing in the ninja world, the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire is undoubtedly it. An empty slogan has trapped one young person after another, making them willing to contribute to the village and make it shine. Well, let's begin. This is the last question. Those who choose not to answer, please raise your hands. After confirming your numbers, you can leave here. Marino Ibriki issued the final ultimatum. The exam time was very close at 1 hour, and he would not give the candidates too much time to think. This is also the reason why I chose to say at 45 minutes after the exam started. Time is limited. The candidates had no time to think about it any further. Time waits for no one. Finally, some of them could not bear the pressure anymore and chose to withdraw, and after the first one, there was the second, the third, until no one raised their hand in the classroom. What is it? What is it? What is the last question? What does the uncle mean? Naruto pondered as more and more people quit. Naruto's mentality changed unconsciously. Previously, out of trust in Feng, he persisted until now, just to turn the tables in the last question, but Marino Ibriki was reluctant to tell him the content of the last question. And Naruto didn't know whether his persistence was useful. Why should I persist? Even if I fail this time, there is always next time. At most, I can come back to take the exam next time. It is impossible that the examiner next time will be the serious-looking uncle, right? Even if it's him again next time, but there's always going to be one time when it won't be him, right? Senior Yakushi Dao has participated 7 times, no, this is already the 8th time, so why can't I participate a few more times? There must be a time when I can pass, right? Why do we have to fight to the death this time? Give up, give up, we still have a chance. The devil's whispers echoed in his ears, and the continuous elimination of candidates shook Naruto's mind. The only remaining trace of reason told him that he must not give up, must not give up. This was her last chance. Think about why you became a ninja. Think about your dream. Think about your determination to fight to protect your companions. You gave up this time, but what about next time? Will you give up again next time? You are Naruto, you are Uzumaki Naruto, who will become the Hokage in the future. Look up. Don't you think the statue on the Hokage rock is missing something? What's missing? Missing you. Without you, Hokage rock is so dim, just like a night with only stars but no moon. No matter how bright the stars are, they can never compare to the moon. It is said that how can the light of a grain of rice compete with the brightness of the bright moon? What the uncle said makes a lot of sense. Even if you don't believe in yourself, you have to believe in the uncle. How could the uncle ever lie to you? The last sentence doesn't count. Although the uncle is a little unreliable sometimes, if you think about it carefully, forget it, don't think about it. Just tell me whether you believe it or not. Don't forget that the first person who suggested that you take part in the Chunin exam was the uncle. Since the uncle dares to make such a suggestion, it means he has confidence in you guys. I heard that Sasuke also wants to compete for the position of Hokage. He is a big rival of yours. He always makes fun of you and says you are the last one. Don't you want to get rid of this title, or have you already given up and don't care anymore? If you think so, then I don't care even more. As for the Hokage, it doesn't matter who becomes the Hokage. Maybe Sasuke is more suitable to be the Hokage than you. Enough, Naruto shouted, and in the eyes of many candidates who looked at him like a fool, he stood up and said loudly, I don't agree. Yes, that's right, this is the Naruto I know. No matter what difficulties and obstacles lie ahead, just give it a try. If you don't even have the courage to try, how can you compete for the position of Hokage? Come on, let the storm come even harder. On behalf of the shadow clones of goodness, I declare war on you evil shadow clones. Brothers, charge. Why don't you rush? That's right, I am obviously the representative. Stop talking nonsense and kill those shameless people on the other side. Go. There were so many shadow clones that it was impossible to count them. They were divided into two factions, the no-answer faction and the answer faction. At the command of the referee Kirama, the two factions started a fight in Naruto's mind. What do you disagree with? Marino Ibaraki's eyes narrowed, sending out dangerous signals. Are you questioning the rules I set? No, Naruto had no idea what was going on in his mind. He only knew that if he couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation, his end would be very miserable in the classroom, offending an examiner who is still invigilating. Tisk tisk. Naruto swallowed his saliva with a gulp, and under Sakura's nervous gaze, he stammered, I think, as a member of Konoha, I can't bring shame to my village. I won't give up. Yes, I won't give up. The more he spoke, the smoother it became. Naruto slammed the table and said with great momentum, also, don't underestimate me. I will never, ever run away from a battle. I want to participate. Even if I can only be a Jonin for the rest of my life, I will become Hokage with just one breath. It's okay. I'm not afraid at all. Come on, ask the questions. HMPH, you're such an interesting kid. You've eliminated their anxiety in an instant. Marino Ibaraki smiled barely perceptibly and looked around at the number of people left in the classroom. 78 people? That's more than I thought. It will be the same if we keep going. In that case, Marino Ibaraki exchanged glances with the many invigilators in the classroom. Seeing that they all nodded, he already had a conclusion in his mind. You have a good determination, Marino Ibaraki said a word of praise. If there were someone who knew him here, they would be surprised, because they didn't hear words of praise from Marino Ibaraki very often. The goal has been achieved, and Marino Ibaraki did not waste any more time and directly revealed the final mystery. Then, everyone who stays here, I judge you to have passed the first test. Once the riddle was revealed, many candidates were shocked. Huh? Naruto couldn't believe it. Because of nervousness, his clenched hands loosened involuntarily, and the pen in his hand rolled to the ground without him noticing. This final result was beyond his expectations. Wait a minute, what's going on? The clever Sakura was also confused. What on earth was going on? How did you pass? You haven't even told me what the last question was. Ha. Marino Ibaraki's usually serious face revealed an embarrassed smile. There has never been such a thing from the beginning. The last question doesn't even exist. If you must explain it, the two-choice question just now is the last question. This made many candidates even more confused. Then what about the questions before this? Are they completely useless? One of the many candidates couldn't help but ask. What she wanted to know most was whether the questions she wrote on the test paper would still count towards her score. It's not completely useless, Marino Ibaraki explained. The questions on the test paper have already achieved the purpose of the test, which is to test each of your intelligence-gathering capabilities. Intelligence-gathering ability, Naruto muttered to himself, unconsciously covering his test paper with his arm. Marino Ibaraki said slowly, first of all, The key points of this exam have been mentioned in the rules at the beginning. The method of determining whether or not to pass the exam in units of 3 people can put pressure on you, which will affect your teammates and bring you unimaginable pressure, but, of course, the questions on the test paper are not something you Jinan can answer. That's not necessarily true. Feng, who is not here, argued, didn't Sakura write it? Hinata also wrote it, and she's a Jinan? Let Kakashi try. Kakashi is a Jonin. So he's good at fighting, but he may not be able to beat Sakura when it comes to answering questions. This kid reads Liu Bei's book every day, his brain is so rotten. Marino Ibaraki naturally couldn't hear Feng's argument. He was still explaining the reasons to the many candidates. You also know the difficulty of the questions. Some of the questions are beyond the syllabus. What should you do if you don't know how to answer them? Then you can find someone who knows how to answer them. So in order to get points, you can only cheat. Therefore, this exam is based on cheating. As targets for cheating, I have selected 2 Chunins who know all the answers and have been lurking among you from the beginning. I see. That's why I was wondering why someone could write so smoothly. Yeah, he just started writing. I thought he just wrote randomly. Haha, luckily I guessed right. Huh? Hearing the whispers coming from behind, Naruto pretended to have noticed it in order to fit in. Ha, it's so obvious, it would be strange if you didn't notice it, right Hinata? Hinata covered her mouth and chuckled. As Naruto's temporary deskmate, she knew that Naruto was not online the whole time. He even only wrote his own name on the test paper. The exams were over, so Marino Ibaraki didn't pay attention to the whispers in the classroom and continued, but of course, those who only know how to cheat with stupid methods will be eliminated. Why? He took off his headscarf, showed it to the many examinees and said, huh? Intelligence is sometimes more valuable than life. It is something that requires fighting for life on missions and battlefields. Nothing could be more convincing than this. Marino Ibaraki took off his headscarf, revealing his scarred head. There was not a single piece of intact skin on the entire head, and there were even several holes. Without the support of the skull, the head was sunken inwards. The information obtained by the enemy or a third party is not necessarily correct, said Marino Ibaraki, putting on his headscarf again. I hope you remember this. Holding wrong information will bring a fatal blow to your companions and enemies. In this sense, we will let you cheat to collect information and select those with poor abilities. This is the hidden content of this exam, but I always feel that the last question is a bit hard to accept. Ibaraki Marino explained it very clearly, but some people still didn't understand what this last question meant. The previous exams can be understood as testing one's ability to collect intelligence. So what does the last question test? It can't really be a multiple choice question. Answer it or not. This is too unacceptable. Don't be impatient. I haven't finished yet. The last question is the real purpose of the first exam, Marino Ibaraki said with a smile, but his serious face with a smile always made people feel a little awkward. Let me explain. The last question is a choice between answering and not answering. You all know without me having to tell you that this is a choice that will cause you inner suffering. If you choose not to answer, your companions will be eliminated along with you. If you choose to answer but answer incorrectly, you will be deprived of the right to take the exam forever. This is actually a very dishonest question, don't you understand? Let me put it another way. Suppose you become a Chunin and are going to carry out a mission. The mission is to seize a secret document. You don't know the number of enemy ninjas, their abilities, whether they have other weapons, etc., and the enemy may set traps. Would you accept such a mission or not? Chapter 108. The meaning of the last question. This question stumped many candidates. With their current abilities, they were not qualified to take on overly advanced tasks, so they had never encountered similar options. If they were really asked to make a choice in a short period of time, they really wouldn't be able to make one. Only Gaara and his 3 companions from the Sands village had no expression on their faces, but they were secretly disdainful in their hearts for them. This was not a choice at all, and they had no choice. While other ninjas who had just graduated from school were still mainly taking on missions and accumulating experience, they were already at the forefront. They don't need to accept missions at all. The village assigns them tasks. They will be there wherever there is a dangerous mission. It can be said that they are all veterans. When they saw the example given by Marino Ibaraki, they could give the answer without even thinking, which was, of course, accept it, no matter how unclear the situation is, no matter how many enemies there are and how few we are, no matter if there are any traps, just charge in and it's done. Complete the mission is the first goal, everything else should be put aside. Marino Ibaraki didn't know what they were thinking. He just said based on his own experience, if you value your own life, you will expose your companions to danger. You have no choice in this dangerous mission. You can't escape it. If you don't accept it, someone else will. Someone has to complete the mission. And there are always missions that you have to accept even if you know there are dangers. What would you do at that time? Should you show your courage to your teammates and demonstrate your ability to overcome difficulties? Or should you hide behind and watch your teammates fight for you? Being a chunin is not as simple as you think. If you only use combat power to determine whether a ninja is qualified to become a chunin without considering other things, you are just deceiving yourself. What is a chunin? Chunin is the backbone of a village. Every chunin is an elite. To judge whether a ninja village is strong, the first thing to look at is the number of chunins in the village. I'm talking about a real chunin, not one who just does 2 random questions and passes the exam. Reaching the chunin stage means you are qualified to carry out missions independently, just like your instructor, with 3 students. The chunin will be equipped with 3 jinan to form a team, and carry out missions as a team. After coming this far, do you still think it's easy to be a chunin? As the captain of the team, you have to be responsible for your teammates. Even if you are not responsible for your teammates, you have to be responsible for yourself, right? We were sent out on a mission together. Do you think you can still run away if your teammates are in trouble? You are a whole. If any one of you is missing, you are incomplete. If it's incomplete, then there's no need for it to exist. On the battlefield, you won't be given so much time to choose. Another hour? You have to make a decision in the next second. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. If you don't have the ability to see the situation clearly, you must be prepared to sacrifice. It's the same when you're on a mission. You don't know what you'll face. No matter how well you prepare in advance, you'll find out on the end that you either can't use it or you're short of something. Will the enemy give you time to prepare? No. Then what will you do? Respond to ever-changing situations with the same attitude. Do adults all like to preach? They always go off topic while talking. Are they explaining the meaning of the last question to us? Why don't I understand? Naruto turned his head and complained to Sakura, who was sitting behind him. Originally there was a person between them, but that candidate was caught cheating and was the first one to be eliminated. Naruto was shocked at the time, thinking that his little trick had been discovered, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Without the candidates blocking, Naruto could communicate face-to-face with Sakura, who was sitting behind the candidate. At this moment he felt a little happy in his heart, because the guy named Sasuke, whom he hated, was still behind Sakura and had no way to talk to Sakura at all. It was not as convenient as him. He could just turn his head when he wanted to talk, unless Sakura also turns her head away. Just as he was thinking this, Naruto saw Sakura really turned her head and threw a note to Sasuke. Naruto was so angry that he wanted to jump up and down. He snatched the note from Sasuke's hand and read the contents first. If it was not something important, he would burn it so that Sasuke could not read it. He has prepared the fire. It doesn't matter if he doesn't know how to use fire escape technique, as long as he has a lighter. Naruto-kun, Hinata called out timidly and gently pulled the corner of Naruto's clothes with her hand. Such an intimate action made Hinata's pretty face blush. Naruto turned his head in confusion. What's wrong, Hinata? The examiner is watching you, Hinata reminded quietly. Naruto's heart suddenly skipped a beat. My friend, is what I say boring? Or do you already understand these principles and don't want to hear them a second time? Asked Marino Ibuki with a smile. Although he was smiling, Naruto felt a chill on his back for some reason, so he quickly apologized with a smile. No, I think what you said makes a lot of sense, teacher. It really opened my eyes. Listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. I found that I still have too little experience. I should learn from you. I swear, before I become Hokage, you are my role model. Haha. Sakura almost laughed out loud, but then she realized that the current situation was not suitable for laughing, so she quickly covered her mouth to prevent her laughter from being heard. How could Naruto be so flattering? She had heard similar words many times. In the convenience store, when number 1 made a mistake and was lectured by Feng, he said the same thing many times, but she really didn't expect that these words would come out of Naruto's real body's mouth. The strong contrast made her unable to control the expression on her face. Not only her, if you take away Sasuke's hand that was covering his mouth, you can see that Sasuke is also laughing. Although he didn't make any sound, the upturned corners of his mouth made it obvious that he was laughing. People who are familiar with Naruto are a little confused. This is not right. When did Naruto say something so strange to them? With Naruto's knowledge reserves, It would be difficult for you to ask him to write a learning summary, let alone idioms. Shikamaru even turned his head to look at Ino. He suspected that Ino was controlling Naruto's body, but found that the confusion on Ino's face was no less than his emphasis strange. Shikamaru thought, scratching his head, it's useless to say these things. Ibiki Marino waved his hand to interrupt Naruto's flattery. Since you are so good at talking, then stand on the podium and I will let you talk enough at once. Forget it, isn't it okay if I don't say anything? Naruto shook his head in refusal, but how could he refuse? Before Naruto could react, his arms were lifted up and he was then carried to the podium. This made many invigilators beat their chests as they didn't get the chance again. Come on, speak. I'll give you a seat. Marino Ibiki bowed and left the seat in the middle of the podium to Naruto. Looking at the many examinees watching the fun in the classroom, Naruto opened his mouth again and again, but no words came out. Sasuke and the audience laughed even harder, and even his shoulders couldn't help shaking. Suddenly, his face changed, and he saw Naruto pointing a finger at him. Teacher, I report, you idiot. Sasuke stood on the podium with his head down and his fists clenched tightly. He wished he could beat up Naruto, who had dragged him into this. If Sasuke hadn't caught a glimpse of Marino Ibiki out of the corner of his eye, he would have beaten Naruto up no matter what. But looking at Marino Ibiki's playful expression, he was probably waiting for him to take action. Once he really took action, he didn't know what punishment would be waiting for him, so he simply endured it for now and would settle the matter later. He had this plan anyway, as this was what was written on the note that Sakura passed to him. Seeing that Sasuke held back, Marino Ibiki was a little disappointed. He wanted to watch the fun as the captain of Konoha's interrogation department. His daily job is interrogation. He is specifically responsible for prying useful information out of those stubborn prisoners. He faces vicious criminals all year round. This time he finally changed his environment, facing some naive little white flowers, so he wanted to tease them, which could be regarded as a way to relax. Unfortunately, Sasuke held back, but it doesn't matter, he still has a goal, and it's better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. I won't name any of you. Marino Ibiki pointed at Naruto and Sasuke and said, companions of these two guys, please step forward. I saw them just now, passing notes, right? You're really brave, doing these little tricks right under my nose. Seeing that there was no movement from the audience, Marino Ibiki threatened, there is still some time left until the hour. Before the time is up, I will still be your examiner. If you don't take the initiative to stand up, I will take back what I said just now that you all passed. Well, Sakura couldn't pretend she didn't hear it anymore. If she didn't stand up, the other candidates would beat her to death. She saw that many candidates looked at her with unfriendly eyes. Don't think that others don't know her identity. Before the exam started, it was she who meddled in other people's business and apologized on Naruto's behalf. Thinking about it, she wanted to slap herself in the face. Why was she meddling in other people's business? Naruto was hated from the beginning, so it was okay. At worst, she would sacrifice her own family for the sake of justice, and when others took action, she would stand by and hand them a knife. It would be better to bear the infamy than now. Shameful, so shameful. Xiaoying has always been an excellent student since she was young. She has been praised by her teachers at school and by her parents at home. From childhood to adulthood, she has never had a smooth life, but she has never encountered any setbacks. She never expected that it would be Naruto's fault. It was all Naruto's fault. If it weren't for Naruto, she wouldn't have been implicated and punished to stand on the podium. It's not like she hasn't been on the podium before, but never in this way. In the past, she had always been the representative who gave lectures for the teacher. Now, she was actually being punished by standing. She should have written beat him twice on the note. No, she should have written beat him every time I see him. Okay, let's continue. Ignoring the three people on the podium for now, Marino Ibiki still hadn't had enough of being a teacher. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention and continued, if someone doesn't even dare to gamble with his own life, and puts his hopes on next year or an uncertain future, and is shaken and gives up opportunities, I don't think such weak-willed trash is qualified to be a chunin. No, you don't even qualify to be a ninja, Marino Ibiki added in his mind. Due to the nature of his work, he has seen too many weak-willed people. For the chance to survive, these people will hardly do anything for you. They will tell you whatever you ask. You don't even need to ask. They will actively tell you everything they know. Such people do not consider the consequences at all, nor do they consider their own intelligence, or how much damage it will bring to their country. They only think about themselves. Unlike him, no matter how the enemy tortured him, he would not reveal a word. The scar on his head was the proof of his torture. The exam time was about to end, and Marino Ibriki made a final summary. You who chose to answer the questions can be said to be the correct answerers of the last question. I believe you all have your own answers to the difficulties you may encounter in the future. I now declare that the first exam of the Chunin selection is over. I wish you all the best in the next exams. As soon as he finished speaking, something strange happened. A black spot on the glass kept getting bigger in Marino Ibriki's sight, and then the glass shattered. 2 kunai pierced through the broken glass, and with 2 thumps, they were nailed to the ceiling, one on the left and one on the right. At the end of the 2 kunai, a corner of a banner was tied at an appropriate height. The banner was wide open and read "Examiner of the second exam, Matarashienko" was written on it. Just looking at it is not enough. A woman who came with a banner stood in front of the banner and said loudly, "Now is not the time to be happy. I am the examiner of the second exam, Matarashienko." She introduced herself again and added the word master before her title of examiner, as if she was afraid that others would not know her identity. Without waiting for everyone to recover, she hurriedly said, "Let's go. Next game. Follow me." With a wave of her hand, she was about to lead everyone away. "Look at the atmosphere." Ibriki Marino poked his head out from behind the banner and said helplessly the banner was too big and completely blocked his body behind it. If he wanted to get out, he had to tear the banner down first. Naruto and the other 2 behind the banner were even more confused. What was going on? They couldn't see who was in front of them at all. They could only tell from the voice that it was a young-sounding woman. Marino Ibriki tore off the banner and handed it to the invigilators who gathered around him. The latter's task had been completed, and they were about to leave with Marino Ibriki when they encountered this scene. At this moment, everyone was looking ahead with a blank expression, but in their hearts they were all very happy. They couldn't help but sigh. The Jonin are still the best at having fun. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Dinner and Advance Payment. After the banner was torn down, Matarashienko saw that there were still a few people standing on the podium. Her face immediately turned serious, and she pretended nothing had happened. She asked Marino Ibriki, 78 people, 26 teams, Ibriki, there are more people than I thought. Did you show any mercy? She originally thought that there would be at most a dozen teams left. After all, in her impression, Marino Ibriki was very famous. Not to mention the newcomers, even the veteran Jonin like them were scared when they saw the latter, especially when Marino Ibriki had a stern face. Marino Ibriki didn't want this to happen, but there was no other way. Due to his profession, he had to remain serious at all times, otherwise he would not be able to intimidate others. The scars on his face were left on purpose. With Konoha's medical technology, if he wanted to, he could remove not only the scars on his face, but also the scars on his head, but he kept it on purpose so that his work could go more smoothly. Being ferocious is always better than being kind and amiable. To be honest, it was beyond Marino Ibriki's expectation that so many people were left. He couldn't help but sigh. There are many outstanding guys this year. It was just a casual question, so Matarashienko didn't pay much attention to it. She just said, "Well, it looks like the second exam will be exciting." Thinking about the location of the second exam, Matarashienko became a little impatient. The second exam is not as simple as the first one. At least you have choices in the first exam, and your life is not in danger. In the second exam, you don't even have the chance to choose, unless you give up in advance. Otherwise, once you enter the examination room, your life and death will depend on God's will. Strength is not the main thing, it depends more on your luck. However, Matarashienko did not say these. She planned to keep the suspense and wait until tomorrow to announce it and see the expressions on everyone's faces. This was one of her great pleasures. That's right, tomorrow, since the location of the second exam was too dangerous. Many candidates were exhausted after the first exam and were not suitable to go in directly. Therefore, the remaining time was used for the candidates to relax to avoid problems before they had even entered the examination room. So Matarashienko said directly, "The details of the second exam will be discussed tomorrow. Go back and ask your respective instructors for the time and place of the assembly. Disband now." She came and left in a hurry. Yudawashienko showed up and left without saying a few words, leaving many candidates confused as to what Yudawashienko's purpose was. Is it just to introduce yourself in advance, They don't understand, and they don't want to figure it out. As Matarashienko finished her slogan of disbandment, seeing that the examiner Marino Ibriki had no objection, many candidates rushed out of the classroom. They really don't want to stay here for long. The pressure was so great that many candidates' hearts were still pounding and they were filled with fear even after they walked out of the teaching building. More candidates were still feeling lucky that they had persevered to the end. They didn't expect the last question to be so simple. They passed the exam without even answering it. It was all thanks to Naruto, who gave them a chance and saved their lives. Not everyone is a top student who can complete the test questions completely, and not everyone can cheat so well that the invigilator cannot detect it. Most of those who survived had not even finished writing the questions on the test paper, and they themselves did not even know whether they were correct or not. Isn't it thought that you should write as many questions as you can before the end of the exam? The last question is an oral question, so it is not impossible to write while listening as long as you ensure that your cheating is not discovered. It doesn't matter if you write slowly. Safety comes first. Everyone in the classroom had left, and the invigilators had all left, except Marino Ibriki. He stayed until the end, collecting the test papers one by one. It was a rare trip for him, and he didn't want to go back so early. When he walked to Naruto's seat, Marino Ibriki was stunned. He picked up Naruto's paper in disbelief and read it carefully from beginning to end. The more he read, the tighter his fists clenched. Finally, he laughed out loud. "What a funny guy, it's all your fault." Sakura punched Naruto on the head, feeling so ashamed that she wanted to strangle him to death. "Why did you smash the clock in the classroom for no reason? Is it not okay for me to dislike it?" Naruto replied with his neck stiff. Naruto always kept his word. He wanted to smash the watch during the exam, but he never found the opportunity. After the exam, the first thing he did was to smash the watch, fulfilling the promise he made to himself. "It's because the watch won't give me more time," Naruto thought, but he didn't dare say this out loud, for he was afraid that if he did, Sakura would hide him. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Even if he didn't say anything, Sakura would still beat him. Sakura punched Naruto on the head again, and said angrily, "You can smash it if you want, but why do you have to drag us into it when you have to pay the money?" At this time, there were about 10 people following the two of them, including the 12 little strong men. "I was afraid you wouldn't wait for me," Naruto said confidently. "We agreed to have dinner together. What if you left first? Where can we go?" "Where can we go? You treated us to ramen, and Ichiriko ramen is the best in the whole village. Where can we go, huh? What's wrong with us leaving first? Can't you come to the store to find us?" Sakura said a series of words, leaving Naruto no chance to interrupt. Naruto volunteered to treat everyone. He knew he would be beaten afterwards, so he thought about treating everyone to apologize. Regardless of whether it would work or not, at least since Sakura and Sasuke had treated him to a meal, they should at least be gentle when they beat him, right? Besides, he had already said he would treat Hinata to a meal, so he thought he might as well treat them all together. Also, since Hinata was with other people at the time, Naruto waved his hand and asked everyone to go, so all the 12 ninjas came. This was something Naruto had not expected. He had just said it casually to be polite and didn't expect so many people to come. Fortunately, the store's turnover has been good these days and his dividends are quite a bit, otherwise I really couldn't afford to hire him all the way to Ichiriko ramen. Sakura kept preaching, and Naruto didn't refute her. He lowered his head and said nothing, but he kept muttering in his heart. "Uncle is right, when girls are angry, they are so scary, they can talk more than me." At the entrance of the store, Feng was still lying on a recliner basking in the sun. Naruto's several shadow clones were standing at the door in fancy clothes, attracting many passers-by to stop seeing someone coming forward. The shadow clones used all their skills. After a set of procedures, the guests opened their wallets one after another, paid the money, and left with large and small bags of things. "Uncle, uncle." In a daze, Feng heard someone calling him. The constant shouting made Feng a little annoyed. He turned over, lay on his side, pressed his ear downwards, and covered the other ear with his hand. Only then did Feng feel much calmer. "It doesn't work," Xiaoying frowned helplessly. After coming out of the examination room, it was almost noon. When it was time for lunch, she thought about calling Feng to join her. After shouting many times, Feng didn't move. The only movement was that he turned over, but he didn't even open his eyes. "Watch me." Naruto stepped forward confidently and whispered, "Hey, whose money fell?" "Money?" Feng, who was in his sleep, reacted instinctively and subconsciously wanted to turn over and sit up, but for some reason, he lay back down halfway through. "Yours is useless. Uncle has made a lot of money these days, and he doesn't value money as much as before. Just look at mine. Sasuke took off his sunglasses and put them away. He pushed Naruto aside, stood beside Feng's recliner, and said nonchalantly, "Uncle is sleeping." What a pity. Someone originally wanted to invite Uncle to dinner, and wanted to invite Uncle to join us. Now forget it. I guess Uncle is too tired these days. Let Uncle have a good rest. Let's go. Wait, Feng stood up from the recliner. I'm not tired. Take me with you. As soon as he sat up, Feng realized something was wrong. There were more than a dozen people standing in front of him. Sasuke stood aside with an expressionless face, Sakura was still smiling silently, and Naruto was staring at him with dissatisfaction. Uncle, why didn't you wake up when I called you? But you woke up when Sasuke called you, Naruto said dissatisfiedly. He didn't believe what Sasuke said. If your Feng was not interested in money, why didn't he give himself more when distributing dividends in the evening? Did you call me? Feng asked doubtfully. He really didn't hear it. Called. Who can prove it? Naruto pointed at the people around him. They can all prove it. Seeing everyone nodding, Feng lit up a cigarette after waking up and said indifferently, I didn't wake up, so what? Not really. Naruto was speechless. He was always helpless with Feng. He couldn't beat him or scold him. Checking the time, it was indeed time for dinner. Feng stretched lazily, stood up from the recliner and said, Hiss, let's go. Didn't we say we want to eat? Where are we going to eat? Who's treating us? Sakura took a dozen bottles of drinks and distributed them to everyone, saying, Naruto's treat. Naruto, please. Feng raised his eyebrows, a little skeptical. Are you sure? Feng's suspicion caused Naruto's dissatisfaction. Uncle, what do you mean by this? What's wrong with my treat? Feng waved his hand and said, Nothing, I just find it strange. Let's go, I'm hungry too. So, where are we going to eat? Of course, we're going to Ichiriko Ramen to eat ramen. I love ramen the most. Naruto was a little excited when talking about ramen. This was his favorite food, and it tasted amazing. The most important thing is that it is cheap. A bowl of the cheapest ramen costs only a few dozen yuan, which is completely affordable for him. Even if he invites so many people, he doesn't worry about not having enough money. Ramen. Feng, who had just stood up and walked a few steps, lay back and said speechlessly, Don't you see what time it is now? It's lunchtime, brothers and sisters. It's the peak time for Ichiriko Ramen. Ichiriko is so busy that there's almost no space for its feet. You still want to eat ramen? Don't you see how many people are queuing at the door? Naruto was just thinking about eating ramen and didn't give it too much thought. After Feng reminded him, he realized that there were several long queues in front of Ichiriko Ramen restaurant. If they wanted to go there, they didn't know when it would be their turn. Naruto was dumbfounded. What should I do then? He can't afford to hire anyone else. Let's have hot pot, Feng suggested. The living room on the second floor of our store is big enough. In addition to ingredients, we also have all kinds of other things. You can buy more ingredients and come back to cook them yourself. It would be great without having to wait. That's right. Naruto hit his palm and said in sudden realization, you can also eat hot pot, which is easy to prepare and not picky about taste. You can go to the market to buy vegetables yourself, which may be more cost-effective than treating others to ramen. They acted right away. Naruto took the boys away, while Sakura took a few girls to do some work that needed to be prepared and advance. The table in the restaurant on the second floor is rarely used. Usually, Feng and his friends eat at the coffee table in the living room while watching TV. However, although the coffee table is not small, it cannot seat more than a dozen people. Fortunately, the table in the restaurant can be raised and lowered. After lowering the height, it is almost the same height as the coffee table. By putting the two tables together, more than a dozen people can be seated. Feng didn't know why the table in the restaurant could be raised and lowered. He didn't buy it, but it was provided by the convenience store. The sofa, TV, wardrobe and other items were all provided by the convenience store, and Feng never replaced them. If it wasn't for a chance encounter, Feng wouldn't have known that the dining table could be raised and lowered. By the way, why does the table in the restaurant need to have a lifting function? This is not a computer desk. When you get tired of sitting, you can raise the desk and stand up to work. Therefore, Feng had never paid attention to it, but he didn't expect it to come in handy today. There were only 2 induction cookers, so Feng placed an order for 2 more. Feng planned to deduct the money from Naruto's dividend tonight. Since it was not his treat, Feng naturally could not pay for it himself. You don't need to buy a pot. After all, when eating hot pot, the requirements for the pot are not that high. Basically any pot can be used, and they are all available in the store. After placing the order, Feng went to the storage room and took out the induction cooker. When there are outsiders around, Feng is the only one who goes in and out of the storage room. After all, Zabuza and Bai have special identities and cannot show up easily. Fortunately, the two of them have gotten used to it. Even if Feng asked them to come out, they might not come out. They were really practicing so hard that they were almost obsessed. Except for eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping, the two of them stayed in the storage room all day, practicing what Feng taught them. Feng didn't check it out specifically, so even he didn't know how the two were practicing. 4 induction cookers are placed in a row. Water has been added to the pot on top, and the base ingredients have also been put in. Just wait for the ingredients to arrive before you can start cooking. Considering that some people may not eat spicy food, all 4 pots are shuanging in pots. Feng did not intervene in the whole process. If he had intervened, it would have been all over. There were only 2 toilets in the store, which were not enough, so he directed Zioing and let her fiddle with it. After everything was done, Feng went to the Ichiriko ramen restaurant across the street and bought a lot of raw ramen and rice to use as the staple food for the hot pot. As usual, he would pay first and then deduct Naruto's share of the profits in the evening. "Uncle, why did you buy so much ramen?" Not long after, Naruto and his friends came back with bags of food. He was surprised when he entered the second floor. "How long will it take us to finish all this raw ramen?" Chapter 110, Getting Beaten and Continued Popular Science. Given Naruto's habit of eating ramen all year round, he could tell at a glance that Feng had bought more than 100 servings of raw ramen, not counting the ingredients for hot pot. If we calculate based on 2 bowls per person, plus the big eater Chaji, there would be at least 50 or 60 servings left. There are 50 or 60 servings. How long will it take to finish them? Even if you like ramen and eat it every day, it will take at least a week for you to eat it. No noodles can be kept for a week, not even in the refrigerator. Even if it doesn't go bad, the taste will change. Naruto quickly said, "Uncle, while we are still here, please push the noodles back a little. We can't finish it. We really can't finish it. Look, I bought so many ingredients. I have to talk to you about this." It was impossible to refund, and Feng was still worried that he didn't buy enough. If you want to treat people to a meal, you have to know their appetite first. You can't not let them eat enough, right? Full? I can't finish eating even if I eat too much or throw up. Naruto thought to himself, this is all his money. He doesn't believe that Feng will pay for it. He will probably have to deduct it from him. He was right. That was what Feng thought. Naruto could forget about getting any dividends tonight. He might even have to pay for it. Naruto wanted to say something else, but Feng raised his hand to interrupt him. "Alright, I've already made an agreement with the Ichiriko. If we can't finish the food, we can leave. There's no need to rush. It's already noon. If you're not hungry, your classmates are." Hearing this, Naruto had no choice but to believe what Feng said. It was quite quick to clean the ingredients. With more than a dozen people, it didn't take long for them to finish cleaning all the ingredients. The cleaned ingredients were placed on plates and arranged in a circle around the 4 induction cookers, and everyone sat around the table. The ingredients were very abundant, and Naruto did not skimp on them. When buying food, he let everyone choose their favorite ingredients, and he was responsible for paying the bill. Although he said that Feng bought a lot, he actually bought no less than Feng. Mainly meat. There were all kinds of meat. He bought almost all the meat that could be used for hot pot. In the market there are vegetables, but not as much as meat, and they are used to relieve the greasiness. When had Naruto ever felt such an atmosphere? Before entering school, he didn't even have anyone to talk to. After entering school, he was often excluded and many people looked at him with prejudice. Only a few people in his class would talk to him occasionally, but in most cases, he was the one who took the initiative. And now, the few people who could talk to him were here. They were eating together, chatting and laughing, and they were having a great time. Unconsciously, Naruto's eyes became moist. His goal of becoming Hokage was to make more friends who could talk to him. How he wished that this moment could last forever. For this, he could give everything and try his best to achieve this goal. "Why, do you want to cry?" Feng sat next to Naruto, looked at Naruto's expression, and whispered jokingly, "If you want to cry, just cry. We are all family, no one will laugh at you." Guess whether I believe it or not, Naruto believed that if he really cried, Feng would definitely be the first person to laugh at him. And might even record his embarrassing scene. Tisk, what a pity. Feng put the phone back into his pocket and changed the subject. "Tell me, how was the first exam? Did the method I taught you work?" "What the hell, Naruto was so angry when he mentioned this that he raised his voice unconsciously. "Uncle, the method you taught me doesn't work at all. What's the point of never give up?" Which question on the test paper has anything to do with this? As soon as he raised his voice, it immediately attracted the attention of others. Originally, they didn't want to come to Naruto's invitation, but seeing that Neji and others had agreed, they were curious about when Naruto met Neji, so for this reason, they all came as well. As soon as they arrived, they found something wrong. Neji was too familiar with this place. He knew where the kitchen utensils were. He also greeted the boss Feng. Feng responded very naturally. They knew each other at first glance. They guessed that Ningxi had come here many times. This found it strange to them, especially Hinata. She knew what kind of personality her brother had. When it came to arrogance, he was no less arrogant than Sasuke. Neji would simply ignore people he wasn't familiar with. Even if it was someone he was familiar with, he would just nod when they met instead of stopping to say hello. But the person Hinata was most curious about was Feng. Before Naruto graduated, she had keenly noticed the changes in Naruto. Naruto became more cheerful. Although Naruto used to be cheerful on the surface, she could feel the pain and anxiety in his heart, and the emotion of fear occupied most of Naruto's mind. She didn't know why Naruto was like this. She wanted to help but was powerless. She had a lot of troubles of her own. She was very happy to notice the change in Naruto. She didn't even need to ask. Naruto kept saying the word uncle all day long, which made her know that Feng was the reason for Naruto's change. She had long wanted to find an opportunity to visit Feng, but she never had the time, so when she received Naruto's invitation, she agreed immediately. She knew that Naruto's favorite ramen was especially the ramen from Ichiraku Ramen, and Feng's shop was right opposite Ichiraku Ramen. She could take this opportunity to come and see who Feng was. If Feng dared to have other intentions towards Naruto and wanted to use Naruto to achieve some purpose, she would definitely not let it go. Even if she couldn't do that, the family behind her would definitely be able to do that. She, Hinata, is the woman behind the future Hokage. Regardless of what she was thinking, Feng was still wondering what was wrong. According to his understanding, there was no problem with the answer based on the central idea of never abandon, never give up. Naruto said it didn't work. Could it be that his appearance caused a butterfly effect, leading to a deviation in the first Chunin exam? This shouldn't happen. Feng lit a cigarette and said to himself, "Tell me in detail the content of the first exam. If there are any deviations, then the strategy for the next exam will need to be adjusted." Except for Neji and Naruto, the others didn't know that Feng had already gone through the questions in advance, so they didn't quite understand what Feng meant. Naruto didn't think about this for a moment, and said directly, "At the beginning, we met a senior at the door. The senior was very enthusiastic and told us a lot of useful information." Enthusiastic senior, Feng, Sasuke and Neji looked at each other, and when they saw the two of them nodded, they understood that it was definitely the traitor Dao. Before Naruto could even talk about the content of the test paper, Feng gave Naruto a slap on the face. "You forgot what I told you this morning, didn't you? I told you not to stand out and not to draw attention, but you provoked others. If this happened somewhere else, do you think you can come out of this intact?" Naruto knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't refute. He pretended that Feng wasn't hitting him, and continued to talk. "The examiner is a man with many scars on his face and head. He looks fierce and has a domineering personality. He said something like, 'My rules are the rules.' I don't know what he is thinking. The rules he made are unreasonable. I am not the only one who thinks so. Everyone thinks so. The questions on the test paper are also," he himself said, "they are not questions that we can answer at this stage." He also said that he arranged two people who knew the answers to sneak in among us candidates and encourage us to cheat. "Uncle, listen to this, listen to this. Do you think this is reasonable? Isn't this asking us to take shortcuts? Am I, Naruto, such a person? A ninja must have the professional qualities of a ninja. I can't do such a thing anyway. Is this what I asked you to say?" Feng raised his hand and gave another slap. He was speechless. "From what you said, you handed in a blank paper, right? How do you know?" Naruto blurted out, and then faced the murderous eyes of Sasuke and Sakura, and said embarrassedly, "It's not that I can't write, it's that I don't have enough time. Give me some time and I will definitely be able to write it, you idiot." Sasuke really wanted to kill Naruto. He and Sakura filled out the test paper carefully. After finishing, they checked it several times, fearing that they had made a mistake in any question and lowered the passing score unexpectedly. There was a traitor among them who didn't even write the question. Fortunately, the last question was the key. If they hadn't turned the tables on the last question, they would have been eliminated. Sasuke could accept the fact that Naruto was caught cheating. He had nothing to say about being inferior to others in skills, but he could not accept that he was eliminated because Naruto handed in a blank paper. This humiliating thing made him feel worse than killing him. Don't be anxious, we have passed it. Naruto shrank his neck and was a little scared. He was not afraid of Sasuke, he was afraid of Sakura, who was next to Sasuke. The chopsticks in Sakura's hand made a squeaking sound, which made Naruto feel a little uneasy at this time. Feng delivered another fatal blow. You smashed the watch, didn't you? You lost money, didn't you? How would you know? Naruto showed a look of horror, but before he could finish his words, he heard a crack sound, and the chopsticks in Sakura's hand could not bear it and broke. Naruto, come with me and let's have a good talk. Sakura stood up expressionlessly and said to Naruto's bedroom. Naruto shook his head frantically and refused to get up. He knew that once he went in, it would be difficult for him to come out safely without his active invitation. No one except Feng could enter his room, but when Sasuke stood up, his only hope was shattered. Let's talk in my room. My room is bigger. Sasuke came over to Naruto and pulled him up from the stool by his shoulders. Naruto was quick-tracked and hugged Feng's arm, refusing to let go. Uncle, save me. Prying open Naruto's fingers one by one, Feng shook his head and sighed. I can't save you, you're on your own. Naruto turned to Sakura and begged for mercy. Can you finish your meal? Can you finish your meal? Let me finish my meal. Sakura shook her head. She was willing, but Sasuke was not. What? With Naruto's helpless cry, the door closed, preventing everyone from seeing what was going on inside. Naruto-kun, Hinata was so worried that she couldn't eat. Naruto's last scream was so creepy. Don't worry, it's just a fight between kids, it will be fine in a while, it won't be a big problem. Look at Nisi, he doesn't care at all. Feng flicked the ash in his hand and comforted Hinata. Neither Sasuke and Sakura standing up nor Naruto's screams could make Neji raise his head. He focused on the food in front of him. The same was true for Rock Lee and Tenten. The truth is that they have seen it so many times that they are no longer surprised when they were training together before. Naruto and Sasuke always had conflicts. Either you provoked him or he provoked you, and after provoking each other, they started fighting. They were used to it. Sakura, on the other hand, seldom goes out on the field, because she always takes sides and helps Sasuke, so Feng forbids her from going out on the field. When she goes out on the field, it is usually when Sasuke suffers a loss. Are you really okay? Although she had Feng's assurance and Nisi's proof, Hinata was still a little worried. It's okay. They always do this, Feng said nonchalantly, and then changed the subject. Ignore them for now, let's eat first. And you, Hinata, we are all family, you don't have to restrain yourself. Look, all this food was bought by Naruto. If you don't eat it, won't the rest be wasted? Especially ramen, the taste will change if it's kept for a long time, and in the end it will have to be thrown away. I don't care, anyway, it was paid for by Naruto. But, Hinata said timidly, Uncle, didn't you say that ramen can be returned? You're lying to Naruto. He finally paid for it. How can you not buy more? Feng said with a grin. Besides, you're here with me. I'm afraid I won't buy enough. You eat first. If you're not enough, we'll buy more. We'll make sure you're full today. What do you mean? Hinata blushed and pretended not to understand. At the same time, she was shocked at how Feng knew about it. You know, even her parents were not very clear about this matter. What do you mean? Feng spread his hands and shrugged. It means exactly what it says. If you don't eat enough today, you will have a hard time in the next few days. Okay, since you guys know Naruto, I'll say a few more words, but don't tell anyone else. I said it, so it's best not to tell anyone. Just keep it to yourself. Ninji, you guys continue eating. You all know everything anyway. I'll talk to them later. The dinner table is the best time for chatting. While Naruto was being beaten and Feng was full, he had nothing to do, so he talked to a few people about the Chunin exam. This Chunin exam is special. It is a joint Chunin exam. Normally, the joint Chunin exam is held by the 5 major ninja villages in turn. You will figure out the meaning of it later. So I won't explain it here, let's talk about this. This joint Chunin exam is held in Konoha, which is our village. The exam is divided into 3 rounds. You just went through the first round. The second round starts tomorrow, right? Seeing everyone nod, Feng continued, the second test is the real beginning. Before it starts, the examiner will ask you to sign a death consent form. Chapter 111. The title is off topic and back again. Everyone was shocked. Death can send form? It sounds like an ominous premonition. It's just as you think. Feng made a helpless gesture. There's nothing we can do about it. The location of the second exam is too dangerous. With your strength, if you're not careful, it's possible that you'll run into danger or even die. But given your family background, if you unite to put pressure on the village leaders to move to a relatively safer place, I believe they will agree. However, I guess as long as you dare to go back and tell your parents that you have this idea, the first one to disagree will be your parents. Shikamaru should know the reason, right? Shikamaru was stunned when he suddenly heard his name, then nodded. He knew that the answer was very simple. The answer is very simple. Being a ninja is never a simple profession. Yes, in my opinion, being a ninja is a profession. Feng talked eloquently. It's no different from other professions, just like farmers and businessmen. If businessmen want to sell their products, they have to be proficient in all kinds of rhetoric, and speak in a way that suits different people. They have to introduce their products according to the needs of customers and make the customers happy. If you make the customers happy, then the customers will take the initiative to pay for your products without you saying anything. Farmers need to understand the various solar terms, such as when to plant crops, when to water and fertilize, how to remove insects and weeds, so that crops can grow taller and produce higher yields. No one knows better than farmers. As for ninjas, there are even more things they need to master. They need to master assassination, infiltration, collection, fighting, and a whole series of other knowledge. That's what we call experience. Why do newly graduated students need to follow their teacher to carry out tasks for a period of time? Isn't it so that you can get familiar with the process of gaining experience in advance? It can be said that this stage is the easiest stage in your life, even easier than being in school. What you learn in school are the basics of the basics. For civilian ninjas, this is their only channel for learning. But not for you. You all have your own families. Long before you entered school, you have already acquired a certain foundation by learning family knowledge. Perhaps for you, the knowledge taught in school is not as powerful as that taught in your own family. No need to refute. How many years has the school been open? How many years has your family been passing it down? There is no comparison at all, so, for you, studying in school is a very boring thing. After all, you have already learned everything you should learn. But have you ever thought about why your parents still let you go to school even so? You don't have to answer. Shikamaru, who was about to say something, paused. He knew the reason. Let's not talk about the civilian ninjas first. Let's talk about those who have family backgrounds. When the village was first established, each family had an agreement to work together for the development of the village, and the position of Hokage would be obtained by the capable one. It was like this at the beginning. Everyone had no selfish motives. Those who had money contributed money, and those who had strength contributed strength. But as time changed, people's hearts also changed. Everyone started to keep things to themselves and were no longer as open with the village as they were at the beginning. The top leaders also noticed this. In order to prevent the village from falling apart, and taking advantage of the opportunity provided by the ninja school, they simply asked the families to send their members of appropriate age to the ninja school. On the one hand, it can make some families with ulterior motives have some concerns. On the other hand, those students with family backgrounds may be able to learn some ninjutsu that their families do not have in school. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone, and it is a win-win situation, so those families did not refuse. This is how the current situation came about. All of the above are what Shikamaru summarized based on what the elders in the clan told him, combined with his own understanding. This has nothing to do with whether he is smart or not. Anyone who is interested will know it. After all, these are basically public matters. The answers from the other people were similar to Shikamaru's guess. After everyone had expressed their thoughts, Feng smiled and asked, "Is that all? Do you have anything to add?" Everyone shook their heads. "You don't have any additions, but I do. Actually, what you said is all right. There are reasons for this, but there are also some other reasons. I won't tell you the deeper ones. I will just talk about some that you can understand more easily. Ninja school. Take away the word ninja and the only thing left is the word school. What is a school for? To put it simply, it is a place to teach and educate people. Don't underestimate the basics of what it teaches. The more basic things are, the easier they are to understand. You all have been through this stage, so you should know that it is much easier to paint on a blank piece of paper than on colored paper. You have already learned some of it before entering school, so you may think that what is taught in school is boring and there is no need to listen to it again. A typical example is Shikamaru, who sleeps in class because of this. Shikamaru smiled embarrassedly when he was named. He indeed had this thought in his mind. Feng continued, I don't know if you have noticed that people with family backgrounds in school are either heirs of the family or people who are not valued in the family. Although based on the principle of voluntariness, the family will not prevent people of school age from going to school, but this part of people accounts for a minority. It's still the same reason. The family has a long history and a rich heritage that the school can compare to, but ninja schools also have an advantage that the family can never replicate, and that advantage is civilian ninja. Don't underestimate civilian ninjas. You should know that civilian ninjas are the mainstream in the school. The vast majority of students in the school are civilian ninjas with no background. Some of them are from the village, and some are outsiders who became orphans for various reasons and were adopted by the village and then came to the ninja school. Of course, after being adopted by the village, they become one of our own. These people have different talents. After they graduate from school, they will be assigned to work in various departments in the village according to their abilities. You should know that these people will not obey the orders of their own family like you do. They all listen to the orders of the village leaders, or the Hokage. The family has been unable to grow and develop due to bloodline or secret techniques. The village is different. It is very simple for the village to develop. The fastest way is to attract outsiders. In the long run, which one do you think has more potential? Everyone seemed to be thinking about something, as this was a question they had never thought about before. The more clever Shikamaru thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, but he just couldn't grasp the point. Have you thought of something? Seeing Shikamaru frowning, Feng reminded him, contradiction. With a loud boom, Shikamaru's whole brain shook. It was a contradiction, and the contradiction was the point he wanted to grasp. He knew that some ninjas from certain families always looked down on civilian ninjas, and civilian ninjas also couldn't stand those family ninjas who were in high positions but did not do any practical work, but the latter can't do anything to the former. As the saying goes, it's nice to lean on a big tree for shade. Even if the former is a fool, with the help of their family, they can still occupy a high position effortlessly. There's no other way, because the former's family participated in the construction of the village and was one of the founding families of the village. In fact, civilian ninjas are not opposed to ninjas from family backgrounds leading them. What they object to is that some people from certain families really have no abilities at all but are able to step on their heads. Shikamaru's face was a little pale, and he was a little scared. He was worried that one day the conflict between civilian ninjas and family ninjas would become more and more serious, until one day it would completely explode. Would the village fall apart then? Since ancient times, those in power have never feared external enemies, but internal strife. External enemies can be found, but internal strife is nowhere to be seen. Don't worry. The problems you can think of, your family elders can naturally think of. That's why they send you to school. Feng comforted and explained the reason. You are a bridge of communication between the family and the civilian ninjas. After several years of living together day and night in school, you may never talk to each other, but when you have a conflict one day, everyone will see that you are all alumni. How big a conflict can there be between alumni? We are all family. Everyone should sit together and talk it out. Solve the problem if it needs to be solved and do what needs to be done. This way, there will be room for easing the conflict. This is the intention of your elders. There is another reason, which is about the position of Hokage. The position of Hokage is for the capable. Strength, ability, and character are all essential. You have no shortage of strength. Ninjas with family backgrounds who can compete for the position of Hokage are not too weak. You have the ability to. You have been influenced by it since childhood. You can recite poems even if you don't know how to write them. Even if you don't have the ability, there are family elders who can help you with advice. Character, as long as your character is not so bad that it angers the gods and the people, the civilian ninjas will definitely support you. Even though you may not have spoken to each other in school, everyone has a desire to show off. With their support, if one of you becomes Hokage, they will be so happy, you can't tell everyone you meet. See, Naruto, I'm your schoolmate. We were in school together. I can make up a story for you even though we never talked. The above are almost all the reasons why you entered school to study, so you must remember that conflicts always exist in places you cannot see. Although they are still within the controllable range at present, I hope that you can pay more attention to this aspect when you grow up. You can pay attention to which person stands in which position and how useful he can be in the future. Uncle, Are you so confident that we can become the management of the village in the future? Inuzuka Kiba asked with a smile. Lying next to him, Akamaru, who had his own little bowl, also barked to join in the fun. The dog is very cute, much cuter than Kakashi's ninja dogs. Yi Feng praised Akamaru while stroking his head, and asked with a smile, don't you have confidence? Of course I have confidence. Inuzuka Kiba raised his head and said confidently. The future position of Hokage must belong to me, then you have to work hard. Including you, there are 3 people who want to be Hokage in this room alone, Yi Feng joked. Who else? Inuzuka Kiba was stunned. He only knew that there were only 2 people, including Naruto, who had the word Hokage carved on his forehead, and there was one more person he didn't expect. Shikamaru is afraid of trouble and likes to be lazy. He doesn't want the busy position of Hokage. Traji likes to eat, and eating occupies his whole life. He didn't stop eating during Yi Feng's speech. Traji has never thought about the position of Hokage. As far as he knows, other people don't want to be Hokage either. Who else? Recently, Sasuke has also been thinking about becoming Hokage, Yi Feng said with his hands spread out. Uncle, are you sure? Inuzuka Kiba was a little unconvinced. Hasn't Sasuke been looking for someone? Before this matter is completed, will he want to be Hokage? Everyone present had heard about Sasuke's affairs. Although they did not understand it clearly, they knew that Sasuke had often mentioned that he wanted to kill someone. Hiss. After lighting a cigarette and exhaling a puff of smoke, Yi Feng shrugged and said, then I don't know. Anyway, he said so when we were chatting a few days ago. You can ask him when he comes out later. Let's continue talking about the second exam. After going around in circles, Yi Feng finally got back. The location of the second exam is the Death Forest. I'm not sure where exactly it is in the Death Forest. You can ask your teacher later. Just say it's in the Death Forest. The Death Forest is in a semi-developed area. Except for the training grounds, other places are undeveloped. There are many poisonous insects and ferocious beasts inside. Apart from limited weapons and your personal clothing, you are not allowed to bring anything else. The exam will last for 5 days. What about the food? Shikamaru, who was eating voraciously, asked a key question. Survival in the wild. The Death Forest is rich in species and there is no shortage of food. It all depends on whether you can prepare it yourself. Shikamaru took a deep breath and quickened his eating pace. He decided that before entering the examination room tomorrow, except for sleeping, he would keep eating and eating, as he was afraid that he would be hungry. Seeing his expression, Yi Feng comforted him. Don't worry, now that I've come to this point, there must be a way to keep you from starving. Dingsy kept moving, but he pricked up his ears. He wanted to hear what Yi Feng had in mind. Ningji and the other 3 have been training for the past few days. Part of the training is about survival in the wild. If you follow them, you will definitely not go hungry. Do the rules allow us to form a team? Shikamaru asked. From what he knew, exams like this had various rules in order to prevent candidates from finding loopholes, and prohibiting illegal team formation was one of them. The exam rules this year are special. Although it doesn't say that you can form a team, it doesn't say that you can't form a team either, as the first exam might change. Yi Feng didn't dare to guarantee it, and then added, I just heard about it, you can just take it as a reference. Chapter 112. How to pass the exam. I heard that the second exam is called the elimination round. The reason why it is called that is entirely because of its special rules. According to this rule, at least half of the people will be eliminated after the entire exam. What a hassle. Shikamaru felt a headache after hearing the rule. If he was the only one taking the Chunin exam, he would not have come to take part in it at all. It doesn't matter to him whether he has a title or not. He would be happier without a title. At least he wouldn't have to take on high-level tasks. That means, with his strength, he can easily find opportunities to slack off in low-level tasks. Sadly, he is not alone, and the at least that Yi Feng said made Shikamaru realize that there might be even bigger troubles waiting for him. He really got it right. The trouble is yet to come, Yi Feng said calmly. Before you go in, each team will receive a scroll. The scrolls are different. Only when you hold 2 different scrolls and arrive at the designated location will you be considered to have passed. In this case, half of the people will inevitably be eliminated. In addition, the forest itself is dangerous. It is hard to say how many teams will reach the finish line in the end. Pay attention, the scroll cannot be lost. The examiner waiting for you at the finish line will only recognize the scroll and not the person. Without the scroll, even if everyone else is eliminated and only one team is left, you will be considered unqualified. But if you accidentally lose your scroll, it's not like you have no chance to make up for it. As long as you can snatch a scroll from another team before reaching the finish line, and make up a pair, you can still pass the exam if you reach the finish line again. Because of this rule, different teams that were already in conflict will have even greater conflicts. The people above have also taken this into consideration. In order to prevent teams from being eliminated soon after the exam begins, the people above will divide your teams into different batches and enter in batches from different locations. Therefore, in my opinion, the most dangerous things in this exam are not the poisonous insects and beasts in the forest, but the candidates hiding in the dark. This exam not only tests your personal strength, but also your practical experience. If the first exam tests your intelligence gathering ability, then the second exam tests your hiding ability. After all, when performing an infiltration mission, the most important thing is not to be discovered by the enemy. Of course, if you have the strength to be invincible, you can also walk over slowly after dealing with all the teams. What is washuang? Shikamaru understood everything else, but this word was the first time he heard it, so he didn't quite understand its meaning before Feng could explain. Ningxi said, Mu Sao means to kill everyone who sees you. After spending a long time with Feng, Ningxi would often hear some words from Feng that he had never heard before, which made him confused every time. If he hadn't seen that other people couldn't understand it either, he would have been ashamed. Superficial, too superficial. Feng's face turned serious, and he said seriously, how can you say that we should kill them all? This is not a real mission. Except for those special few people, as long as they don't affect your exam progress, you can just knock them out. They're all treasures of our village. They came here to take the exam. If they lose, they won't say anything. If they are killed by you, I'm afraid they won't be happy about it. They might even use it to blackmail the village. If you want to show the magnanimity of the village, just knock them out. However, Feng winked. As for whether they can hold on until the invigilators rescue them after they faint, that is none of your business. Being a ninja is risky. If they die in the mouth of a wild beast, they can only blame their bad luck. Everyone nodded silently, understanding. They understood what Feng meant. They would put the unconscious candidates in a safe place. As for why they didn't bandage their bleeding wounds, there was no other way. That was the rule, and they didn't have anything to bandage. Even if they do have any, they will keep them for themselves. No one would think that Feng's methods were cruel. They were all ninjas, and they were from a family of ninjas. Although they had never done this before, it did not mean that they did not understand it. When necessary, they would not show mercy. The world of ninjas is like this. If you show mercy to others, others may not necessarily show mercy to you. Not everyone knows the meaning of repaying kindness. On the contrary, everyone knows how to repay kindness with enmity without any instruction. However, they were more interested in the special people that Feng mentioned, and didn't know why Feng would leave them out. Unable to contain his curiosity, Inuzuka Kiba asked when Naruto was away. Inuzuka Kiba became the guy who loved to be in the spotlight the most. He would get involved in anything that could attract other people's attention. He didn't get the chance to ask questions the previous times, but this time he became the one who spoke the fastest. Feng pondered for a moment and felt that he would meet them next time anyway, so there was no need to hide anything. So he said, oh, those few people, one pair is from Sound Village, and the other pair is from Sand Village. The former have special ninjutsu. I believe you have already encountered them in the first exam. If you are not careful, it is easy to fall into their trap. Shikamaru frowned. There were 3 people in the Sound Village team, and only one of them attacked Kabuto Yakushi. The other 2 did not move. But Shikamaru still couldn't figure out the attack method of the one who did attack. He didn't want to think about it in the classroom, and thought that Kabuto Yakushi would explain it, because Kabuto Yakushi seemed to want to say something at that time. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by the appearance of Ibiki Marino. Then the exam began, and Shikamaru had no time to think about it. If he thought about it now, he couldn't figure it out for a while. After all, that person was not targeting him at that time. He was not the person involved and could not directly feel the strength of the attack. Some things are like this. You can't understand them just by looking at them. You have to experience them personally to understand the principles behind them. However, Shikamaru believed that if that person attacked him, he would be able to analyze the other party's abilities within a few rounds. Just as I thought of this, Feng gave the answer the next second. I only know that one of them used sonic attacks. That's right. Shikamaru suddenly realized, it was a sonic attack. Sonic waves are invisible and can only be heard but not seen. No wonder that person could hurt Kabuto Yakushi without touching him. That's it. So what are the special abilities of the other 2? I don't know about the other 2. Feng knew, but he was too lazy to say, but as far as I know, he's the most troublesome one in their team. If you can deal with him, you can also deal with the other two. Tell me about the other pair. The other pair is the Gara trio from the Sands village. Gara is the most powerful among them. If you meet him, run if you can. If you can't run away, just wait to die. In a one-on-one fight, none of you can be his opponent. Let me tell you something to discourage you. Even if all of you fight, you will die if you meet him who has lost his mind. Shikamaru frowned again. When they were in the classroom, Kabuto Yakashi had told them that the most noteworthy candidate among all the candidates was Gara. Now Feng also said the same thing to them, and what he said was even more creepy than Kabuto Yakashi. What is so great about Gara that makes everyone who knows him say so? He couldn't help but ask, according to what the uncle said, this person named Gara is much stronger than us. Why did the village leaders agree to let him take the exam? With his strength, he shouldn't be able to take the exam, right? I don't know about that. I'm not a high-ranking official in the village. Who knows what they are thinking? Feng knew, but he was too lazy to say. You just need to avoid him. Oh, and don't mess with the two teammates around him. One is his brother and the other is his sister. Although Gara doesn't have much affection for his brother and sister, they are still family after all. If anything happens to them, Gara might lose his mind and go berserk. How can we avoid this? Ino asked with a sad faces for the other teams. Niji has Byakugan, so he can dodge in advance. Hinata also has Byakugan, so she can dodge in advance. Sasuke? Sasuke is his idol, and his idol is the strongest. Even if he can't beat him, Ino believes that Sasuke can get away with their team. They have no reconnaissance and are no match for the enemy in terms of strength. If they happen to encounter them in the forest, wouldn't it be the end of them? Feng took a breath of cold air, his hand burned by the cigarette butt. He put out the cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can, then said, that's why I suggest you form a team. Although you will enter the death forest in different batches, you won't go too deep at the beginning. You should find a safe place nearby to hide first. With Niji's Byakugan ability, it won't take much effort for him to find you. Ino was immediately delighted, but also a little nervous. She didn't know Nisi. It's not that she had never seen him, but she had never spoken to him. She didn't know if Nisi would help her. If Nisi refused, she could only go to Hinata, but Hinata's personality made Ino a little worried. Fortunately, when she looked at Nisi, Nisi nodded at her, agreeing with Feng's statement. When all of you have gathered together, charge forward with all your strength and head straight to the finish line. You don't have to go out of your way to collect scrolls. If you encounter other teams on the way, as long as they are not the two above, you can easily deal with them. Just take a few first. When you reach the finish line, don't go in yet. Stay near the finish line and deal with every team that comes. With just 10 of you. What team can't you deal with? Do I need to collect them specially? Just wait for the scroll to be delivered to your door. Once all teams have obtained the appropriate scrolls, you do not need to stay and can enter the finish line and wait. The finish line is the safe zone and you are not allowed to take any action inside. Don't ask why. First, this is the fastest way to pass the exam. Second, there will be a selection match before the third exam begins. The selection match will be between two people. If you arrive first, you can rest for a while and recover your strength. The selection competition uses a draw to decide who will play against you. At this time, you don't have to worry about getting your teammates into trouble, because the draw may draw your teammates. Who wins and who loses depends on you. There are also trials. How many exams are there? Why is it that it never ends? Shikamaru frowned again. It would be better to just admit defeat in this round, Shikamaru thought. It would be bad to be lazy in the second exam. Feng had already told him how to pass it. If he was not serious, he would not only be blamed by his teammates, but also by others. He would rather participate in the competition than have others nagging him. But in a battle, there are bound to be winners and losers. Even if he loses, I believe no one else can say anything to him. Thinking of this, Shikamaru made up his mind to let the opponent win in the game. As long as I do it in a covert way and don't let others see it, there will be no problem. Anyway, it won't affect Ino and Chaji at this time. Shikamaru thought to himself. One can tell at a glance what Shikamaru is thinking, but Feng did not point it out. Everyone has his own ideas. He himself is a lazy person, so how can he persuade others to be diligent? He had already explained the key points and methods for passing the second exam. There was nothing more to say, so Feng shifted the topic to other aspects. Ningji, did you see her in the exam room? Niji nodded. I see, it's fine as long as you see her. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that something might go wrong. During the second exam, take care of her for me. After the exam, bring her back to the store. If she doesn't want to come with you, just do as I tell you, and she will come back with you. What about his two teammates? Niji asked. Kill them, two scums. There's no point in keeping them. If you can't bring yourself to do it, you can let Sasuke deal with them later. Is it worth it? Ningxi didn't understand why Yi Feng paid so much attention to a stranger. From what he knew about Yi Feng, he was a very lazy person who was most afraid of all kinds of messy trouble. Saving a stranger this time would inevitably bring about some unnecessary trouble. Logically speaking, it's not worth it. After all, it has nothing to do with me. But, Yi Feng said, changing the subject, she is related to one of my shop assistants. They are from the same clan. Although the relationship is distant, if we go by the clan seniority, she should be the shop assistant's cousin, or cousin. Hey, no matter what sister she is, she's still his sister. It's fine if I haven't met her, but do you think I can ignore her if I meet her? If he knew about this, wouldn't he blame me? Whose sister? Inuzuka Kiba asked, his curiosity aroused again. Don't tell me yet, let me guess. There were only a few shop assistants in Yi Feng's store. On the way here, Naruto told them all, including the three of them and their instructor Kakashi. Kakashi can be ruled out because his age doesn't match and the candidates are generally younger. Hiruno Sakura can also be ruled out, as she is an only child and has no brothers or sisters. Could it be Uchiha Sasuke's? Although Uchiha Sasuke was the only one left in his family, there might be others living outside. It must be Uchiha Sasuke's, Inuzuka Kiba said confidently. Chapter 113 Angel Analysis. Congratulations, Inuzuka Kiba's face was filled with joy. He knew that his guess was correct. It was obvious that the only person who met the requirements in the store was, only. His face froze, and Inuzuka Kiba stammered, it can't be, that guy Naruto's. I guessed right this time. Yi Feng gave an affirmative answer, she is Naruto's sister. Although they are not biological, judging from their situations, once they recognize each other, they will be closer than biological parents. This time, not only Inuzuka Kiba was stunned, but everyone else was stunned. Even Niji, who knew something about it in advance, was a little uneasy. He only knew that Yi Feng asked him and Sasuke to keep an eye out for someone and arranged some things, but he had no idea about that person's identity. In all of their impressions, Naruto has been an orphan since childhood and is an outsider in the village. People who are not familiar with him keep their distance from him, and no one knows him well even though they were all invited by Naruto to have dinner here. If you ask how good their relationship is, it's not that good. They may be more than acquaintances. In the final analysis, they are just normal classmates. Maybe only Hinata would have special feelings towards Naruto than there are Niji and his friends. They have trained together for a while. Although their relationship is closer than classmates, it is not yet as close as friends. Why do you all look so surprised? Yi Feng asked playfully. Naruto wasn't born and raised. He's also a flesh and blood creature, born by his parents. Isn't it normal for him to have a sister who lives far away? Maybe in a few days, a brother will pop up. He has a brother. Inuzuka Kiba's voice rose several degrees, sounding very shocked. It was already incredible enough for an orphan to suddenly have a sister. Now Yi Feng even said that he had a brother, which made him more excited than Naruto, who was being beaten in the house. Do they look alike? Inuzuka Kiba asked excitedly. He really wanted to know this question. Yi Feng shook his head. There are always siblings who don't look alike. It's hard to say whether a distant relative looks alike or not. Besides, Naruto's sister is from his mother's side of the family. Naruto looks more like his father. Uncle, what are Naruto's parents like? Hinata's voice was so soft that even the people next to him couldn't hear it. Only Yi Feng had sensitive ears, otherwise he wouldn't have heard it. What should I say about his parents? After thinking for a while, Yi Feng said, heroes. His parents are well-deserved heroes, but for some reason, his parents' names have been banned in the village. Although this order was not made public, everyone tacitly agreed not to mention them. In order to prevent them from asking questions, Yi Feng stopped them in advance. Don't ask me the reason, you will understand when you grow up. Well, do we know? Shikamaru asked. It's not that he has to ask clearly, but he feels that since he is a hero in the village, it means that he has made great contributions to the village. The heroic deeds should not be buried. Although it cannot be mentioned, at least we have to know who he is and remember it in our hearts. You may not know who his mother is, but I dare say that everyone in the village knows his father. Yi Feng pointed out the window and said, stand on the street and look up. You can see his father's portrait. Shikamaru quickly grasped the 3 key points of on the street, looking up, and portrait, and blurted out without thinking, 4, SHH. Yi Feng made a prohibitive gesture to stop Shikamaru from continuing. Just know who it is, don't say it. Now you understand why I said that just now. Shikamaru nodded. He already knew who it was. With these 3 key points and meeting the criteria, the only one who could be that person was the 4th Hokage indeed. As far as he knew, the 4th Hokage was the Hokage who was mentioned the least by everyone in the village. He didn't know the reason before, and he still didn't know the reason now. He just guessed that it might be related to the tacit ban that Yi Feng mentioned. The villagers have always been talking about the 4th Hokage. Although it is rare, it is not absent. However, he has never heard anyone in the village's senior officials talk about the 4th Hokage on their own initiative. Given Shikamaru's family background, he had access to many of the village's higher-ups, but even he had never heard of them, let alone the others. They all guessed it, and it was not difficult to guess as it met the 3 key points. However, they did not expect that Naruto's father would be the 4th Hokage. They did not expect that the 4th Hokage had descendants. They did not even know about it. There had never been any news in the village that the 4th Hokage had descendants. Many people were asking in their hearts, why hide such a big thing? The descendants of 4 generations shouldn't. They fell silent as they thought about Naruto's life since childhood. Does Naruto-kun know? Hinata was a little worried. She didn't know if Naruto could accept the fact. He doesn't know. Yi Feng shook his head and said, he knows that I know, but he has never asked me. He is a very strong-willed child. He looks carefree at ordinary times, but he knows in his heart that an orphan. How could he allow the 3rd Hokage to visit him from time to time? Maybe he felt the time was not right, or maybe he wanted to find the truth through his own efforts. Why else do you think he was so obsessed with the position of Hokage? Just to gain the respect of the villagers. That's one reason, but the bigger reason is that he knows that if you don't reach a certain level, you are not qualified to know certain things. Hiss unconsciously, Yi Feng lit another cigarette. I don't know how this kid keeps such a positive attitude. If I had his experience, I would have turned evil a long time ago. But I heard this kid say that he also complained about the village's ideas before, but when he was young, he met an angel. The appearance of the angel became a ray of light in his life force and changed some of his ideas. This is how he became what you see now. He always wanted to see the angel again, but he was too young at the time and couldn't remember what the angel looked like. He only remembered that the angel was a girl and he said she was small and cute. Hinata was suddenly called out, and she didn't know what was going on. Yi Feng asked, do you know who that angel is? No, I don't know. Hinata stuttered a little, her face flushed seeing her like this. Inuzuka Kiba joked, Hinata, could it be that the angel the uncle was talking about is you? I was wondering why you care so much about Naruto. It turns out you two knew each other when you were little. Hinata ignored Inuzuka Kiba's teasing. But the blush on her face had spread and dyed her ears red. Yi Feng pretended to sigh and said, what a pity, Naruto has forgotten you. He always thought that the angel he met when he was a child was Sakura. You see, he is pestering Sakura every day now, because he thinks Sakura has forgotten him too, and he wants Sakura to remember him again. Hinata's blush faded, her face turned pale, and she said with a forced face, no, it's okay, as long as Naruto-kun is happy. You can't do this. Inuzuka Kiba, his teammate, couldn't stand it any longer. Hinata, have some confidence in yourself. How are you worse than Sakura? Yes, that's right, I know. Also agreed with what Inuzuka Kiba said. How can Sakura's broad forehead be compared to yours? Our Hinata is so adorable. I have a wide forehead. I'm really sorry for you. The low voice showed the owner's anger. Everyone was shocked to find that Sakura had come out of the bedroom at some point. Ino, who often quarreled with Sakura, had long been accustomed to Sakura's temper, and said without fear, you are not sorry to me, you are sorry to Hinata. You knew that Hinata liked Naruto, but you still competed with Hinata. I don't have a best friend like you. Who is your best friend? Sakura said disdainfully. Besides, when did I compete with Hinata? I like Sasuke. If Naruto and Hinata are together, I will be the first to raise my hand to agree, so that I can be with Sasuke. No, I don't agree, Ino said subconsciously. She was so busy watching the fun that she forgot about Sasuke. She also liked Sasuke, so how could she possibly watch Sakura and Sasuke being together? He immediately stated, Sasuke is mine, just give up on this idea. What did you say? Sakura would not back down when it came to Sasuke's ownership. You Ino bore, do you have the guts to say it again? Ino refused to give in. I won't just say it once, I will keep saying it. Sasuke is mine, Sasuke is mine, Sasuke is mine, I only belong to myself. The person being fought over by the two expressed his opinion. Sasuke had a cold expression, and behind him followed Naruto with a bruised face. The two came out late and did not hear what everyone had said about the angel. As soon as Sasuke appeared, Sakura and Ino stopped arguing. In front of Sasuke, both of them tried to pretend to be ladies, and every move they made was like that of a lady from a noble family, as if they were not the ones arguing just now. This made the rest of the people sigh at how quickly the two women changed their expressions. Naruto quickly sat back in his seat, picked up his bowl and chopsticks and started eating. This is the advantage of eating hot pot, you don't have to worry about it getting cold. Uncle, what were you discussing just now? Naruto's mouth couldn't be idle while eating. His bruised face and nose didn't affect his eating at all. Nothing. Let's talk about what we talked about before you went in. Feng winked at everyone, signaling them not to mention what they talked about before. Now tell me, why is my method not working? Naruto, who had been beaten, didn't care anymore, so he continued what he had said before. After he finished speaking, he was still indignant. Uncle, tell me yourself, how did the method you taught work? How can it work? Feng said speechlessly, slapping Naruto on the head with a slap. You still say it doesn't work? Isn't the main idea what I meant? Don't you understand what I'm saying at all? After listening, Feng found that there was nothing wrong. It was just as he understood. There were still a few test questions, the final options, and the rules that allowed cheating. He didn't understand how Naruto understood what he said. Let me analyze this for you. Let's not talk about the questions on the test paper for now. The fact that cheating is allowed in the test has nothing to do with you. With your IQ, you can't think of a way to cheat. If I ask you to cheat, you don't have the guts to do it. Even though Naruto's face turned red when he was called a coward in public, he did not refute. He really had not thought of a way to cheat without being discovered, and he really did not dare to copy even when Hinata asked him to. Let's talk about the last question. Is the last question the most important? Naruto nodded. The last question was indeed the most important, so important that even if you handed in a blank paper and only answered the last question correctly, he would still have passed. The most important thing is that he guessed the answer to the last question. He admitted that there was an element of gambling in his answering the last question. He was anxious. After all, he had not answered any questions on the test paper. If he did not answer the last question, it would not be as simple as getting a beating when he returned. Regarding the last question, your examiner did not give any specific details. He just relied on the exam rules to put you under tremendous psychological pressure. Think carefully about the examples your examiner gave you at the end. Whether it was a task that was not known in advance or an unexpected situation encountered during a task, combined with the exam rules announced earlier, isn't the core of it the same as what I said? Naruto shook his head, the ramen in his mouth swaying as he shook his head. He still didn't understand. You idiot. Feng was so depressed, throughout the entire exam, no matter what your examiner said or what the rules were. Think carefully, does it all have something to do with your teammates, your score, your cheating methods, and your final choice are all closely related to your teammates? At that time, the three of you are a whole. If you prosper together, you all prosper together. If you fail, your entire team fails, but the hidden little rules are also obvious. As long as you don't play tricks and stick to your original idea, you are already invincible, no matter what he says. Just remember, what is the purpose of taking the exam? It doesn't matter whether you can get the title of Chunin or not. What matters is to go as far as possible in the entire exam. This is only the first game. If you think about failure and retreating in the first game, how can you go further? The reason why I said never give up, never abandon is because of this. If you look at it separately, never give up means that no matter what the circumstances, you cannot abandon your teammates and move forward alone. Never give up means that no matter what difficulties you encounter, you cannot give up your original idea. Only the original idea is the purest. I told you to listen to the questions and the answers are right there. I told you clearly, but you didn't understand and you blame me. Who told you to make it so complicated? Naruto muttered softly. Can't you just say it directly? I'm telling you directly. I'm just an ordinary person. It's good enough for me to know the content of the exam. You still want me to tell you the answer directly? Feng was so angry that he laughed. Why don't you ask me to take the exam for you? Chapter 114. The teacher came to the door. Seeing that Feng was on the verge of exploding, Naruto didn't want to be beaten again, so he quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and comforted him. Don't be angry, uncle. Didn't you get through it without any danger? Come, drink some water to moisten your throat. You must be very thirsty after talking so much, right? Taking the water handed over by Naruto, Feng drank a few sips and joked, "You are smart. I have been talking about it for so long, but none of them know how to pass the bottle of water, that is." Naruto showed a triumphant expression, which made Inuzuka Kiba angry and said, "Uncle, you can't be like this. When you were talking, you couldn't let go of the cigarette and water. We didn't even have the chance to give you water, okay? It's just a joke." Feng waved his hand and changed the subject. "Those people who were caught cheating are not unlucky. If they were a little more timid, or a little more courageous, and handed in a blank paper like Naruto, wouldn't they have passed? I suspect, no, I am certain that the people who were eliminated at the beginning were arranged by your examiners. The purpose was to let those with poor psychological endurance see them being eliminated and thus reveal their true colors." Looking back, this first exam was a psychological battle from beginning to end, and it mainly eliminated those who were not mentally competent. It's good this way. At least they can save their lives. Otherwise, by the time they have to take the second exam, they might even lose their lives. Just like the last question, there must be some people who are hesitating. Naruto said it too early. If he had said it later, there would be more people eliminated, but those who are lucky enough to pass can only make it to the second exam. If you don't believe me, just look. They will definitely be the first to be eliminated in the second exam. There is no need to think about this, it is just the way it is. They were able to pass the first exam by luck, but the second exam requires not only luck but also strength, not to mention the 12 little strong men. The poisonous insects and ferocious beasts in the Death Forest alone are beyond their ability to deal with. If we could really deal with them, then the Death Forest would no longer be called the Death Forest. By the way, Uncle, do you have any method to pass the second exam? Naruto, who has already tasted the sweetness, wants to copy it in the second exam. It doesn't matter if he doesn't understand, he just doesn't believe in Sasuke. Bah, Sakura doesn't understand either. However, he had asked similar questions before, but Feng had always refused to answer. This time, he offered his sincerity, "Uncle, as long as you tell me how to pass the exam, I don't want a cent of the dividends before the second exam is over." Naruto didn't believe that his conditions could not impress Feng, who loved money the most. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Naruto, who didn't know that Feng had already told him how to pass the level, immediately heard Feng's refusal. "Do you know what you are doing? You are cheating," Feng criticized righteously. "A person should be open and honest, and a ninja should have a clear conscience. If you pass the exam using my method, you will be happy, but what about others? We all started from the same starting line, so why are you able to be so far ahead of the others? Is it because of your talent? No, it's a conspiracy. They will doubt whether you are being taken care of, they will question the fairness of the exam, and they will lose confidence in Konoha as the leader, and this is all because of your cheating." Naruto's expression kept changing as he was spoken. If it weren't for the wound on his face covering it, everyone would definitely notice the rich expressions on his face. Naruto, who kept his head down and remained silent, did not notice that the others were trying to hold back their laughter. Feng's words made Naruto reflect. Just when Naruto had learned from his mistakes and decided to pass the exam with his own efforts, he heard a lot of footsteps at the stairs. The first person to emerge from the stairs was Kakashi. When Feng was about to ask Kakashi how he had time to come to the store since he was on patrol, a few more figures appeared behind Kakashi at the same time. A heroic laugh reached everyone's ears. "Ha ha ha, I'm here to see you. I haven't seen you for a few days and I miss you so much. Let's go practice." Feng reacted quickly when he heard the sound. Before everyone could react, he ran into his bedroom. With a click, the door was locked from the inside by Feng. He was also panicked and forgot the convenience store's rule that no one else could enter the bedroom without the owner's consent. "Why are you running, The owner of the voice seemed a little disappointed. Feng, who was hiding at the door, curled his lips. "Not running? Not running, waiting to be dragged to be your sparring partner." Feng was very familiar with the voice. It was that guy named Mike. When everyone was training together, Mike liked to practice sparring with Feng when he had nothing to do. At the beginning, Feng agreed a few times. After all, he still wanted Mike to teach him how to exercise. As they were practicing, Feng discovered something was wrong. Mike was always getting too excited. They had agreed to just be normal sparring, but Mike was opening more and more gates of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. At one point, he almost opened 7 gates. If Feng hadn't interrupted him in time, Might Guy would still be lying in the hospital now. How was it interrupted? It was interrupted by force. How else could it be interrupted? For this, Feng even sacrificed his last employee contract. One of the employee contract benefits is that when the contract is first signed, no matter how injured the employee is, as long as the contract is signed, he or she will recover to peak condition in an instant. This condition includes clearing out unstable factors in the body, namely old injuries, psychological cues, etc., all possible adverse effects on the host's mental and physical health. When Kakashi and others signed the contract, Feng had not yet fully understood the employee contract and did not know that this benefit required active activation by the user to take effect. So unfortunately, Kakashi did not enjoy it and had to wait for a week before his body recovered. It is also very simple to activate it. Just recite it silently in your mind. In order to practice the 8 gates, Might Guy must have had a lot of hidden injuries in his body. After clearing them, Might Guy felt refreshed and energetic, and his body was extremely light. He immediately expressed his desire to have another fight with Feng. Feng was not willing to do that. If there was another fight, what if Might Guy got angry again and opened the 8 gates directly? Although Feng also has a way to ensure that Kai can open the 8 gates without dying, the consequences are very serious. If Kai looks for him to compete with him next time, won't he just open the 8 gates? In order to eliminate this possibility, Feng directly rejected Kai's request to spar with him. No matter what Kai said, Feng refused to take action, but Might Guy finally found a suitable sparring partner. In his mind, the candidate for the first sparring partner has changed from Kakashi to Feng, a man who can withstand attacks and does not have to worry about being killed by accident. A man with super strength who can kill Kakashi in seconds, a man whose strength cannot be explored even after he opens 7 gates. How could Might Guy let Feng go? In order to get Feng to fight with him, Might Guy tried his best and even changed the way he spoke in front of Feng. A man who always talks about youth can now say things like "I miss you so much" after not seeing you for a few days. It can be imagined how much Might Guy has changed. Didn't you see that? As soon as he said this, everyone in the room looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Being stared at by so many people, Might Guy scratched his head in confusion. "Nothing." Kakashi laughed and walked straight to Feng's bedroom door and knocked on it. "Come out. I have something to tell you." "I won't come out." Feng in the bedroom shook his head and refused. The others were confused and didn't understand why Feng was avoiding Kai, but Kakashi knew. "Don't worry, Kai won't challenge you to a sparring match. He's just joking with you." "Are you kidding?" Feng in the bedroom laughed. "Do you think I believe it?" "He's joking?" "I think you're joking." Seeing that Feng was determined not to come out, Kakashi winked at Naruto, and Naruto shook his head to indicate that he dared not. Kakashi took out a few banknotes from his pocket. Naruto's eyes lit up, and in the puzzled looks of others, he walked over, took the banknotes, and put them in his pocket naturally. Then, under the even more inexplicable gazes of others, he anxiously knocked on Feng's door and shouted, "Uncle, something bad has happened. There is a disturbance in the convenience store downstairs." The door opened with a click and Feng rushed out of the bedroom aggressively. "Who? How dare you cause trouble in my store without even asking where I am?" Feng stopped just a few steps after rushing out of the room. However, the living room was silent. Everyone was watching their performance with great interest. Feng reacted and gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, very good. If you have the ability, Naruto, I declare that your dividend for the day after tomorrow will also be gone." He regretted that he did not use his owner's authority to scan the situation in the store before coming out, otherwise such an embarrassing thing would not have happened. Naruto asked anxiously, "What do you mean?" "What do you mean my dividend for the day after tomorrow is gone? What about my dividend for the past 2 days? What do you think?" Feng snorted, "Buying vegetables doesn't cost money. You spent all your money on vegetables." "Nonsense, I've calculated, and I have enough money." He bought the vegetables himself. How could he not know how much he spent? But when he saw the ramen in his bowl on the coffee table, Naruto also reacted and complained, "It's all your uncle's fault. The vegetables I bought were enough. You didn't need to buy so much ramen." "That's bullshit. I told you, when you treat us to a meal, let's not talk about whether it's good or not, at least we have to make sure they're full. Don't you know that there's one person among your classmates who eats as much as the rest of us?" "Who? You mean Chaji?" Naruto shook his head. "Impossible. I know how much Chaji eats. He eats a lot, but when I bought groceries, I already took his appetite into account." "Just shut up. We've been classmates for years, but you don't know as much as I do." Am I talking about Shikamaru? It's someone else. Yes, you know a lot. Who knows more than you? Naruto muttered in dissatisfaction, but he didn't believe what Feng said at all, but a slap in the face came so quickly. Yes, I'm sorry. Hinata twisted her hands together and lowered her head to apologize, but she thought that a big appetite caused the conflict between the two. What are you saying sorry for? You should be the one who's sorry, Naruto. We've been classmates for years, but he doesn't know you at all, Feng said unhappily, hitting Naruto on the head with a slap. What are you still doing standing here? Can't you see your classmate is very sad? Go and comfort him. Naruto was not good at coaxing people, but he was afraid of staying next to Feng and getting slapped, so he gritted his teeth and sat in Feng's seat, hesitating and not opening his mouth for a long time. Originally, Naruto was on Feng's left and Hinata was on his right. Since Naruto had taken his seat, Feng sat in Naruto's seat, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and planned to eat a little more. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and put his hand on Feng's shoulder. Did you do that on purpose? Hey, Kakashi, when did you get here? Feng pretended to be enthusiastic and greeted Kakashi as if he had just seen him. Those people next to you are your colleagues, right? It's noon, you haven't eaten yet, right? Come on, don't be polite, sit down and eat together. Feng kicked Naruto and scolded him, you have no sense. Didn't you see your teachers are here? Why are you still sitting here? Go and get some bowls and chopsticks for your teachers. After being with Feng for so long, Naruto knew that it was time for him to take the blame. Pretending not to hear what Feng said, Naruto didn't even look at Feng. Good boy, do it. Feng praised Naruto in his heart, turned to Kakashi and said, this kid is ignorant, how about I help you get it? He said he was going to get it, but Kakashi didn't even feel the strength of Feng getting up. He was an old hand, so how could he not understand what Feng meant? He said helplessly, stop making trouble. Kai wouldn't challenge you if there was something serious. Didn't you see Kai didn't say anything? He just said it subconsciously, afraid that Feng wouldn't believe it. Kakashi emphasized it again, really, just subconsciously. Feng glanced at Might Guy and saw that his face was red with repression at the stares. He was gesticulating with his hands but trying hard not to say a word. Only then did he feel relieved. He picked up a piece of meat that someone had put in the pot, dipped it in the sauce, put it in his mouth, chewed it, swallowed it, and said, what's the matter? Aren't you still patrolling the streets? Kai had already reached into the kitchen very skillfully, took out a few sets of bowls and chopsticks, and distributed them to the two people who came with them, a man and a woman. The man looks very mature and the woman has a mature look, one of Feng's favorite types. The two of them didn't hesitate and joined the crowd eating. I don't need to introduce them to you. Kakashi also sat down, sitting on Feng's left-hand side, picked up his bowl and chopsticks and ate while saying, you must know who they are. Feng shrugged and could not deny it. He knew the people who came. One was Yuhi Kirinai, the instructor of Inuzuka Kiba, and the other was Asuma, the instructor of Shikamaru, and the other two. The former was good at illusion, and the latter was good at wind-style ninjutsu. Both were veteran ninjas with outstanding strength. The patrol has been handed over to others. I just received the notice not long ago. Kakashi answered Feng's question, and then said, the teachers leading all the candidates have been waiting near the examination room. After the candidates come out, they will be taken away by their teachers. Let's get to the point. Feng didn't want to hear the story. What do you want from me? Chapter 115, the reason for asking. That's the point I'm talking about. Kakashi picked up the food and continued talking to himself. He no longer had the sense of urgency that he had when he first came to talk to Feng. Feng looked at him and felt that he didn't look like he was here to talk to him, but rather like he was here to get a free meal. He didn't urge him. If he wanted to talk, then he could talk. If he didn't want to talk, then forget it. Anyway, if something really happened, he wouldn't be the one in a hurry. We had some respect in the village, so we didn't wait outside, but waited in the office. But after waiting for a long time, the teachers had already picked up their students, and we didn't see them. We thought they were just hanging out in the school, so we waited a little longer. We didn't expect that the school was about to close and they hadn't come out yet, so we found their examiner and planned to ask them, but the examiner said that they had come out a long time ago. You guys, didn't your examiner tell you that after the exam, you should find your teacher and your teacher should explain to you the rules of the exam the next day? Several people looked at each other and shook their heads. They did hear the examiner say that after the exam they should ask their teacher the specific time and place of the second exam, But he did not say that they should ask as soon as the exam was over. Besides, how would they know that their teacher had been waiting for them in the school? Yi Feng did not interrupt. As he had nothing to do with this, he was too lazy to say more. He just snorted in his heart speechlessly. He knew without even thinking that it was Kakashi who suggested waiting in the office. Kakashi's personality is that when there is nothing important, he always has a leisurely and casual attitude, just like Shikamaru. If he can sit in the office and wait, he will definitely not wait at the door in the sun. Haven't you waited for anyone yet? Of course you haven't waited for anyone yet. I didn't tell you in advance, so who knew you would be waiting in the office? Still have some face? The son of the third Hokage is here, and everyone in the village will give him some face when they see him, right? Kakashi, who was eating, saw Yi Feng's disapproving look and immediately said dissatisfiedly, I haven't told you yet. They're all here. Why didn't you inform me? You made us wait in the school for so long in vain. Yi Feng didn't expect that Kakashi could find faults with him even though he didn't say anything. He immediately became dissatisfied. You deserve it. How could I have known that you were on patrol in the morning, and ended up patrolling in the school? This is just a short notice. Kakashi looked helpless. Yi Feng started to scold. You also know that it was a short notice. If you don't tell me, who would know where you are? You talk about patrolling all day long, and you wish you could pass by the store entrance 800 times a day. Don't think I don't know what you are planning. Why did someone follow you later? Don't you have any idea? You look exactly like someone. How can you say you are of the same bloodline and are related by generations? Why don't you learn from your teacher? What are you learning from him? And, enough. Kakashi covered Yi Feng's mouth, preventing him from continuing. The students are all here, give me some face, looking at everyone's inquiring eyes. Yi Feng knew that he had to stop while he was ahead and not talk about malnutrition in front of the child. Suddenly, he thought of something, slapped Kakashi's hand away, and asked with an unpleasant expression, didn't I tell you not to cover my mouth with your hands? Why are you covering it again? Did you not wash your hands again? It smells. As soon as these words were spoken, there was something wrong with the look that Zahikirnai gave Yi Feng and Kakashi, and her eyes were full of intriguing thoughts. Asuma almost spit out the food in his mouth and kept coughing. He moved to the side without saying anything. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was very clear. Kakashi's expression also turned ugly. Don't say such misleading words. Also, I washed my hands. There is no way there is any smell. How could Yi Feng not know whether it has taste or not? There was no smell. It was purely a subconscious reaction. After all, Yi Feng remembered clearly that Kakashi did not wash his hands after moving the corpse last time. He didn't care what image he had in the eyes of outsiders, and said with a sly smile, you are a single dog. It's strange that your hands don't smell. The toilet paper in the toilet was consumed very quickly after you came. Really? Kakashi countered. The toilet paper in your room is also consumed quite quickly. I can't help it. I have a healthy body and a strong firepower, Yi Feng said meaningfully, unlike some people, who are young but already in poor health. Cough cough, I'm not talking about you. You look old naturally. It has nothing to do with this. Yi Feng turned and said to Asuma, who is coughing, cough, cough, cough. Asuma coughed even louder, and after a long while he recovered. He said, Kakashi, is this the person you said could help you? No matter how he looked at it, he didn't think Yi Feng had any real strength. He thought Yi Feng was just an ordinary person. He didn't know why Kakashi and Guy seemed to be so admiring when talking about Yi Feng, especially when they knew that Guy had challenged Yi Feng to a sparring match. Asuma was the least convinced of this. He is not even Kai's opponent, so how can this ordinary person in front of him beat Kai? I'm afraid he will be kicked to death by Kai. The scene in the beginning where Yi Feng was hiding from Kai made him more convinced of his thoughts, and he guessed that maybe Kakashi and Kai were making fun of him. Before Kakashi could reply, Yi Feng spoke first. Brother has good taste. No wonder he can find such a beautiful girlfriend. I am just an ordinary person who opened a store. If you want to know how I can help, it's nothing more than treating you to a meal so that you can invite your friends to come to my store to spend money. You see, Kai was brought here by Kakashi. He still comes to my store to buy things from time to time. The things in my store are of good quality and low price. When you have nothing to do, you can call 3 or 5 friends to buy some snacks from my store, go camping, have a picnic, etc. It's a good thing. Besides, the things in my store are very popular among young people. You have students to take care of, right? Buying some for your students can also help to strengthen the relationship between teachers and students. Asma was obviously moved by what Feng said. It was not that Feng was flattering him by saying that he had good taste in finding a beautiful girlfriend, but the latter, which could bring the teacher and student closer together, made him think he could give it a try. When talking about teaching students, he felt a little regretful. He regretted why he taught students in the first place. One has a sloppy personality and is unable to take command. He arranges the task tactics. The student is smarter. If he had some experience, the tactics arranged by the student would be better than his. One of them loves to eat. He has never seen anyone who would not forget to stuff food into his mouth while fighting. Although the last one is a girl, her personality is more bold than the boys. She often calls her two teammates brothers. Even her teacher has been called Big Brother. These three students were simply the most bizarre students he had ever seen, and they were also the worst class of students he had ever taught. Can your snacks make students behave? Asma hesitated for a long time, but finally asked. He didn't ask for anything else, just that his students would be more obedient after eating his snacks and not always talk back to him. When he said this, he obviously forgot that his student was right next to him, waving his hand to stop the two people who wanted to say something. Feng said with a smile, I can't guarantee this, but if you eat someone's mouth, they will at least improve their attitude towards you. Oh, there were originally 3 of them, but Shikamaru was temporarily expelled from the team. All his attention was focused on eating, constantly rinsing the vegetables, scooping up the vegetables, eating, and then repeating the process. When Kakashi and the others went upstairs, everyone else stood up to greet their teacher, except him. He was so busy eating that he didn't get up. When Kakashi knocked on Feng's door, he noticed him. He just looked up and greeted him, then waited for his food to be cooked so that he could take it out and put it in his mouth as soon as possible. But after Asuma finished speaking, he also reacted. Facing the dissatisfied gazes of his students, he didn't know what to say. As for whether he had other thoughts in his mind, only he knew. His interruption finally made Kakashi get to the point. He said seriously, no more joking. I asked you to come here for serious business, just tell me what you want to say. Why would I stop you from speaking? Feng handed Asma a cigarette and lit one for himself. This is what old smokers do. When they smoke, if there is someone smoking next to them, they will unconsciously give the other person a cigarette first, and then smoke themselves. Or if there is someone you don't know next to you, you should give way to them first, regardless of whether they are smoking or not. Asuma took it and ordered it naturally, unaware of the dangerous look Kurenai was giving him. Kakashi said solemnly, regarding the matter you mentioned, is there any possibility of recovery? After a long ideological struggle, Kakashi finally couldn't bear to see the village he loved destroyed without even thinking about it. Feng blurted out, no. He knew what Kakashi was talking about. And his answer was the same as always, really. Kakashi was unwilling to give up. He knew that with Feng's strength, if he wanted to stop that incident from happening, it would not be easy, but at least the loss of the village would be minimized. What do you want me to do? As long as I have it and you want it, I can give it to you. What he said was very sincere. And it moved everyone present except Feng. The cryptic questions and answers between the two also made them wonder what on earth had happened that would make Kakashi willing to pay such a huge price. Asuma and the other two brought by Kakashi were also confused. They just heard Kakashi say that something major would happen during the Chunin exam that would cause a huge change in the village, and only one person could prevent it from happening. But Kakashi didn't say what this matter was. Asuma and Kurenai didn't believe it. Although Kai believed it a little, it was because of his trust in Kakashi and his knowledge of Feng's strength. He felt that if something big really happened, Feng could definitely handle it. But after all, Kai also came along, firstly because all his students were here with Feng, and secondly because it was time for dinner and he also wanted to have a meal with Feng. Asuma and Kurenai are both like this purely because of the first reason, but Asuma didn't know that when Kakashi was patrolling in the morning, he had not yet made up his mind to reveal what Feng said to his superiors. It was only after he received the notice to stop patrolling and met him that Kakashi came up with this idea. Originally, Kakashi thought that he was on patrol, and when something happened, he could help out on the street and guide the crowd. But when he saw Asuma and Kurenai, he felt that once something happened, countless innocent people would be affected, and someone would definitely die in the incident. He knew too well the pain of losing the person you care about most, and he didn't want to see such a tragedy happen. It would have been fine if he didn't know. He wouldn't have any psychological burden, but he knew it and didn't stop it. He was afraid that he would live in pain and regret in the future. He knew that he was not a kind person. To be honest, he had never seen a kind ninja. Even if there was, it was only relative. He could turn a blind eye to the tragedies happening in other villages, but he couldn't turn a blind eye to the same things happening in his own village. He also knew that Feng had grievances against some people in the village, but the others were innocent and they should not pay the price for what those people did. For this, he can pay any price in exchange for asking Feng to take action. Even if the conditions proposed by Feng are not met by him, he has prepared a backup plan. Asuma, as the son of the third Hokage, Asuma may not be as strong as himself, but his background is much stronger than his own. What he doesn't have, Asuma definitely has, and if Asuma doesn't have it, his father will have it too. I said, I'm just an ordinary person. Kakashi's offer did not impress Feng, and Feng still insisted on his attitude. How can I, an ordinary person, help you, the ninja master? Ordinary people. Kai opened his mouth to say something, but finally gave up. He was indeed a thick-skinned person, but that didn't mean he couldn't understand the situation. Kakashi is his friend, and Feng is also his friend. Before he understands the whole story, he doesn't want to speak rashly and make both of his friends unhappy. It's like this again. Kakashi clenched his fists. He had never seen an ordinary person who could beat Kai, who opened 6 gates, or even forced Kai to open 7 gates. Even this had never happened before. Even he himself was not sure that he could beat Kai, who opened 6 gates, let alone the 7th gate. If he really couldn't beat Feng, he would have punched him right away. Why, you still want to hit me? Glancing at Kakashi, who was shaking all over and about to hit someone, Feng sneered and said, for the sake of our friend, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll let you have 3 moves. Kakashi finally couldn't bear it anymore. He punched the ground and then put his hands behind his back to hide from everyone. Damn it, Kakashi swore, which was rare. He's a weird guy, and the store is also a weird store. The sturdiness of the store was beyond his imagination. After hammering it down, the ground was fine, but his hands were in pain and trembling uncontrollably. Feng snorted inwardly, and said with a half-smile, you are very angry, right? You took it out on the ground. How is your hand? I have a plaster here, do you want to apply it? It is specially used to treat injuries. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, The Cause of the Day Before Yesterday. Why? Ignoring Feng's teasing, Kakashi just wanted to know why. Although he had asked Feng this question many times, he couldn't help but ask it again. He took a deep puff of cigarette and exhaled the thick smoke, letting everyone present breathe in his second-hand smoke. Feng sighed weakly. He really didn't want to answer this question anymore. He had said it many times, and no matter how much Kakashi asked, he would still give the same answer. His silence made Kakashi unable to control himself, and he grabbed Feng by the collar and asked, why? Don't fool me with what you said before. I want to hear your true thoughts. I know you must have something else to say. It's already this late. Is there anything you can't say? Huh? He practically roared the last time. Kai was a little overwhelmed. He had known Kakashi for so many years, but this was the first time he saw Kakashi like this. Kakashi. Kai wanted to persuade Kakashi to calm down and talk things over nicely, but he was interrupted by an angry roar as soon as he said the word Kakashi. Shut up. Kakashi was in extreme emotions and would not listen to anyone's advice. At this moment, he only had Feng in his eyes and only wanted to hear Feng's answer. The voices of other people sounded noisy to him. Kai, it's okay. Even though Feng was grabbed by the collar by Kakashi, he did not feel strange at all. Instead, he comforted Might Guy. The 12 little strongmen were stunned. They were eating hot pot and chatting. How could it turn out like this? They wanted to say something, but were stopped by their respective teachers, who told them to watch and not move. Asuma and Kurenai were no less shocked than they were. It was also the first time for them to see Kakashi out of control of his emotions. What made them even more puzzled was what had happened that could make Kakashi so unable to control his emotions. If we were to say who was having the hardest time among the people present, it would definitely be Sasuke and the other two. On one side was their teacher, and on the other side was their boss. They didn't want to see the two of them having such a big conflict over something that hadn't even happened yet. Naruto had a conflicted expression and hesitated for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but said, "Uncle, what's the matter? Can't you help Mr. Kakashi?" "Hey," Feng sighed, "go get me a bottle of wine. Oh, okay, Naruto agreed quickly, and his expression became happy. He knew that Feng said this because he was willing to give and he didn't dare to delay, for fear that Feng would change his mind, so he ran downstairs quickly and brought the wine up soon. He also considerately took out a glass and poured it for Feng. Let go, why are you still holding on? Feng was quite annoyed. Damn, you are the only one who can pretend, and you are still angry? What kind of anger are you getting? Do you think I can't see that you are pretending? Kakashi's angry expression changed in an instant, his eyes narrowed with smile, he smoothed Feng's collar in a flattering manner, then sat on the stool, waiting for Feng's explanation. Kai couldn't believe it. Kakashi actually deceived him. His fists clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. He was determined to teach Kakashi a lesson, but Kakashi dealt with him with just one sentence. I'll practice with you tonight, okay? Kai agreed instantly. Although he wanted to find Feng the most now, Feng always avoided him and he had no way to force Feng to play with him. With Kakashi, his former sparring partner, Kai could accept it. He picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. He put out the cigarette butt and pondered for a long time before saying slowly, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I'm afraid you won't be able to accept the truth. There's indeed another hidden story, but are you really ready? Yeah, Kakashi nodded. If he was not prepared, would he put on a good show in front of Feng? He believed he was ready. Seeing his confident look, Feng had nothing to say. He picked up the bottle and poured himself a glass, but did not drink it. Watching the foam on the beer gradually dissipating, Feng seemed to see some kind of ending, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Let me tell you the cause of the incident first. After listening to it, you will know why I will not take action. With a dark and deep look in his eyes, Feng recalled and said, several decades ago, a young girl and two young boys gradually grew up under the guidance of their teacher, and eventually became household names in the ninja world. Their teacher also became successful and famous, and sat on the highest position, but growth comes at a price. The boy and girl's life was not smooth sailing. They also encountered their own troubles and conflicts in the process of growing up. As the conflicts accumulated over time, the three people who were originally very close could not escape the fate of falling apart. The three of them went their separate ways. The girl left her village and wandered around the ninja world. One of the boys fell in love with the girl very much. Not long after, he also followed the girl's footsteps and left the village. The two of them walked away for decades. The boy has come back from his travels, but the girl has never come back. Apart from the boy, almost no one in the village knows where the girl is. There is another young man who stayed in the village, but his thoughts have changed because of the years of war. He became extreme because he was used to seeing life and death on the battlefield. Life was as worthless as an ant. He didn't want to suffer the same fate one day. Although he was very powerful and few could defeat him, he knew that as he got older, his strength would decline. Didn't you see that even Hashirama Senju, who was so strong and known as the god of ninja, could not escape death? So he frantically searched for a way to achieve immortality. Even if he couldn't achieve immortality, he wanted to keep himself young forever and always be in peak condition. But throughout history, he is not the only one who has had such an idea, but no one has ever succeeded. He read a lot of books, used various forbidden techniques, and conducted various experiments. The key problem lies in this experiment. He conducted human experiments. In the beginning, he only used people outside the village, robbers, bandits, passers-by. No one could escape his clutches. As the intensity of the experiment increased and the number of people around the village decreased, he had to go out more frequently, farther away from the village, to capture his own experimental materials. His frequent outings attracted the attention of someone in the village. That person invited him to cooperate, saying, I'll provide the experimental materials. You'll do the experiments, and we'll share the experimental results. The boy didn't want to waste time going to a place farther outside the village to find experimental materials, so he agreed and started working with that person. The boy didn't ask the man where the experimental materials came from. He just had some guesses. The rumor that some people in the village mysteriously disappeared that was circulating in the village should be related to him. Those missing people were probably the experimental materials provided to him by the person he was working with, but when he had this guess, he couldn't turn back. He could only watch himself sink deeper and deeper until he couldn't extricate himself. After all, truth cannot be hidden. The number of missing persons in the village has increased, which has attracted the attention of the higher-ups. According to their investigation, They discovered the boy's research base, a capture operation began, and the person leading the team was the boy's teacher. Seeing his student become like this, the teacher softened his heart and let the boy go. The boy also left the village like his companions, but the difference was that he became a rebel ninja. The teacher in a high position issued a gag order on this matter, and all those who participated in this action chose to forget about it. More than a decade has passed. The boy, who was already a young man when he left and is now a middle-aged man, has returned. While the village was holding an event, he launched a plan called Konoha's Collapse. "Is this the big event that you said will happen in the village?" Kakashi asked in shock. "Who is that boy?" "Orochimaru," Yi Feng said calmly. "As for who his teacher is, I don't need to say more." "Impossible." As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, the first person to stand up and deny it was Asuma. "My father, the third generation, would never do such a thing. Almost everyone knows the name Orochimaru, and who his teacher is a well-known fact in the ninja world. Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, knows very well that Orochimaru will die in Konoha for the crimes he committed. If Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan really succeeds, and the third Hokage let Orochimaru go, resulting in Orochimaru bringing greater losses to the village more than 10 years later, once this matter spreads, the good reputation that the third Hokage has maintained over the years will collapse in an instant, and the consequences will be even more serious than Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan. No, this kind of news cannot be spread. Although he did not get along with his father, the father and son had a deep affection and the blood connection was unbreakable. When facing the issue of his father, Asuma did not even hesitate and instantly developed the intention to kill him. Yi Feng glanced at Asuma and said nothing. In the store, no one could hurt him unless he wanted to. And with his current strength, he could easily kill Asuma outside the store, so he is not worried. Glancing at the shocked crowd, Yi Feng said calmly, "Do you want me to continue? Or is this enough? Speak," Asuma said through gritting his teeth. He wanted to know whether his father had done anything else that was irreparable besides this. After taking a sip of the wine in the glass, Yi Feng continued slowly, "If it was just like this, I wouldn't have rejected Kakashi so many times. The fundamental reason is his unconditional indulgence." With a crack, Yi Feng crushed the wine glass unconsciously. As an outsider, he couldn't bear to watch it. He knew who the person who is working with Orochimaru was, but during the mission that year, he never even mentioned that person's name. Is this the only time he's covered up? No, it's not. This has happened many times. Long before Orochimaru conducted the experiment, he knew what that person had done, but he never said it once, and outsiders didn't even know it. After Orochimaru left the village, where do you think his experimental equipment was? It was all with that guy. That person inherited Orochimaru's experiments, but he made them even worse, because he knew that no matter how excessive his actions were, there would always be someone to cover for him. Over 10 years, since Orochimaru left, the experiments have never stopped. Even as we speak, someone is dying on the operating table in the dark. Why do you think there was no news about what happened back then? Where did those people who were given the gag order go? Let me tell you, they died in one of that man's experiments a long time ago. Since the death of the first and second generations, the village's strength has been declining day by day. Do you know the reason? Answer me, Yi Feng roared, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. Yi Feng sneered and said, "No one answered? Are you dumb? Then I'll tell you, it's all because of them, their relationship." Old classmates, Yi Feng said sarcastically. "Old classmates are good, the friendship is deep, so deep that one of them has wanted to become Hokage for decades, even dreaming about it, so deep that love turns into hatred, constantly weakening the village's strength and strengthening his own strength, intending to overthrow his old classmate in one fell swoop one day and take his old classmate's position." Another one knew exactly what his old classmate was thinking and doing, but he was able to turn a blind eye. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he called his old classmate over. In order to save his old classmate's face, he even ignored other people and then made a light criticism of his old classmate. Criticism? What a ridiculous word. Maybe the old classmate is busy doing experiments and he missed him so much after not seeing him for a long time that he would like to reminisce with his old classmate in this way. He was treated coldly, and his old classmates ignored him. After being criticized, he still went his own way and did what he wanted to do. What about him? He keeps repeating this process day after day for decades. The prosperity of the village was destroyed by the two of them. This is why I have always rejected Kakashi, because he deserves it. This is the retribution he deserves. Originally, he had a chance to make amends. He abdicated and the fourth Hokage took over. The fourth Hokage had a chance to bring the village's strength back to its peak, but he should never have left the fourth Hokage to die. Where was he when the fourth Hokage fought the Ninetales alone? Don't tell me he didn't arrive in time, that's bullshit. The fourth Hokage's wife arrived right after giving birth, so why couldn't he? Where was he when the Uchiha clan was exterminated? The clan members were massacred. It was such a big commotion. He couldn't have not known about it. The crystal ball on his office desk was always accurate when he looked into the women's bathroom. But when it came to this incident, he couldn't see it. The biggest clan in the ninja world disappeared overnight. Damn it. You can tell me for yourself. Who would believe him if he said he didn't know anything about this matter? Chapter 117. The decryption team thinks of a countermeasure. Yi Feng let out a long sigh and wanted to drink a glass of wine. When he raised his hand, he found that the glass had been crushed by him without him knowing when. He simply didn't need the glass anymore and blew directly into the bottle. After a few gulps of wine, he calmed down a little. He put down the bottle and said, whether it's the death of the fourth Hokage or the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, these are just major events in the village. There are countless small events. I'm too lazy to talk about them one by one. I'll just talk about a few that you may have heard of. The first one is Uchiha Kagami. This name may be unfamiliar to you, but he is deeply trusted by the second Hokage and is considered by the second Hokage to be the person most likely to change the Uchiha clan. He is also a classmate of the third Hokage and that man. The cause of his death is a mystery, but based on the existing evidence, it is inferred that his death is related to that man. Second, Uchiha Shisu is the one with the greatest potential in the Uchiha clan, who is most likely to reach the heights of his ancestor Uchiha Madara. He is a descendant of the Uchiha clan. He inherited some of Uchiha Kagami's ideas. If he had grown up, he would definitely have been able to change the current situation of Konoha and bring Konoha to a new height. Unfortunately, he was plotted against by that person, and in despair, he committed suicide. The third thing is Hyuga Hisashi. You are the most familiar with this person. His death is also related to that person. If it weren't for that person's instigation, Hisashi would never be used as a scapegoat. The Hidden Cloud Village? What's wrong with fighting? It's because the third Hokage was afraid of this and that now everyone dares to shit on Konoha's head. The fourth case is Hatake Tsukumo. His death was caused by that person. With Hatake Tsukumo's achievements and prestige, he was the most likely to become the fourth Hokage. Because of that person's jealousy, after Hatake Tsukumo returned from a failed mission, that person used public opinion to put Hatake Tsukumo under tremendous pressure. In order to prove himself and to protect his son, Hatake Tsukumo resolutely chose to commit suicide. The fifth item, Yi Feng talked about more than a dozen cases in a row. For some cases, when Yi Feng was watching Naruto, there was no clear evidence, and they were said to be related to Danzo. However, Yi Feng was unhappy with Danzo, so he wanted to put all the blame on Danzo, not for anything else, just because Danzo deserved to die. You could hear a pin drop in the living room on the second floor. Everyone had a dazed look in their eyes, not daring to believe their ears behind the sunglasses were eyes as red as blood. 3 Magatama were spinning like windmills, and the hands under the table had already been clenched into fists. Sasuke was breathing heavily, his chest heaving rapidly, revealing his uneasy heart. Sasuke didn't know who Uchiha Kagami was, but he had often heard of Uchiha Shisu, a person his brother Uchiha Itachi often talked about. He originally didn't know how Uchiha Shisu died. He only knew that on the day Shisu died, his brother seemed like a different person, and he never saw a smile on his brother's face again. It turned out that that man was behind the change in his brother. At this moment, Sasuke wished he could rush into that man's lair and cut him into pieces. There was another person who had the same idea as him. Who is that person? Neji asked calmly. Although the tone was calm, everyone knew that this was a sign of the coming storm. Sasuke had already learned the identity of that person from Yi Feng in advance, but Neji still didn't know who that person was. When Yi Feng was speaking, he kept referring to him as that person but didn't directly say that person's name. Neji couldn't guess who it was as there were too many people who met the requirements. Even if those who had retired were excluded, there were still 3 people, namely advisors Miro Kato-en and Udatane Kaharu, and Hokage's assistant Danzo Shimura as a member of the Hyuga branch. Neji knew very well that if he investigated on his own, he would never know when he would get the answer. But there was someone in front of him who knew the answer, and he didn't want to waste time. Even if he was not as strong as that person now, Neji swore that he would make that person pay with blood in the future. Shimura Danzo, Yi Feng did not hide anything and said it directly. After the third generation took over, he promoted all his old classmates. Mito Kato and Nanutane Kahoru are advisors. These two old guys are not good people either. They have no strength at all, but they have been occupying the advisory positions for many years. Perhaps they were quite capable when they were young, but they are old now and can't keep up with the times. It would be fine if they knew how to keep up with the times, but they are conservative and their thinking is all old-fashioned. The orders they issue are more outrageous than the last, but the third generation knows they are wrong, but still lets them do what they want. They are both afraid of death and greedy for power. They are also related to the deaths of Hyuga Hizashi and Hatake Tsukumo. With their identities, if they could stand up when the incident happened, Hyuga Hizashi and Hatake Tsukumo would never die. The other one is Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo has never concealed his ambition to become Hokage. He had this idea when the second Hokage was still alive. At that time, his strength and prestige were not inferior to the third Hokage. He was the third Hokage's biggest competitor, but his idea was too extreme. Perhaps it was because of this that the second generation did not pass the position to him, but gave it to the third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was at this time that the seeds of hatred were sown. Although the third Hokage later made Danzo the Hokage's assistant, and he was the first person under the Hokage in terms of position, Danzo was not satisfied because he had no subordinates of his own. All the ninjas in the village followed the orders of the Hokage. To put it nicely, he was an assistant to the Hokage, but to put it bluntly, he was just a secretary, at most a secretary with a lot of say, which was not what he wanted. So, while retaining his position as Hokage's assistant, he retired at the height of his career and established a route under the pretext of training reserve forces for the Anbu. He trained his own subordinates so that he could ascend to the position of Hokage when the time was right. He originally thought that this opportunity would not be too long. At that time, the situation was turbulent and small-scale wars continued. The third generation might die in one of the wars. But after waiting for a long time, the third generation has been alive and well. The third Hokage is alive and well, so he doesn't dare to launch a coup rashly. If he doesn't launch a coup, he won't be able to become Hokage, so he has been waiting. After waiting and waiting, the Sandaime finally had the idea of abdicating. He thought that after the Sandaime abdicated, he would finally be able to take the position of Hokage. But he didn't expect that there would be an obstacle halfway. The strong rise of the three ninjas made him smell a hint of danger. Fortunately, the three ninjas left the village for various reasons. He breathed a sigh of relief, but then he discovered a bigger obstacle. He didn't expect that a civilian ninja would become his biggest threat. Namake's Minato became famous at a young age. His achievements on the battlefield were unmatched, earning him the nickname Yellow Flash. There was even a saying that could describe his fame at the time: anyone who encounters a yellow flash on the battlefield can immediately turn around and run away, and he will not be treated as a deserter. This shows how powerful he was. Thanks to his military exploits, Minato Namikaze became the most famous person in the village. Both his character and strength were recognized by everyone. In the end, he became the fourth Hokage. Danzo's dream of becoming Hokage was shattered once again, and because of this, he also bore a grudge against Minato Namikaze. When the Nine Tails incident occurred, he interfered and delayed the rescue of the third Hokage. All of his subordinates were dispatched to fish in troubled waters, which led to the death of Minato Namikaze and his wife. Since then, Minato Namikaze has only been the Hokage for about a year. After the fourth Hokage died in battle, the third Hokage took the throne again. Until now, he has no intention of abdicating. First, all those who have the potential to become Hokage have been secretly eliminated by Danzo. Second, it was only after he abdicated that he realized that it is more comfortable to have power. Otherwise, he would not have remained silent when Danzo eliminated those who have the potential to become Hokage. In the final analysis, the third generation is no different from his two advisors. They have old-fashioned ideas and a strong desire for power. Because he is in a high position, his flaws will not be discovered by the public. So he feels at ease and establishes himself as a diligent and people-loving person in front of the public. That's all I know. That's why I don't want to take action. There's really no need. No matter which of them dies first, in my opinion, it's a worthy death. Don't tell me that the death of the third Hokage will cause chaos in the ninja world. The ninja world will not fall apart without anyone. Don't take the third Hokage too seriously. He is not the savior of the ninja world. Cigarettes are always lit at the right time. Amidst the smoke, Feng told everything he knew. He also knew that his words were full of strong prejudice. The third generation was not as hateful as he said. The third generation also did some good things. Compared with the villagers in other ninja villages, the villagers of Konoha at least lived a prosperous life and did not have to worry about food and drink, but merits cannot outweigh faults. Some things are wrong and are just wrong. No matter how great the merits of the third generation were, they could not cover up his repeated indulgence of Danzo. Without his silence, Danzo would not have been able to commit such heinous crimes again and again. With Danzo's crimes, it would not be too much for him to die 100 times or 10,000 times, if he had let go of old ties and stood up to stop Danzo when he made the first mistake. Then Konoha village would not have become what it is now. Is the Konoha of today still the same Konoha as before? Feng asked with emotion. I'm afraid not. The Konoha of today no longer looks lush and leafy. All the leaves have fallen, leaving only bare tree trunks. How can it be called the largest village in the ninja world? Talent is dwindling. There are only a few high-end fighters left. Tell me, why should I take action? Kakashi, what do you think? Kakashi remained silent. Hatake Tsukumo was his father, and Kakashi could never forget his father's death. For a while, he had been going on missions like crazy, just to find the answer, which was more important, the mission or the teammates. His father saved his teammates, which led to the failure of the mission. Finally, under the public opinion, he committed suicide later. After experiencing more things, he gradually understood that it didn't matter whether there was an answer or not. He had his own understanding and understood why his father committed suicide instead of explaining it clearly or leaving the village. It is hard to explain why people always believe in what they think is the truth, and they remain steadfast even when they know it is wrong. If he left the village, they would think that his father was guilty and had fled for fear of being punished. Of course, his father would not die if he left the village, but he did not want to live in infamy for the rest of his life, so he could only die. To make things clear, the atmosphere in the living room became extremely depressing. After a long silence, Kakashi finally spoke. But when he opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't drunk water for several days. The third Hokage can't die yet. He said it very bluntly, without any regard for Asuma's existence. At least, he can't die until we find a suitable candidate to succeed the Hokage. As for Danzo, if there is no direct evidence to prove his wrongdoing, we can't do anything to him given his status. The others also started thinking about it. Yes, they had to have evidence, otherwise they would not be able to convict Danzo. Time is the best at burying things. Many truths and clues will be buried by time. The time span that Feng mentioned is so long, from decades ago to now. If they want to find evidence of Danzo's crime, it is not an easy task. Even if they wanted to investigate the current situation, they didn't believe that Danzo had been operating in the village for decades and would not have his own intelligence network. They were afraid that as soon as they took any action, Danzo would know about it. By the time they found Danzo's lair, Danzo would have moved away long ago. Just when they were at a loss, Feng said, "Evidence? Didn't I tell you a long time ago? The evidence is on him. His bandaged arm and one of his eyes covered with bandages are all evidence. Under the bandages are all Sharingans, at least a dozen of them, all of which he collected when the Uchiha clan was destroyed. After the host dies, the power contained in the Sharingan will quickly dissipate and turn into an ordinary eye. If you want to obtain the Sharingan, if the host is not willing, you must dig out the eyes while the host is alive. After digging it out, there must be special methods to preserve it, otherwise it must be transplanted as soon as possible. That means he was also present when the Uchiha clan was annihilated." Sasuke frowned. This was different from what he knew. Feng had told him before that Danzo did not take any action when their clan was destroyed. But Feng now said that Danzo was at the scene at that time, which made him a little confused. Just as I was about to ask for clarification, I heard Feng say again, even if he wasn't at the scene, his men must have been there, or he was in collusion with the murderer and his Sharingan was given to him by the murderer, but the latter possibility is not very likely. It is probably the former. When the murderer was committing the crime, his men were picking up the loose ends, but, transplanting so many Sharingan, won't it cause conflicts? How can his body withstand it? Kakashi asked. He also has a Sharingan, but this Sharingan alone consumes most of his chakra. He cannot close the Sharingan, which results in his poor combat endurance. Although Danzo rarely appeared in public, Kakashi had met him a few times. He didn't see anything unusual about Danzo, at least on the surface. Chapter 118, the two finally gave in. This involves Orochimaru's experiment. Feng said another thing that shocked everyone. Orochimaru's dream is to live forever and not age. Human cells are not just used to extract chakra. Their role is far greater than you can imagine. The vitality and number of cells also determine how long you can live. When cells stop dividing, it means that you have reached the end of your life. Orochimaru has been researching for such a long time, and he has made some discoveries. He found that a certain person's cells can still remain active decades after the host's death. It was because of this that Danzo came up with the idea of cooperating with Orochimaru, and in Orochimaru's subsequent research, a result was produced that surprised Danzo. The secrets and energy contained in the Sharingan are enormous, and Danzo has been coveting it for a long time. With the help of Orochimaru, he transplanted that person's cells. The vitality contained in the cells neutralized some of the characteristics of the Sharingan, so that it would not conflict with Danzo's own cells. That shouldn't be the case, Kakashi asked with a frown. Like you said, Danzo has always wanted to be Hokage. With so many Sharingan transplants, his strength must have surpassed the third Hokage long ago. So why did he? You mean, why didn't he just kill the third Hokage? Yi Feng said what Kakashi hadn't finished saying, then chuckled and said, he did want to. Facing the puzzled looks of everyone like Kakashi, Yi Feng explained, take you, Kakashi, for example. Although the Sharingan given to you by your friend has greatly improved your strength, things belonging to outsiders are still belonging to outsiders. With your talent, without this Sharingan, your achievements would definitely be higher than they are now. The title of copy ninja sounds good, but you know the reality better than anyone. Just the fact that you can't close the Sharingan has caused you a lot of trouble, right? Don't deny it. Why is the Sharingan not as popular as the Byakugan? It's because of this reason. To open the Sharingan, you need to consume a huge amount of chakra. And to keep the Sharingan open, the chakra consumed is even greater. The amount of chakra you have now is only less than when you were 12 years old. The excess is all used for the Sharingan. Danzo's situation is similar to yours. Although he doesn't have to worry about his own chakra consumption after the cell transplant, the transplanted cells will replenish his own cells for the Sharingan. But once the fight starts, the chakra provided by those cells will be stretched. So if he fights with the third Hokage, he must make a quick decision, but the strength of the third generation is there. It is absolutely impossible to defeat the third generation quickly. Besides, he loves to establish his own character just as much as the third Hokage. Danzo wants to take the position of Hokage with dignity. Haven't you seen how the villagers evaluate Danzo? Although it's not very good, there's nothing tainted about him either. If he takes the position of Hokage one day, the villagers won't have many objections. After all, Danzo has experience. He's an older generation, very powerful, and was once the guard of the second Hokage. This is also a plus for him. Besides, it's not like Danzo hasn't tried before. He didn't dare to do it openly, and it's not the first or second time that he secretly sent people to assassinate the third Hokage. But he just didn't succeed. What? He sent people to assassinate my father? Asuma slammed the table and stood up, angrily saying, how rare. Yi Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and shrugged, in your memory, how long has it been since your father left the village? Asuma shook his head. He hadn't noticed that. It's been a long time, Yi Feng said. The third generation didn't dare to leave the village because he was afraid of his old classmate. The third generation himself knew that once he left the village, he might not know how he came back. He might be carried back by someone. Or maybe he didn't even need to be carried. He could just be sealed in a scroll and brought back by anyone. It's not as safe outside as in the village. At least when traveling in the village, the third Hokage is protected by the Anbu. Danzo doesn't dare to take action in the village because it would make too much noise. He can't hide it. If he is discovered, his dream of becoming a Hokage will really be nothing more than a dream. Now, Danzo's idea is to wait. When someone starts trouble in the village, it would be best if someone could kill the 3 generations in the process, so that his promotion to the top can be legitimate. That's why the third Hokage didn't know when the fourth Hokage and his wife died in battle, and when the Uchiha clan was annihilated. It was all Danzo who was behind this. Someone is causing trouble in the village. Don't expect Danzo to help. It's good enough that he doesn't add insult to injury or hold you back, or Orochimaru was able to sneak in so easily this time. Do you want to say that Danzo didn't know anything about it? I don't believe it anyway. Since you hate Danzo so much, why don't you just get rid of him? The more he knew, the more questions Kakashi had. He didn't believe that with Yi Feng's strength, he would not be able to get rid of Danzo. I remember I told you the reason. Yi Feng scratched his head in confusion. He remembered that he and Kakashi had discussed this on the way back with Zabuza and Haku. Did I remember it wrongly? Did I say it on the way back, or did I say it on the night I came back, when I was provoking Sasuke? Yi Feng shook his head and said, well, it doesn't matter. Just say it again. Hey, I'm going to tell you one last time. Don't ask me this again. Danzo can cause trouble if he wants to. He can do whatever he wants. It has nothing to do with me. He didn't provoke me. Why should I get rid of him? Besides, I'm just an ordinary person. How can I be so capable as to kill him? If I kill him, won't he make things difficult for me in the future? Come to think of it, the third generation seems to have no future, Yi Feng said, stroking his chin. Orochimaru's main purpose of coming this time is to target the third generation. Unintentionally, the third generation is doomed, then you have to do more, Kakashi said excitedly, slamming the table. The third Hokage is dead, and Danzo is in power. Do you think your life will be easy in the future? Why can't I have an easy life? Yi Feng asked in surprise. I am just an ordinary person who runs a shop. Danzo is targeting you, the direct descendants of the Hokage. At least in the few years when he takes office, ordinary villagers will not be affected much. He is a contemporary of the third generation. How old are they? Even if he can get promoted, how many years can he stay in this position? How? Kakashi laughed. And his laugh made Yi Feng a little confused. Why are you laughing? I laughed at you. Have you forgotten your identity? Me? I'm just an ordinary person. What identity can I have? Yi Feng spread his hands to show that he was innocent. Kakashi curled his lips speechlessly. He really wanted to ask Yi Feng how he had the nerve to say that. Ordinary people? Who would believe that Yi Feng was an ordinary person? Even Asuma and Zihong at the beginning began to doubt Yi Feng's specific identity. It is absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to know so many things that can be called secrets. Okay, even if you are an ordinary person, Kakashi didn't want to dwell on this issue too much, but he seemed to have forgotten that he had said this before. But you can't deny your last name, right? You are from the Senju clan. You said it yourself. Once Danzo takes the throne, he will first target the direct descendants of the Hokage. Is there anyone who is more direct than you, a member of the Senju clan? Lost. Yi Feng slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about this. The surname Sensho was assigned to him by the convenience store. Although it seemed fake to Yi Feng, in the eyes of others, he was real. Actually, I'm not from the Senju clan. I was just talking nonsense. Yi Feng frowned, trying to make his words more convincing. Tsunade is the only one left in the Senju clan. The others have long been dead. I understand. Kakashi patted Yi Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, it's useless for me to believe it. You have to make Danzo believe it too. Damn it, if you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who would know? Yi Feng threatened. If you go out and tell others about it, believe it or not, I will kill you right now. Come on, come on. Kakashi leaned back and said nonchalantly, it's no use just killing me. You have to kill them all. They heard it, too. Yi Feng looked around, narrowed his eyes, and asked, did any one of you hear anything? The newcomers among the 12 young warriors shook their heads. They had only known Yi Feng for a few hours and were not clear about Yi Feng's character yet. They couldn't tell whether Yi Feng was joking or not. Asuma and Yuhikirani also took action, but they were on guard. Only those who knew Yi Feng continued to eat and drink without being affected at all. Naruto's chopsticks flew high, constantly putting food into his own bowl. Others did the same, picking up food with chopsticks from time to time while paying attention to the verbal exchange between the two. Sasuke and Neji have returned to normal. They both know that with their current strength, they are no match for Danzo. It's annoying to hear so much about it. It's enough to just know that it happened. It won't be too late to cause trouble for Danzo when they become stronger in the future. I just don't know if I can wait that long, Sasuke thought to himself. Based on his understanding of Yi Feng, if Yi Feng didn't have any thoughts about Danzo, Yi Feng wouldn't have said so much about Danzo. Since Yi Feng said it, it means that Yi Feng has the intention to take action against Danzo. Kakashi also thought of this. He kept saying it in front of Yi Feng, breaking down Yi Feng's defenses bit by bit. They shook their heads and said they didn't hear it. Do you believe it? I believe it. Yi Feng also gave up. Who doesn't give up? Following Kakashi's example, Yi Feng lay back and leaned on Naruto. Uncle, please move aside. It's inconvenient for me to pick up the food. Naruto pushed Yi Feng away impatiently, and Yi Feng slapped Naruto on the head in anger. He said angrily, you have no foresight at all. Don't you know what the situation is now? It's all because of you that I lost in the verbal battle with Kakashi. Why is it my business again? Naruto covered his head in grievance. If you agree, then agree. If you don't agree, then don't agree. You've been whining for so long. What do you mean? What do you mean by giving it back to me? Feng raised his hand again. Naruto subconsciously shrank his head, closed his eyes and waited to be beaten. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see anything. He opened his eyes cautiously and found that Feng's slap was blocked by Kakashi. Kakashi smiled and let go of Feng's arm. Naruto is right. If you agree then agree. If you don't agree then don't agree. There is no need to beat around the bush. I didn't beat around the bush, did I? I have always refused, Feng said madly. Since the first time you asked me to take action, I have always refused. Hey, what's wrong with my ears? Why can't I hear what you are saying? Kakashi patted his ears in panic. When he was sure that there was no problem with his hearing, he turned around and asked Feng, what did you say just now? I didn't hear it. Feng rolled his eyes speechlessly. Do you know that you look like a shabby now? Kakashi remained unmoved. Let Feng curse him as he pleased. As long as Feng could do something, Feng could curse him however he wanted. Feng was not polite either. He pointed at Kakashi's nose and started scolding him. He kept scolding for more than 10 minutes. If he hadn't been thirsty, he would have continued scolding. Go, get me a glass of water, me. Kakashi pointed at himself, wanting to confirm if Feng was calling him. It's you, Feng said affirmatively. Don't think about ordering others around. I'm going to drink the water you pour, okay? Although Kakashi had never done the job of serving tea and water, he didn't mind making an exception today. The poured water was quickly handed to Feng, who took it and drank it all, then lit a cigarette and sighed tiredly. I regret knowing you. I have taught you so much in vain. Why do you always think about me? If you're really worried about Orochimaru causing trouble, why don't you just tell the Sand Dame about him? Why do you have to drag me into this? With your status, how can 3 generations not believe what you say? Your words are useless. Isn't his son still here? How can 3 generations not believe what Asuma said? I've thought about this, but it's no use. Kakashi shook his head. Originally, Naruto and the others couldn't take part in this exam with their identities, but the third Hokage still agreed. I'm afraid he's noticed something. Oh, you can think of this. Feng raised his eyebrows. Kakashi's answer was beyond his expectations. His white smoke rose up and was blown away by the wind from the balcony. Feng picked up a piece of meat that Naruto had put into the pot, and ignoring Naruto's protesting look, he put it into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it before saying, "You're right." The third generation did notice something. Although he's old and not as strong as before, he's still alert to danger. If you really told him the truth, the third generation wouldn't have done anything. He himself has been waiting for this day, although he didn't know that the source of this crisis was Orochimaru. He knew that this joint Chunin exam would not be that simple. Since the death of the fourth Hokage more than a decade ago, Konoha's external deterrence has been getting weaker day by day. The death of Hisashi Hinata was a test, and the demise of the Uchiha clan has reduced Konoha's prestige to the lowest level. The joint Chunin exam is all about the strength of a ninja village. The more ninja villages that participate, the more effective the organizers' words are. As early as when confirming the list of participating ninja villages, the third generation had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 119 Conditions Doubt Strength. He knew that with Konoha's current prestige, the other major ninja villages would not send anyone, but one person still came. He doesn't know whether the few ninjas from the Sand Village who came here are really here to take the exam, or if they have other intentions. But no matter what it is, the third generation has already made a plan. He plans to take someone down with him before he abdicates. The Sand Village has been caught in the crossfire. If they don't move, it will be fine. But if they move, the Sand Village will pay a heavy price. The third generation didn't tell anyone about his plan, because he didn't know whether the ominous premonition in his heart would actually come true, but he was prepared for it. It is also for this reason that he is afraid that he will not have much time left, so he wants to train the next generation. Look at their identities, which one of them does not have a background. Either they are the next generation successor of the family, or they have great potential. It's not a first for them to take the exam early. After all, during the war, they would have gone to the battlefield at this age. It's nothing special that they're just taking the exam now. You were already a Jonin at the age of 12. The third generation agreed to let them take the exam because they felt it was relatively safe during the exam. Even if the enemy wanted to take action, they would not do so in the middle of the exam, that is when the village is most prepared. If they want to take action, It will be after the exam is over or in the later stages of the exam. It is more likely to happen in the later stages. As the exam draws to a close, the defense personnel will disperse and only a small number of people will remain in the exam room to maintain order. The top management will also inevitably appear in the exam room at this time to present awards to the victorious candidates. Once the exam is over, the top leaders won't gather together like this, so in the later stages of the exam, the enemy will definitely not miss this good opportunity to wipe out all of Konoha's top leaders in one fell swoop. Although those who can stay in the examination hall at this time are all Konoha's elites, this is what they want. Since they dare to take action at this time, they must have thought of a countermeasure. The third Hokage's plan is to take advantage of the enemy's strategy and risk his life to lure out the enemy. He is still confident in his own strength. The title of ninjutsu professor is not for nothing, so no matter what you say, the third generation will not be shaken. He will probably ask you not to publicize this matter to avoid alerting the enemy. Of course, the above are all my own guesses. I don't know what the third generation is thinking. Yi Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette and expressed his thoughts. I guess the third generation feels that he has been in this position for too long and it is boring. He wants to abdicate, but he can't find a suitable candidate to take his place. Or maybe he already has a candidate, but that person doesn't agree, so he plans to use this method to force that person to inherit his position. If that person can arrive at this time, participate in the Konoha crisis, and make a contribution, then that person's position is justified. Who is that person? Kakashi was puzzled. Aren't they talking about the third generation? How come there is another person, from what Yi Feng said? That person also has the ability to resolve Konoha's current crisis. Jiraiya. Yi Feng said a name that made everyone feel both familiar and unfamiliar. He is familiar because many of the 12 little strongmen have heard of him, and he is unfamiliar because no one has ever seen him, not to mention them. Even Kakashi and others had never met Jiraiya. Jiraiya had been wandering outside for many years and had returned to the village only a handful of times in the past few decades. It was a coincidence that they met each other, Yi Feng said. Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, was the third ninja's favorite. Originally, the fourth ninja's position of Hokage belonged to him, but unfortunately Jiraiya didn't want to be bound by the position of Hokage, so he gave the position to his apprentice Namikaze Minato. After the fourth ninja's death, Jiraiya still refused to be the Hokage. The third Hokage had no other choice but to come up with this move. He knew that he was old and it would be difficult for him to achieve anything if he continued to stay in his position. Perhaps it was because he was old and had figured out many things. He couldn't bring himself to kill Danzo, so he hoped that his successor could solve this problem of Danzo. He also took this opportunity, while he was still conscious and in a relatively peaceful time, to complete the handover of the Hokage position and demonstrate Konoha's strength to the outside world. You have to know that the previous ninja world wars were all caused directly or indirectly by the death of the Hokage. Although the death of the fourth Hokage did not cause a major war, the decline in the village's strength was even more serious than in the previous wars. The third generation was also afraid that after his death, the village would suffer even greater losses, so he took this approach. Of course, this is also my own guess. Although he said so, Yi Feng was 80% sure that his guess was correct. Jiraiya was away from home all year round because he had accepted a mission and was looking for someone. The third generation probably knew part of the content of this mission, so he had an urgent idea. He wanted to hand over the position smoothly, and he didn't want this incident to cause a disagreement within the village when something happened. No matter what time it is, even in peacetime, internal disagreement will lead to turmoil. Not to mention wartime. Although everyone will spontaneously unite when facing a major crisis, there are always a few bad apples that will spoil the whole barrel. Some people are so stupid that they don't care about so many things. They only care about whether they benefit from it or not, and don't care about the life or death of others. This is human nature, and it cannot be changed. Everyone in the living room fell into silence again. Those who didn't understand were still picking up their dishes, while those who could understand were thinking about what Yi Feng said. The difference in intelligence made it impossible for them to verify whether what Yi Feng said was true or false. If they only judged what Yi Feng said, they would not be able to find any loopholes. All of Yi Feng's guesses were reasonable. After a long silence, Kakashi finally spoke. That's not a reason for you not to take action. He decided to go back to the beginning. The purpose of his coming to Yi Feng was to persuade Yi Feng and let Yi Feng take action. No matter what Yi Feng said, he didn't intend to pay attention to it. He only wanted the final answer. Yi Feng felt extremely tired. Why didn't you listen to me after talking for so long? I've already said that the third Hokage has his own plans. It doesn't matter whether I take action or not. Besides, didn't I say that someone would take action? Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, has already taken action. What are you afraid of? Are you sure when Jiraiya will appear? Kakashi asked a question that left Feng speechless. Feng had no idea when Jiraiya would appear. Although Jiraiya arrived at the last moment, this was the real world after all. Since he came, the Naruto world became a real world. Anything can happen in the real world. Novels are based on logic, but reality is not. If you copy them completely, it may kill people. Feng cannot guarantee that the stories he reads can be matched one by one with things that have not happened. What if Jiraiya saw a beautiful woman bathing in the wild on his way back and stopped for a moment, which caused him to come back late and Orochimaru had already retreated? Then, Feng didn't dare to guarantee this. I am not sure, that's it, isn't it? Kakashi stared at Feng intently and said, we can't put our hopes on unknown things. Only if you take action, will there be no mistakes. There is another reason why Kakashi wants Feng to take action. He is not sure how strong Jiraiya is, but he is sure how strong Feng is. Although Kakashi had not yet discovered Feng's true strength, the strength that Feng had already displayed was beyond Kakashi's understanding. In Kakashi's guess, in order to force out Feng's full strength, he would probably have to be at the level of the second generation Hokage. You have to force me like this, right? Feng stared at Kakashi without showing any weakness, and said word by word, I treat you as a friend, why do you have to force me like this? Can't you just let me be a small boss quietly? With great power comes great responsibility. That's what you said. Bullshit. When did I say that? Feng couldn't remember when he had said this famous quote from a movie in his previous world. However, he couldn't remember when this sentence appeared in the Naruto world. Maybe there were similar words, but Feng was sure he had never heard it word for word. Did I talk in my sleep? Feng thought, but that didn't make sense. He always slept alone, so even if he talked in his sleep, Kakashi wouldn't be able to hear it. Right, when we were in Wave Country, you talked in your sleep. Feng only felt pain on his face, as if someone had slapped him twice in the face. He had forgotten that when he was in the land of waves, he did live in the same room with Kakashi. Feng asked with an unpleasant expression, did I say anything else? No, I just heard this. Kakashi shook his head. He heard it in a daze at the time and thought it made sense, so he wrote it down. As for whether Feng said anything else, he really didn't pay attention. That's good. Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that if he said too much, Kakashi would hear it and it would cause the latter's worldview to collapse. In order to prevent Kakashi from talking about this again, Feng quickly changed the subject. Okay, you just want me to take action, I agree, but I have a condition. You tell me. Kakashi was delighted. As long as you are willing to help, I can agree to any conditions. Don't be so sure, Feng said calmly. My condition is very simple, one life for another. I can save the third Hokage, but Danzo must die. If the third Hokage can't do it, I can. I dare to kill those who the third Hokage doesn't dare to kill. I don't need your help to kill Danzo, you just need to tell me where he is. Kakashi was a little hesitant. It's not that he was hesitant about killing Danzo. He also hoped that Danzo would die. What made him hesitant was that he couldn't guarantee that he could find out Danzo's hiding place in a short time. If we were to say who is the most mysterious person in the village, it would definitely be Danzo. He is like a dragon that is hard to find all day long. He doesn't come out for 10 days or half a month. Unless invited by the third Hokage, Danzo will never participate in general activities. Where his base is even more of a mystery. Why, is it difficult? Feng snorted. Anyway, I have already told you the conditions. They are valid before Orochimaru's plan begins. But if Orochimaru's plan has already begun and you haven't told me, then you can't blame me. Okay, Kakashi agreed. He also realized that this was Feng's bottom line. Even if it was anything else, Feng would not agree. Just look for him. He believes that he still has some trustworthy friends in the village. The transaction with Feng cannot be told to the third generation. The fewer people who know about it, the better. To avoid leaking the news to be conservative, Kakashi glanced at the people around the coffee table and warned, you guys, take the exam peacefully. This matter has nothing to do with you. Remember not to tell anyone. Remember, no one, including your parents. Everyone knew the seriousness of the matter and nodded hurriedly. They decided to keep the matter to themselves and would not talk about it even after it was over. After all, murdering senior officials is a serious crime no matter where it happens. It would be fine if they had the endorsement of senior officials, but the key is that without the endorsement of senior officials, if the matter is leaked, they would not be able to explain it even if they had 10 mouths. Others would not say anything on the surface, but they would inevitably be pointed out behind the scenes. Not everyone has the ability to think independently. Most people are used to going with the flow. They only believe what they see without thinking about the truth behind it. After the matter was said and done, Kakashi relaxed. There was no rush to investigate Danzo. He just wanted to fill his stomach first. If he was hungry, he would have no energy to do anything. He was eating with great relish. However, the 12 little warriors who had just met Feng, except for Chaji, had no appetite. It was not because Kakashi and the others had not come that they were already full. Well, that was partly due to their concerns, but Feng was the main reason why they could not eat, probably because what Feng said was beyond their imagination. When he told them how to pass the second exam, they thought Feng knew someone in high-level positions. Or perhaps Feng himself participated in the formulation of the exam rules, so he knew so much. Although they felt pleasantly surprised, they were not that shocked. But what Feng said afterwards, one thing after another, was completely beyond their understanding. There are so many secrets that even the elders and their family may not know. Especially those about Danzo. Who is Danzo? In their impression, he is a high-ranking official in the village, second only to the Hokage. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as powerful and influential. Although he rarely shows up, his power remains undiminished. Whenever their family elders mentioned Danzo, they had an expression that they couldn't understand. They used to think that it was the family elders or of the powerful official, but now they understood that it was a sign of vigilance, and they probably knew some of the things Danzo had done, but because of the third generation, the elders couldn't do anything to Danzo. Danzo himself, no matter his strength or influence, should not be underestimated. Feng said that he wanted to get rid of Danzo alone, which made them wonder whether Feng had the ability to do so. They have only known each other for a short time and they don't know how strong Feng is. You little brats, why are you staring at me? Being stared at was not pleasant at all, especially when those people looked at him with suspicion. Feng just felt uncomfortable all over. What's wrong? Do you doubt my strength? Chapter 120, Evading and Falsely Accusing Someone of Asking for Money. He was not very willing to get involved in these messy things and agreed reluctantly. But there was a group of people on the other side who did not trust him. Feng was very happy. Kakashi, look, even these juniors don't believe me. Why don't you do it yourself? Don't worry about not being able to handle it. There are still a few days before Orochimaru launches his plan. I'll give you intensive training in these few days to improve your strength so that you can handle it. How about it? Consider it. Kakashi didn't stop picking up the food, obviously refusing. Although what Feng said made him very excited, he still remembered that Feng said that his Sharingan had not been fully developed. He had no doubt that Feng had the ability to advance his Sharingan. The advancement of the Sharingan has brought about an increase in his strength. This is the fastest way Kakashi can think of. However, it must be safe, and save. Important things must be said 3 times. It's not like he didn't grasp the key point in Feng's words. Feng said that after his strength has been improved, he is capable of dealing with this crisis. Note that it is deal with, not solve. These are 2 different things. All we can say is that he has the ability to protect himself in this matter, but whether he can save 3 generations is unknown. His solution is to nip the danger in the bud and minimize the losses. What he wants is not to deal with it, but to solve it. The latter already has someone and has agreed, so why should he go through all the trouble to deal with it himself? It's just the advancement of the Sharingan. He will do it next time. Anyway, he has already been shameless once. The worst that can happen is that he will have another face next time. He will keep pestering Feng until he is willing to help him. Feng had no idea what Kakashi was planning. If he knew, he would spit at Kakashi to death. Seeing that Kakashi ignored him, Feng felt annoyed and directed his criticism at the few people who looked at him with suspicion. You guys, I just told you how to pass the second exam, and you look at me like this? It makes me so sad. Shikamaru scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. No uncle, it's not that we don't trust you, it's just that Danzo is much older than you. Just with so many more years of experience, he must not be an easy person to deal with. And he has so many subordinates. Look, why don't you think about it again, come up with a comprehensive plan, and make sure there is no problem before taking action. That was close. Shikamaru was sweating coldly, and subconsciously he wanted to call an adult out. Fortunately, he changed his words in time and continued talking. Otherwise, he was afraid that calling Danzo adult in front of Yi Feng would make Yi Feng unhappy. The mysterious Yi Feng makes Shikamaru both fearful and curious. He wants to find out Yi Feng's identity and how he knows so many secrets. Also, how strong is Yi Feng that Kakashi has to ask him to take action again and again. Shikamaru knew who Kakashi was. He was a well-known ninja in Konoha village. Shikamaru knew almost all of them, no matter what rank they were. This was also related to his family. Everyone in his family is relatively smart, with natural intelligence and, with intentional training, everyone in his family serves as a military strategist. All the successive patriarchs of their family have been the Hokage's aides, often providing advice to the Hokage. The current Hokage's assistant is his father, who is also the patriarch of their family of this generation. Although he himself is reluctant to admit it, he is indeed being trained as the next generation patriarch. Therefore, Shikamaru has been exposed to many things that others cannot access since he was a child. For example, how many ninjas are there in the village, what types they are, whether they are suitable for going to the battlefield, etc. Mastering these is a basic requirement for a Hokage staff. If you don't even know these, what if a war breaks out someday and the Hokage asks you, how many troops should we send? Where should we place those people? If you can't even answer these questions, how can the Hokage trust you? Not only that, the Hokage's staff also need to know the basic deeds of the ninjas. Even if they don't know, they need to know what someone is good at. Is it illusion or ninjutsu? What aspect of ninjutsu is good at? Wind escape, water escape, or something else? Anyway, being the Hokage's staff is very demanding. Not only do you have to have a smart mind and stay awake at all times to provide the Hokage with appropriate advice, you also have to have an excellent memory so that in case the Hokage forgets something, you can remind him. But Shikamaru was not the clan leader nor the Hokage's aide after all. He was just being trained as a successor. Coupled with his lazy personality, he was lazy when learning knowledge in this area, which resulted in his kung fu not being so good he could only call out the names of those ninjas. As for their deeds, Shikamaru didn't remember much. He only remembered some of the more famous ninjas in the village. Coincidentally, he knew about Kakashi's deeds. He knew how powerful Kakashi was and that he had almost no rivals in Konoha, but he didn't expect that Kakashi would come to Yi Feng. In his opinion, Yi Feng was just an ordinary person, who just knew a little more things. But why did Kakashi choose to look for Yi Feng instead of someone else? This is what he can't figure out. What made him even more confused was that Yi Feng agreed and even said shamelessly that he would deal with Danzo alone. Everyone with powerful family in Konoha knows who Danzo is. Whenever the Hokage travels, he has someone to protect him. Whenever Danzo travels, he never leaves home without someone by his side. He just didn't understand where Yi Feng got the confidence from to kill Danzo, who was protected by Tuanchuan by himself. While he was still pondering these questions, he heard Yi Feng say, "Do you know what the best plan in the world is?" Shikamaru came back to his senses and shook his head. He didn't believe that there was any best plan in the world. Every plan was thought up by humans, and plans thought up by humans always had loopholes. The only difference was whether you could find them or not. You don't know. Yi Feng picked up another piece of meat that Naruto put into the pot, then put the meat into his mouth, chewed it and swallowed it, saying, "The best plan in the world is to have no plan. Without a plan, the enemy cannot predict your actions, and cannot use these actions to make targeted plans. Without a plan, you will be caught off guard. Even you yourself don't know what your next move will be. How can the enemy appear in front of you to intercept you? So, I just need to know where Danzo is. I don't need to make a plan in advance. I just need to find him, show up, kill him, and that's it. It's that simple." Of course, I did this because I have a confidence in my own strength. I believe that no matter what moves Danzo uses, I can resolve them. That's why I dare to do this. If it were you guys who don't have the ability, you should just make your plans honestly, otherwise you won't panic if something happens. Just like Naruto, he was full of confidence when he went on a mission last time, but he was attacked halfway. I heard that he was so scared that he peed his pants. He completely lost the momentum he had before setting out. Huh? Shikamaru was stunned and subconsciously looked at Naruto. When others heard such a big news, they subconsciously turned their attention to Naruto. Naruto, the person involved, was also stunned. Even the piece of meat between his chopsticks did not fall, but was caught by Yi Feng's chopsticks, and then the piece of meat went into Yi Feng's mouth. Being watched by so many people, Naruto could no longer sit still. He stood up with a bang, pointed at Yi Feng with his chopsticks, and asked with a red face, "That's not the case at all." "Who told you that, uncle?" "No." Yi Feng was a little confused. "Your teacher Kakashi told me personally. as if he was there himself. Huh? No, he was at the scene. You and I went on a mission together, along with Sasuke and Sakura. They were both there when the pants peeing incident happened, and when Kakashi told me about it later, they can both testify that it was not me who said you wet your pants, but your teacher Kakashi who said it. Regardless of Naruto's ugly expression, Sasuke nodded to show that he saw and heard it, and seeing her idle nod, Sakura also nodded. She didn't care whether Feng was arguing about this matter or not. She only cared about her male god Sasuke. Since Sasuke had already nodded, she also had to follow her husband's lead. Naruto placed his last hope on Kakashi. As long as Kakashi shook his head, he would be cleared of the charges, and Sasuke and Sakura's lies would naturally be exposed. After all, everyone present knew that he and Sasuke did not get along, and Sakura was loyal to Sasuke, and Sakura always did whatever Sasuke did. Therefore, the opinions of both of them cannot be represented, and only Kakashi has the right to speak under Naruto's hopeful eyes. Kakashi nodded slowly, indicating that yes, that was what he said. The light in Naruto's eyes went out and he slumped back onto his stool in despair. It's over, my reputation is gone. Naruto couldn't stop wailing in his heart. This was not real, but it became true. He admitted that he was a bit cowardly at the time. But he really didn't wet his pants. At most he was just scared to the point of being unable to move. He covered his face and didn't dare to see anyone, and obviously didn't notice Feng, who had just winked at Kakashi. Feng, the culprit, comforted Naruto. Don't be shy, wetting your pants is a very normal thing. Who hasn't wet their pants when they were young? It's not shameful. What's shameful is that you still wet the bed when you are so old. By the way, Naruto, take out the bedding in your room and dry it in the sun later. Don't let it get moldy. You. Naruto widened his eyes, pointed at Feng in disbelief, and stuttered for a long time without saying anything. No need to thank me. Feng held Naruto's hand and put Naruto's arm down, and said righteously, it is my responsibility as the shop owner to take care of you kids who have not grown up. Don't worry, as long as I am here, if I have a bowl of noodles to eat, you will have a bowl to wash. It's not hard, you three can take turns. You wash the dishes in the morning, Sakura washes the dishes at noon, and Sasuke washes the dishes at night. How about that? Isn't it evenly distributed? This way, all three of you will have dishes to wash. Hey, you big-headed ghost. Zioin stood up, pinched her waist and accused Feng. Uncle, you are already old, and you always make such ridiculous jokes. What are you talking about? Feng was furious. He could say he was out of tune, but he couldn't say he was old. Don't you know that age is a taboo word for men? I'm only in my 20s, and I've been in my prime for several years. Then wouldn't the others be buried soon? Feng pointed at Asuma and the others who were watching the fun and pulled them into the battlefield. Everyone, you all heard it. It wasn't me who said it, it was Sakura who said it to you, Ms. Yuhi Hong. No, it should be called Grandma Yuhi Hong. Are you still single? Yuhi Hong's mouth twitched and she ignored Feng. Grandpa Asuma, are you still single? That won't do. I heard your father already has grandchildren. I can't bear it. Asuma clenched his fists, and the cigarette butt in his mouth was bitten by his teeth, leaving a mark. Kai, Feng cried to my guy, our youth is over. Now there are young people questioning our existence. We should step down and leave our position to the next generation. Kai, I remember running under the sunset that day. That was our lost youth. Don't be discouraged. Kai encouraged with tears in his eyes. Youth will never disappear. As long as we firmly believe in it, it will always be there. No matter how old we become, youth will always belong to us. No, Kai, youth belongs to everyone. Feng stood up and said passionately, Kai, I understand now. Although our lifespan is limited, youth is unlimited. Youth is a kind of will and a kind of inheritance. As long as there are people, there's youth. Regardless of age, the flame of youth is burning in my heart. It tells me that it wants to burn more fiercely. It tells me that youth should not be let down. It tells me that youth should not be wasted. It also tells me that young people will not eat for free. So, Feng changed the subject and extended his hand to the people. Those of you who came uninvited, would you like to pay for the meal? Kai, who was deeply moved, suddenly stood up and said, Lee, what are you doing? Didn't you hear you say that youth should not be wasted and we should seize the time to exercise? I'll go first and you can follow me after dinner, okay? Kai couldn't hear his Lee's answer. When he finished speaking, he had already run out of the store. He ran so fast that even Feng didn't have time to react. Feng was too lazy to chase after him. He flashed and appeared at the stairs. He folded his arms and looked at the people who were frozen. He said, "Okay." Kai ran away. "Who of you wants to pay for his share? I don't mind if we split it equally." Kakashi put down his chopsticks and reached into his arms, apparently accepting defeat and preparing to pay. At this moment, he glanced at the balcony with a window open, and suddenly he thought of an idea. He also stood up and slowly walked towards Feng, but then, unexpectedly, Kakashi turned around and rushed to the balcony. Even Feng was dumbfounded. What was the real point? Just the money for a meal, one by one, as if it cost his life. He made no move just when Kakashi was looking at the window so close to him, happily thinking that he was going to escape. The open window closed by itself at an extremely fast speed. There was no time to break, and Kakashi, who was about to break the glass, rushed out and bumped into the glass head first. Chapter 121, Paying for Dividends and Eating Full. Why bother? It's just the cost of a meal, Feng said as he looked at Kakashi, who had a close contact with a glass. Does your face hurt? Do you think I will be fooled a second time? Pay the money obediently, otherwise none of you can leave today. Feng was still blocking the stairs, blocking the only exit of the entire convenience store. Given the indestructibility of the convenience store, as long as Feng did not agree, the few people could not even break the glass, let alone the wall. If a few people wanted to go out, they could only go down the stairs to the first floor and exit from the main door on the first floor of the convenience store. There was no other way. How much? Asuma asked in a deep voice. As the son of the Hokage, he was not short of money, and it was even more impossible for him to run away without paying. In fact, he didn't understand why Kai and Kakashi reacted so strongly when they heard that Feng wanted them to pay just the cost of a meal. His body froze just now, as he didn't expect Feng to be so shameless. It was obviously not him who treated him to a meal, but he still wanted to collect money. Kakashi also thought of this. Why should I give you money? Kakashi got up from the ground, rubbed his nose, and said unhappily, "Is it you who invited me? Do you want to collect money?" He heard it. It was clearly Naruto who set up the scheme, and it was Naruto who collected the money. What right did Feng have to ask them for money? What confidence do you have? Of course Feng has confidence. Just because I paid for the ramen, I have the confidence to charge this money, Feng argued, and the various tools used for eating. It's not too much to ask for a depreciation fee, right? He had just bought a few induction cookers, and he had forgotten about this when he was deducting Naruto's dividend just now. Now that he remembered it, he would of course find a way to make up for it. "How dare you?" Kakashi said contemptuously. "Don't think I didn't hear you just now. You said you would deduct this money from Naruto's dividend. Do you want to have a second chance? What are you talking about?" Feng was unhappy. "Are water and electricity bills free? You really don't know how expensive firewood and rice are until you run a household. Now the water and electricity bills, and all kinds of miscellaneous expenses are all paid by me. I can't make up for it just by relying on daily business. I have to pay for it myself. There are also those employees who cost a lot. If I don't save money, how can I support such a huge expense?" "Does this have anything to do with what he just said?" Zihihong asked Asuma beside him in a puzzled voice. Zihihong was a little confused. Weren't they talking about the meal money? Why did they bring up other things? "I don't know either." Asuma shook his head. He didn't understand either. Although Kakashi didn't hear their whispers, he knew more and didn't believe Feng's nonsense at all. "Do you think I believe it?" Feng didn't expect Kakashi to believe him. He was just making a fuss and making an excuse for the meal money. "I don't care whether you believe it or not. Anyway, if you don't pay today, don't even think about leaving this door." Kakashi was too lazy to say more. He believed that Feng had the ability to keep him from leaving the house. After living in the store for so long, it would be strange if he didn't see any magic in the store. What's more, he was also present when Feng showed Sasuke some of the functions of the room. Since he couldn't leave and didn't want to get entangled any further, Kakashi gave the money readily. Seeing that he gave it to them, Asuma and Kurenai temporarily suppressed their doubts and gave their own shares. As for Kai's, it was of course given by Kakashi. Asuma and Kurenai said that they didn't know the person who abandoned his companions and ran away, and they were not familiar with him after the money was given. Kakashi decided not to leave and sat back down. He also pulled Asuma and Kurenai, who wanted to leave, together until they were full. Then the three of them left together. As soon as the three of them walked out of the store, they saw a head popping up at the corner of the street. Looking around and waving at them, it was Kai who went ahead. The three of them looked at each other and walked into the alley without saying a word. Uncomfortable, Yi Feng stretched lazily and picked up an empty cup on the coffee table. What surprised everyone was that they clearly saw that the cup was empty, but the moment Yi Feng picked it up, liquid appeared in the cup out of thin air, black liquid with countless bubbles in it. In front of everyone, Yi Feng drank the black bubbling liquid in the cup, and then burped, "Uncle, pour me a cup." Naruto pushed his cup in front of Yi Feng. Wanting Yi Feng to fill it up, Naruto certainly knew what the black, bubbly liquid was. It was his favorite drink. The fat otaku's happy water called Coke. Ice cola with hot pot is one of his favorite combinations, second only to ice cola with ramen. Considering that Naruto had cooperated so well just now, Yi Feng snapped his fingers, and Naruto's cup was instantly filled with Coke. Aha! Naruto cheered, picked up the cup, took a few gulps, and finished it all. "Uncle, you don't have to deduct my dividend now, right?" Naruto put down the cup and raised his eyebrows and said, "I saw that the money you collected is more than enough to set up another table like this." "That's right." Yi Feng's sudden change of topic just now was all Naruto's idea. He didn't want his dividends to be deducted, so he came up with this idea. It just so happened that Yi Feng was also annoyed by Kakashi's relentless pressure, so he agreed. The covert communication between the two people was completed in silence. With the help of Jiu Lama, the two completed the plan. Yi Feng only roughly counted the money collected, and it was indeed as Naruto said, enough to set up another table, most of which was contributed by Asuma. Asuma not only paid for Zarurin, but also gave more. A wealthy man like him had never worried about money and was extremely generous. This wasn't like Kakashi at all. Yi Feng didn't need to check carefully to know that some money was missing. However, he didn't care. It was all free anyway, so it didn't matter if there were a few missing. Yeah, Yi Feng nodded. Just when Naruto was happy about keeping his dividend, Yi Feng shook his head again. "No, you still have to deduct 1 day's salary," Yi Feng said firmly. "You came up with the idea, and they didn't know about it, but I did it, so they must think it was my idea, and I bear all the responsibility. How can I not get any benefit? I shamelessly risked my life to help you. This is what I deserve." "You still have the nerve." Naruto accidentally said what was in his mind. Yi Feng frowned. "What does that mean? Who doesn't have a face? If someone doesn't have a face, is he still a person?" "No," Naruto apologized quickly. "What I mean is, since Uncle has already received the money, it is enough to make up for the part you paid in advance, and even more than that, so there is no need to deduct my dividend." "Right, you can't say that," Yi Feng shook his head. "Compensation is compensation, and benefits are benefits. These are two different things. Besides, it's against the rules for you to treat people to a meal and let them pay." "Right, Uncle, does my dividend have to be deducted?" Naruto asked with narrowed eyes. He understood that all the compensation and benefits were just excuses. Yi Feng just wanted to keep the money for himself and also squeeze a little more from him. This is not possible. Through the shadow clone he had just secretly released, he learned that business has been very good these days and is expected to continue to grow in the next few days. He can receive a considerable dividend every day. If Yi Feng deducted all his dividends for the next few days, Naruto would never be able to accept it. He has understood the benefits of money since he was a child. When he was a child, he had no money. While other children could buy their favorite food, toys, and other things that could be bought with money, he could only watch helplessly because he had no money. Even to have a bowl of his favorite ramen, he had to save for a long time. After finally meeting Yi Feng, he not only had enough food to eat, but also had a stable income to buy the things he liked. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. There is no going back, nothing can be turned back. He has already tasted the sweetness. Yi Feng deducting his dividends for a few days was tantamount to asking for his life. For this reason, he urgently hoped that Yi Feng could hear his voice and not deduct his money. Jiu Lama was fed up with the chatter in his mind, so he told Yi Feng. Yi Feng separated a part of his mental power and entered Naruto's mind, and the two of them made a plan. Of course, Naruto didn't know about Kurama's efforts. He thought that Yi Feng had heard his mind. He was no longer surprised by Yi Feng's magical ability, so when Yi Feng's voice appeared in his mind, he was only surprised for a moment, then calmed down and told Yi Feng his thoughts, which led to Yi Feng's sudden change of topic. Later he was just a poor kid who wanted to keep his share of the profits. What did he do wrong? He was not wrong, but he did not expect that Yi Feng would still deduct 1 day's dividend from him at this point. Naruto was angry. "Uncle, if you dare to deduct my dividends, then you really need to find workers. It will not be easy to find a young lady of the same quality as the one at the door in a short time. I wonder how much money we're losing every minute and every moment." Naruto shook his head and said calmly, "Are you threatening me?" This time it was Feng who narrowed his eyes. Naruto's words really hit his soft spot. The sales ladies at the door are all Naruto's shadow clones. Even though Naruto may not be good at other things, he is very good at seduction technique, which is a combination of shadow clone and transformation technique. If it weren't for some irresistible reason that prevented the seduction technique from exerting its full power, the streets would have been flooded with blood. Feng would doubt whether any passerby, especially men, were men if they could pass by the door of a convenience store without bleeding from their nose. The store's business has been increasing steadily these days, and it is inseparable from Naruto's young ladies. If Naruto removes them, the store's business will not plummet, but it will definitely be greatly affected. He looked at Naruto, and Naruto also looked at him. There seemed to be sparks between the two. Just when the sparks were about to collide, Feng laughed, patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, "Okay, kid, if you have made progress, your dividend will not be deducted." Naruto endured the pain in his shoulder and laughed. "It's all thanks to Uncle's teaching, that's, ha ha ha, hey hey hey." Sasuke held his forehead with his hand. He couldn't bear to watch, he simply couldn't bear to watch. Sakura's forehead was bulging with veins, but she couldn't bear it any longer. She stood up suddenly, walked over to the two men, gave each of them a slap, and said through gritted teeth, "You two, are you shameless? If you have nothing to do, go back to your room and sleep. Don't ruin our mood for dinner." When Kakashi and the others were here, they kept nagging, which made them lose the mood to eat. Now that Kakashi and the others have left, the nagging still continues. How can they still have the mood to continue eating? "Hey, lady, you have to behave like a lady." Feng rubbed the place where he was hit. He understood how Naruto felt when he was hit by him. It was really unpleasant. No wonder Sasuke doesn't like you. Who would like a girl with a bad temper? What did you say? Sakura was furious. Her hair was moving even without wind, and seemed to be floating in the air. No, I didn't say anything." Feng was startled. He saw a huge stick figure rising up behind Sakura, holding a knife in his hand, about to chop her down. He quickly comforted her. "I said I'll tie up Sasuke tonight and send him to your room." "Uncle, what are you talking about? You're so annoying." Sakura suddenly lost her previous momentum, and only shyness remained on her face. The huge stick figure behind him was waving a knife in one hand, holding his waist with the other, laughing loudly, and looked very impatient. Sasuke's expression didn't change much, as he was used to this kind of teasing. Naruto wasn't worried either, as he knew that Sakura would be his sooner or later. A hint of unnaturalness flashed across Ino's face, as if she was afraid that Feng would really do this. If Ino hadn't been unclear about Feng's background, she would have rushed up to refute Feng long ago. After this little episode, the dinner party finally quieted down. Of course, it couldn't be really quiet, but without Feng's popular science and the invisible tension when the teachers were present, everyone was talking and laughing together, and it was much more normal, just chatting casually. The method of passing the exam that Feng told them was very useful. They all kept it in mind and prepared to wait for the exam to officially begin tomorrow. When the examiner announced the exam rules, they would implement them after verification. As for what Feng discussed with their teacher later, they pretended not to hear it. This was not something they could interfere with. They did not intend to tell their family elders. This was their plan even without Kakashi and others' instructions. Before things became clear, there was no need to involve their family in this turmoil. Hinata's big appetite was exposed. As Feng expected, Hinata ate as much as she could and shocked the whole audience. Even Choji had to admit defeat originally. Shikamaru was unwilling to admit defeat. He thought that since they were in the same group as Hinata, he knew Hinata better than anyone else. He had never seen how much Hinata could eat before, and her appetite was not much more than that of an ordinary person. Ninjas have larger appetites than ordinary people due to consumption issues. In his opinion, Hinata's appetite is normal. Unexpectedly, at the end of the meal, he was so full that he could hardly move, but Hinata was still at ease and finished all the remaining food, still feeling unsatisfied. Yes, it just feels unsatisfied, anyone present can see it. Later, Feng went downstairs again and bought a lot of ramen. After finishing these, Hinata waved her hand and said that she was full. "Are you really full?" I don't know who asked this question, but it expressed everyone's thoughts. Chapter 122. The exam is about to begin. After Hinata repeatedly waved her hands to indicate that she was full, everyone started to pack up. After the table was put back in place and the tableware was put away, everyone did not leave and started playing games again under the leadership of Naruto. Feng did not participate, but returned to the door of the first floor, lay down in the sun, and enjoyed the beautiful scenery passing by later. As night was about to fall, everyone walked out of the store and went home. It was obvious that Inuzuka Kiba was reluctant to leave, probably because he couldn't bear to leave the games here. Shikamaru was the same. He didn't leave the second-floor balcony that afternoon. He found 2 stools, one to sit on and one to rest his legs on, and leaned against the sliding door. He slept for the whole afternoon with the warm sun. The only drawback was that the sound of several people playing games in the living room made him feel a little noisy. Shikamaru felt that this was heaven, the place of his dreams. He shuttled between the first and second floors. Every time he went up to the second floor, he would carry a bunch of snacks, eat them, and then come down again, repeating this process over and over again. As the heir of the Akimichi clan, his family's barbecue restaurant business is spread all over Konoha. He is not a man short of money. He packs snacks for everyone for the whole afternoon. It was when he saw Chaji that Feng remembered something. He had secretly reached an agreement with Chaji. Chaji gave Feng a barbecue restaurant discount card. Feng could enjoy discounts at any barbecue restaurant opened by the Akimichi family in Konoha. Feng also gave Shikamaru a convenience store discount coupon, which allows Shikamaru to enjoy discounts on any snack items displayed on the first floor. Considering that one is barbecue and the other is snacks, the values are not proportional, so the card that Feng gave to Dingxi has a relatively large discount. Overall, both parties did not lose out. In the meantime, Kakashi came back with a swelling on his face, and he didn't know who hid him. He did not stay long. After informing everyone of the specific time and location of the second exam, he left in a hurry to find out more about Denzo, so everyone felt at ease playing in Feng's shop for the whole afternoon. Kakashi also specifically asked everyone to relax and get their spirits back in order to face tomorrow's exam. It was completely dark, but the number of people on the street did not decrease. The brightly lit streets meant that their shopping trips were not greatly affected. The exam is approaching the middle of the term, and there is still some time before the end. It is the busiest time now. Many people have waited until now just to be able to enter the venue to watch the third exam. They will not leave until the third exam begins. It's just as well that they don't leave. Feng wishes they didn't leave so that his business could get better and better. It was not until the crowds on the street gradually dispersed and it was early morning that Feng finished his business for the day. He happily put the money into the cash register, took a shower, and went to bed. After cleaning up the display table, the shadow clones disbanded and returned to Naruto's original body. Their return did not wake up the sleeping Naruto and the others had gone to bed a long time ago. In order to be in a better state of mind for the second exam, they all went to bed early the next morning. Before Feng got up, Naruto and Sasuke went to the meeting place with Sakura, who had come with him. They ate breakfast while walking on the road, because they wanted to go early and check the surrounding environment in advance. Of course, before leaving, Naruto did not forget to leave a clone behind, which turned into the appearance of a young lady and set up a stall to sell goods at the door. So, while Feng was still sleeping, his shop had already started business. Fortunately, they have gotten used to it in the past few days. It is impossible for Feng to open the door after waking up. Then who knows how long they will have to wait. After all, sometimes even Feng himself didn't know when he would be able to get up. He didn't set an alarm clock or anything, and he usually just slept until he woke up. Naturally, when it comes to dividends, the earlier you open the door, the more money you can get. In this regard, Naruto is much more proactive than Feng. Back to the topic. When Naruto and the other two arrived at the gathering place, they found that they were not the first to arrive. The other few of the 12 young strongmen were also present. Not only that, there were also many other candidates who came. They all had the same idea, which was to check out the exam environment in advance. Unfortunately, their trip was in vain as the examination room was surrounded by barbed wire and there were invigilators on duty at the entrance, which made the plans go awry. Several invigilators were standing guard at the door, all with smiles on their faces. They had expected this to happen. It's just a barbed wire fence. Although there is a formation on it to prevent the beasts in the death forest from coming out, it can't stop people who want to get in under normal circumstances. With the warnings from the village, ordinary people would not approach this place, but during the exam period, it is inevitable that some candidates will take risks and try to take shortcuts. There have been similar precedents in the past. They are here to prevent those candidates from straying in. Of course, guarding the door wouldn't have much effect. After all, one could get in by climbing over the wall, but that was none of their business. They were just putting on an attitude in case other ninja villages used it as an excuse. The other candidates were not fools either. As soon as they saw them, they knew what they meant and gave up the idea of searching the environment. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, talking in low voices, waiting for the exam to officially begin. It's impossible to leave. Since I'm here, I'll have to come back after a while. I might as well wait here. Naruto and the others also gathered together, but they didn't talk much. They just took the time to replenish their strength. Those who want to eat snacks, and those who want to sleep. Having learned the content in advance, they knew that once they entered the examination room, it would be impossible to eat well and rest well, so they might as well take advantage of this moment to rest more. An unknown amount of time had passed, but just when Naruto was feeling bored and wanted to find someone to chat with, the examiner, Mostramos, finally arrived. This time she didn't make a splashy appearance. She just walked slowly from a distance, greeted the invigilator standing at the door, and then stood in front of the door. Is everyone waiting anxiously? No one answered, and many people looked dissatisfied. They were all people who had arrived early but were turned away. Some of them even didn't have breakfast and had been waiting until now with empty stomachs. Mostramos didn't care about their attitudes. She smiled and said, "Behind me is the exam site. It's called the Death Forest. You will soon experience why it is called this name. This place is called the Forest of Death, and you're about to experience it." Naruto pinched his waist, twisted his hips back and forth, and made funny movements. With his pretentiously delicate voice, he looked like he deserved a beating, but Naruto was still unaware, and after imitating what he said, he laughed and said, "No matter how you scare me, I'm fine. I'm not afraid at all. I already knew what was in it." Naruto was secretly proud of himself. Yesterday afternoon, Inuzuka Kiba, who loved to show off as much as he did, told Naruto the reference method of passing the game that Feng had given them shortly after dinner. Naruto was already rubbing his hands in anticipation, unable to wait for the exam to begin. He came too early in the morning, and while others were taking the time to rest, he couldn't help but walk around in circles, trying to find someone to talk to. Others stopped him and told him to shut up, but everyone knew Naruto's character and were afraid that he would let something slip, so they didn't dare let him say more. This made Naruto very upset. Before Mostramos could say a few words, while everyone else was paying attention to what happened next, Naruto, who knew everything, couldn't wait to jump out and make trouble. Mostramos saw all his actions and praised him with a smile. "Really? You're full of energy." Naruto, who didn't know what people with squinted eyes are not to be messed with meant, was still enjoying the praise from Mostramos with a smug look on his face. The next second, he knew what too much joy leads to sorrow meant, but he saw a kunai brushed his cheek, and with a puff, it pierced into the ground behind him. Naruto froze in place, not daring to move. The voice coming from behind him made him feel scared. "Children like you are usually the first to die." A cold hand climbed onto Naruto's cheek. Mostramos leaned close to Naruto's ear and whispered something that made Naruto's heart stop. "Spray out my favorite, bright red blood." The kunai scratched Naruto's face, leaving a small wound and blood flowing out. She stroked it gently and was about to say some teasing words. Suddenly, her eyes changed and another kunai appeared in her hand. Without a moment's hesitation, and almost without thinking, Mostramos stabbed the kunai in her hand behind herself. The next moment, her hand stopped again. "Kunai, I give it back to you." A long tongue that did not resemble a human's, with a fork at the tip, rolled up a kunai and was handed to Mostramos. The owner of the tongue had a cold voice, wore a bamboo hat, had pale skin, and had long straight black hair. Mostramos recognized the person who came. He was one of the many candidates, a candidate from Kusagakure village. That was why she stopped attacking. For some reason, she always felt that this candidate was a little strange, and she sensed a sense of familiarity from this candidate, but this was clearly the first time she met this person, temporarily suppressing the doubts in her heart. Mostramos thanked her. "Thank you for the trouble," but as soon as the conversation started, Mostramos warned, "Don't stand behind me with murderous intent, if you don't want to die early." The reason why she took out a kunai and stabbed behind her was that she felt the murderous aura coming from behind her, which made her react instinctively. The tongue was retracted by its owner, and the kunai on it had been taken away by Mostramos. The man apologized. "I'm sorry, I'm the kind of person who gets excited when I see blood. Besides, you cut off my most important hair." It turned out that the first kunai shot by Mostramos not only scratched Naruto's face, but also cut her hair, and then it stuck to the ground. She explained her murderous intent, and without caring whether Mostramos believed it or not, she turned around and left, returning to the team. Many candidates gathered together to form a team. Naruto covered his face and stuck his head out, completely forgetting that he had just frozen. He curiously stuck out his tongue. But he could not reach the length of the man just now. Why is that guy's tongue so long? Naruto wondered. He saw that the man's tongue was at least 20 centimeters long. Before he could figure out the problem, he heard Matera Shianko say with interest, "It seems that this exam has attracted many hot-blooded people. It's really exciting." She walked back to the door, no longer thinking about teasing Naruto, and turned around and said, "Well, I'll send this to you before the second exam starts." He pulled out a stack of papers from his pocket and explained, "This is the consent form. Anyone who wants to take the exam must sign here first." The 12 young strong men had all learned about the death consent form from Feng, so they were not surprised. However, some of the other candidates asked, "Why?" "Because once you enter the examination room, your life will be in danger." "So," Matera Shianko said with a smile, "so I have to get your consent in advance, otherwise if anything happens to you, it will become my responsibility." What she said was quite frank, which made many candidates back off, as if it was not worth throwing away their lives for an exam. While they were pondering the pros and cons, Matera Shianko had already casually handed the consent form to Naruto. She just casually handed it to him because Naruto was closest to her. Naruto took out one of the consent forms and passed the rest to the person behind him. The person behind him followed suit, took out one and passed it to someone else. By the time they passed it around, everyone had a copy. Naruto pretended to look at the contents of the consent form, but his mind was not on it at all. He didn't even listen to the rules explained by Matera Shianko. He just listened to the general idea. The general content is similar to what Inuzuka Kiba relayed from Feng, except that Matera Shianko explained it in more detail than Feng. Finally, the rules of Matera Shianko were explained, and before Naruto could react, he was dragged aside. "Everyone, we need to discuss this first," Shikamaru said. Naruto reacted and said, "What are we discussing? Isn't it enough to just follow what the uncle says, idiot?" Sakura slapped Naruto on the head. "We need to discuss how to avoid attracting attention." It was all thanks to yesterday when a few of them stood at the door of the classroom and chatted and laughed together that today more than a dozen of them gathered together without attracting anyone's attention. Even after being slapped, Naruto still didn't understand what not to attract attention meant. He hadn't heard all the rules and hadn't found the loopholes. The examination room for the second exam had 44 entrances and exits, which was different from the different batches that Feng had mentioned. Matera Shianko had just made it clear that they would enter together, just through different entrances. However, Matera Shianko didn't say that they couldn't enter through the same entrance, which gave them room to maneuver. They could have chosen the same entrance, met up at the very beginning, and then headed straight to the finish line to block people. But in this case, their target would be too big, and with more than a dozen people acting together, it would be impossible to cover up their traces. They gathered together at this time to discuss whether to choose the same entrance or to follow the original plan and choose a different entrance. Naruto didn't want to use his brain, so he just sat aside and waited for everyone to come up with a result. He didn't care. In his opinion, no matter what choice they made, their goal was always the same: to block people in front of the finish line. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123: Different Choices to Enter the Examination Room. They did not have much time to choose. What they could think of, others could naturally think of as well. However, unlike them, the teams sent by other ninja villages to take the exam had limited numbers of people. Even if they wanted to cooperate with teammates from their own village, they could not find anyone to cooperate with. In this regard, the 12 young warriors, or the contestants from Konoha, have a natural advantage. But because of this, the contestants from Konoha became the focus of everyone's attention for a while. The examinees from other ninja villages, while discussing countermeasures, stared at them openly, thinking of getting rid of them first and then making it to the end based on their own abilities being stared at. The contestants from Konoha would be lying if they said they were not nervous. They hesitated, not daring to be the first team to enter the examination room. Matera Shianko looked at this scene with an amusement expression. This was something that the Konoha high-ups had anticipated a long time ago. As the invigilator, Matera Shianko certainly knew some of the inside story. It can't be called an inside story, it's something everyone knows. The joint Chunin exam is a platform for the organizers to demonstrate their strength to the outside world. Since we want to demonstrate our strength, The number of candidates taking the exam becomes an opportunity within the limited rules. The more candidates the organizer has, the greater the potential of the organizer. As the saying goes, the new generation replaces the old. No one can sit in a position forever. When the time comes, the position will eventually be passed on to the next generation. With the alternation of positions, the newcomers take over the ideas of the old ones. And the inheritance continues, forming a cycle. The number and quality of newcomers represent the prosperity and decline of a force. Whether they can take over the ideas of the old and carry forward the good parts also represents the future direction of this force. Therefore, you can see that whichever ninja village's turn it is to host the joint Shunin exam, the number of participating candidates from that village will be several times more than that of other ninja villages. However, there is also a saying that goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Well, you want to prove yourself, don't you? You have more people than us, so don't blame us for joining forces to deal with you during the exam. There is no mercy and it is inevitable that you may not be able to stop yourself. When that happens, don't feel sorry for your fellow candidates. There is no way around it. Small ninja villages are already struggling to survive in the cracks and may disappear one day. Even the big ninja villages are not self-sufficient and need to take on external tasks to ease the village's finances, not to mention the small ninja villages. Although the big ninja village charges high fees, their mission completion rate is also high. If there is a task that cannot be completed, they will replace it with someone else. There is always someone who can complete the task. After all, the strength of the ninjas from the big ninja village is not to be underestimated. It's different for their small ninja village. There simply aren't that many ninjas to complete the missions, so they can only take on some missions that slip through the net. When some people post missions, they are not the first choice, unless they can't afford the high mission fee, or the big ninja village thinks the mission is not cost-effective to take. Then it will be their turn. If they don't unite more and show themselves on the platform of the joint Shunin exam, they may not be able to receive these missions in the future. Therefore, it is normal for them, who usually fight on their own, to target the candidates of the organizing party in the joint Shunin exam. The organizers obviously know this, but they have confidence in their candidates. Whether in terms of strength or background, they are at the top of the ninja world. Otherwise, how come they are called the 5 great ninja villages? This is not something they call themselves, it is recognized by the ninja world. Therefore, they are not afraid of others targeting them, but they are afraid that no one will target them. It's still the same old saying, the ninja world has never been truly peaceful. They can't even maintain calm on the surface, let alone the turmoil behind the scenes. The 5 major ninja villages are a recognition from others, but they cannot become complacent because of this. They must remain vigilant. Only with external pressure can there be internal motivation. Just target them, and take this opportunity to let those candidates who have just graduated from school see that there are always people better than you. It also lets the candidates know what the real world is. In just a moment, Matarashienko thought of a lot of things. She yawned out of boredom and said impatiently, "Have you thought it over? Do you want me to give you a day? Go back first and come back tomorrow after you have thought it through. Don't you see what time it is? The sun is about to set." Huh? Many candidates were speechless as they looked at the scorching sun above their heads. It's not like we're about to go down the mountain. It's clearly noon. Okay, we came here early in the morning and haven't even had breakfast. We haven't said anything until now. Why are you still urging us? What? A Jonin is so great? An invigilator is so great? Sorry, the invigilator is amazing. Although she does not have the right to mark your papers, she has the right to eliminate you during the exam. Facing the strange looks from many candidates, Matarashienko put one hand on her waist and covered her yawning mouth with the other hand, saying, "How can't I take a nap? Don't you know that girls need to get enough sleep to have better skin? Auntie, how old are you and you still call yourself a girl?" Naruto wanted to ask this question, but for some reason, he always felt that if he said this, his fate would be very miserable, but if he didn't say it, he would feel uncomfortable. He wanted to say something but didn't dare to, which made his expression look extremely weird. "Naruto-kun, what's wrong with you?" Hinata saw Naruto twisting and turning while sitting on the ground, and asked with concern. "Nothing." Naruto waved his hands and finally forced himself to suppress the idea of committing suicide at this time. The other people also discussed the result. "You're the last one. It's time to go," Sasuke said with a cold face. "Oh, okay, see you later, Hinata." Naruto stood up, brushed the dirt off his pants, said goodbye to Hinata, and then followed Sakura and Sasuke to a simple wooden house next to the entrance of the examination room. The cabin was obviously built temporarily and was extremely simple. It only had a roof and 4 pillars supporting the roof. It didn't even have walls, but was surrounded by curtains. The curtain was opened and 3 people walked in. It's so dark, no one knew what material the curtain was made of, but it blocked the sunlight from outside, making the cabin a little dark. Naruto subconsciously narrowed his eyes out of excitement after getting used to the light in the cabin. He looked around the environment curiously. In the small room, there was a long table made of several wooden boards. Behind the table, there were 3 chairs that looked like chairs. Well, let's just call them chairs, since they can be set on any way. The 3 invigilators who had just been guarding the entrance to the examination room were now sitting on their chairs. Have you made up your mind? It's not too late to give up now, said the invigilator sitting on the middle chair. He had seen too many people escaping from the city, and the reason he asked this question was simply because he was used to it. Speaking of which, every time there is a similar competition in the village, you can see him. He is the old invigilator. Sasuke didn't say anything. He picked up the pen on the table and signed his name on the consent form. Sakura and Naruto also signed their names on their consent forms. Now that they have come this far, none of the 3 of them intend to give up. The invigilator on the left put the consent form signed by the 3 people into a box under the table. The invigilator on the right took out a scroll from another box and asked, "Who will take it?" Just as Naruto was about to speak, Sakura covered his mouth. Sasuke took the scroll silently and put it in his ninja tool bag. The ninja tool bag is the only thing that can be brought into the examination room, besides the clothes on the body. After all, weapons are the livelihood of a ninja. Many ninjas do not have weapons, so their strength will be greatly reduced. Most ninjas use small items such as kunai, shuriken, and senbon as weapons, and the ninja tool bag is used to store these small items. The function is similar to a backpack. Usually ninjas hang it around their waists, and some hang it in other places. It depends on personal habit. Anyway, they do whatever is most convenient. Feng, who is not here, often wondered whether the ninja tool bag was the same as the space bag in fantasy novels. Otherwise, how could it hold so many things? It doesn't look big. After coming to this world, Feng discovered through research when he was bored that it was not a space bag, but something similar to the PIM particles in Marvel. The toolkit can shrink the things stored inside it, and return to normal after taking them out. This is why it can hold a lot of things. I don't know who invented it. If the inventor lived in a scientific world, I wonder what kind of achievements he would have made. Then there is the sealing scroll, which is even more outrageous than the toolkit. In short, the scientific worldview is simply not applicable in a world with strange powers, such as the ninja world with chakra energy. It would be better to use science. Back to the point, the cloth curtains are good at blocking out light, but not at blocking out sound. Even if they were, no one would be stupid enough to reveal the attributes of their team scrolls, let alone shout out something like "I'll take it." This is all strategic talk if you don't say it out loud. No one will know what attributes the scroll has in your team, and no one will know who has the scroll. When you want to snatch it, others will also think about whether it is appropriate to take action. Of course, there are some old men who use this as an opportunity to set traps and shout it out deliberately to confuse others. This kind of person is either confident in his own ability or really stupid. Considering that Naruto was often unreliable, Sakura thought it was better to play it safe. The scroll cannot be placed on Naruto and myself because I am not strong enough and I might be left alone. Although it is unlikely, it is better to place it on Sasuke just in case. After putting away the scroll, Sasuke pointed to the number plates on the table. There were dozens of number plates with different numbers written on them, from 1 to 44, corresponding to the 44 entrances to the examination rooms. The number plate that Sasuke chose was the entrance that the 12 warriors had agreed upon. Outside, they decided to change part of the plan. The plan would remain unchanged after entering the examination room, but there was no need to hide since they would all reunite anyway. In that case, it would be better to reunite directly to avoid separating and then reunite, which would cause unnecessary complications. So they decided to go in through the same entrance, the one Sasuke had chosen. After making the choice, Sasuke did not stop and walked out again with Naruto and Sakura. After Sakura's whispered conversation, Naruto calmed down. When he saw Sasuke taking the scroll before, he was still unconvinced. If Sakura hadn't covered his mouth, he would have started to complain. The door to the examination room was opened. Sasuke and the other 2 stepped in and soon disappeared into the woods with their lead. The rest of the candidates also came to the cabin. Some signed, some took scrolls, and then, led by the invigilator, entered the examination room from the entrance of their choice. Neji and the other 2 stayed at the end. A pair of large black glasses blocked his eyes. He had his back to the crowd. Rock Lee and Tenten stood behind him due to the perspective. From the beginning to the end, from the moment Sasuke and the other two step into the cabin to the moment many candidates entered the examination room, no one noticed that Niji's Byakugan was always open as Niji and the other two entered the examination room. The door was locked. It would take 5 days before it could be opened again. Sasuke, who was jumping on a thick branch, suddenly stopped, causing Naruto, who was following closely behind him, to bump into his back unexpectedly, causing Sasuke to almost fall off the tree. Quickly stabilizing himself, Sasuke roared in a low voice with black lines on his face, "You idiot, what are you doing? Why are you asking me? I haven't asked you yet." Naruto rubbed his forehead and said dissatisfiedly, "Why did you stop suddenly? If you hadn't stopped suddenly, how could I have bumped into you? You're such an idiot." Sasuke was speechless. "How long are you going to go without stopping? Why don't you just stop at the end and not wait for the others?" "Oh yeah," Naruto slapped his forehead, "I totally forgot about that." Seeing the two men stop, Sakura, who was a few steps behind, jumped to the branch where the two were standing and nodded to Sasuke, who nodded in response. Naruto looked left and right, and asked suspiciously, "Are you two hiding something from me?" "What does nodding mean? It's meaningless," Sasuke said, turning back to the direction they came from. He didn't want to waste words with Naruto. "It's so obvious that you can't see it. Even if I tell you, you won't understand." "How do you know I don't understand if you don't tell me?" Naruto was even more dissatisfied. He always felt that Sasuke underestimated his intelligence. "You keep talking like an idiot. Do you really think I'm an idiot? I'll understand once you tell me." Sasuke gave Naruto a sidelong look and said nothing, but it made Naruto a little crazy. That look again. I'm warning you, if you look at me like that again, I will. What about you?" A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. He could understand Naruto's mood at the moment, because this kind of squinting look was something he learned from Yi Feng. Yi Feng had also looked at him with this kind of eyes before. Sasuke experienced that feeling of occupying the high ground in IQ and being superior to others. In one word, it's so cool. I will. After thinking for a long time, Naruto found that he had nothing that could threaten Sasuke. He turned his head away angrily and snorted, "I will never talk to you again." "Huh?" Sakura felt goosebumps all over her body. Sasuke was also disgusted and said unhappily, "Then thank you so much." Chapter 124, Joining Together and Traveling Together. Naruto was sulking alone, and Sasuke and Sakura ignored him. Taking advantage of the lush branches and leaves of the trees in the forest of death, the three of them hid their figures. Not long after, light footsteps were heard from the direction the three came from, and Naruto immediately stood up and greeted, "Here, we are here, idiot." Sasuke's face changed, and he cursed in a low voice. They didn't know whether the person who came was the one they were waiting for. Would Naruto's voice be equivalent to exposing his position? What if it's someone else who comes? But it was too late to stop it, so Sasuke had to take out his kunai and prepare for battle. Sakura did the same, and it was obvious that she was thinking the same thing as Sasuke. The sound of footsteps came closer and closer, and three figures appeared in Sakura's field of vision. When she saw clearly who they were, Sakura couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The exam had just begun, and she didn't want to get into a fight too early. This was against their plan. Besides, this was still outside the examination hall, and many candidates had only been inside for a short time. Once they started fighting, Sakura was afraid that it would bring about other unnecessary troubles. "Naruto-kun." The three of them stood still. Hinata greeted Naruto in a soft voice, and Naruto responded with a smile that seemed very stupid in Sasuke's opinion. Putting the kunai into the ninja tool bag, Sasuke frowned and asked, "Why are there only you? Where are they?" "They are still behind us," Inuzuka Kiba said lazily, leaning against a tree trunk. "If they come in together, they will be too conspicuous. There is no need to attract other people's attention right from the start. Didn't we agree to gather at the beginning?" Naruto was a little confused. They agreed to gather once they entered the examination room, so why did they disperse? Sakura said unhappily, "So what do you think we are doing now?" Sakura was so angry at Naruto's rashness that she couldn't help but give him a slap on the face. "What did we say last night, huh? I told you not to be impulsive, not to be impulsive. Can't you just hold back?" Thinking of the scene when Naruto provoked Matarashienko, Sakura was a little scared. She hit Naruto on the head again and said angrily, "If the examiner hadn't made a fuss, maybe we would have been eliminated now." Naruto rubbed the place where he was hit with his hands and muttered softly, "It's not my fault. Who told her to come so late? Besides, it's not that I didn't." "How dare you talk back?" Sakura shouted in a low voice. Naruto was so scared that he quickly covered his mouth and shook his head frantically to indicate that he didn't dare. Only then did the others have time to interrupt. Inuzuka Kiba said, "Just wait, they will catch up soon. It won't take too long." After saying that, he sat down on the tree trunk, and the others also took the opportunity to rest according to the plan. After they complete the rendezvous, they will head all the way to the finish line. During this period, it will probably be difficult to have time to rest. Therefore, any time to rest is precious to them. They didn't have to wait long before several figures came straight towards them and finally stopped on a tree trunk next to them as soon as they met. Yamanaka Ino said sarcastically, "I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. The mark left by a certain broad forehead was too obvious. And we wasted some time cleaning it up." "What did you say?" Sakura's forehead was bulging with veins. She was extremely angry. "With your ability, it is impossible to find the mark I left behind. Just now, she lagged behind Sasuke and Naruto by a few steps just to leave a mark so that they could follow the mark to find them and avoid taking the wrong path and delaying the rendezvous." Although the other three teams include Byakugan search masters like Neji and Hinata, as well as ninja dogs with sensitive noses like Kamaru and Inuzuka Kiba, it doesn't matter whether they leave a mark or not, but you have to be prepared for everything, even three. The more backup plans the better. This is what Sakura learned in the ninja school. The more preparations you have, the more possibilities there are. No one knows what kind of accidents may occur. It is always better than trying to find a solution when the time comes. In the past, Sakura always thought, how could there be so many accidents? But after graduation, when she was carrying out a mission in the Land of Waves, Sakura felt that she was too naive. The feeling of powerlessness of watching her companions fight desperately and being unable to do anything made Sakura not want to experience it a second time. In addition to Yi Feng's words and deeds, even Yi Feng, who is extremely powerful in Sakura's eyes, always says things like there has never been true peace in the ninja world, danger always comes inadvertently, and opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Slowly, Sakura also learned to be cautious before doing something. "I will think of several alternative plans to avoid unexpected events." This time she left the mark with the same intention. In her opinion, with Shikamaru and Niji's intelligence, they would definitely be able to guess the hint that there is no danger ahead. If there was danger, they would not have had time to leave a mark after seeing the mark. In other words, if there is danger, but you have time to leave a mark, it means the danger is not serious and you can just rush on your way. Different signs contain different information. Generally speaking, they are used for warnings and guidance. Sakura knew very well what kind of mark she left. She believed Shikamaru and Niji could see it, but she didn't believe Ino could. "Although I don't want to admit it, the fact is that my grades are better than yours. How could you, a wild boar like you, find the mark I left behind?" Sakura thought to herself, "Hey, I just found out. Are you angry?" Yamanaka Ino raised her head so that Sakura wouldn't see the guilt on her face. Sakura guessed correctly. It was not her who discovered the mark, but Niji. The three of them stopped as soon as they entered the examination room and hid in a place where they could not be seen by the many candidates who had not yet entered. It was not because of anything else, but because Shikamaru was too lazy to use his brain or his hands, so he planned to wait until Niji and the others entered the examination room before setting out together. As a result, he was late because Inuzuka Kiba and the other two had entered the examination room before them. Speaking of Inuzuka Kiba, he felt a little guilty at the moment markings. Are there any markings on the road? Inuzuka Kiba didn't remember seeing any signs on the road. They and Naruto and Sasuke entered the examination room almost one after the other, so the distance was not much different. Hinata didn't even open her eyes. Led by Kamaru, the three of them ran all the way and found Naruto and Sasuke. It can be said that they followed the smell and therefore did not pay any attention to the marks. However, he didn't dare say this out loud, because if others noticed the mark but he didn't, wouldn't he seem stupid? He didn't want to become as stupid as Naruto. Standing up from the tree trunk, Inuzuka Kiba brushed the dust off his butt and said in an impatient tone, "Never mind the markings, shouldn't we set off now?" "Yeah." Shikamaru nodded in agreement. The sooner they reached the finish line and finished their work, the sooner they could rest. He missed the sunshine on the second floor of the convenience store. It's so warm and comfortable to bask in the sun, Shikamaru thought with some longing. I want to get a recliner too. He took a fancy to the recliner under Yi Feng. Seeing Yi Feng lying leisurely on the recliner, he had an urge to ask Yi Feng to get up and lie on it himself to try it out. The sight of Yi Feng lying at the door basking in the sun really made Shikamaru envious. Let's go. Ningxi had no intention of resting. He also wanted to finish the exam early. Rather than taking the exam, he wanted to stay with Yi Fei. To be more precise, he wanted to stay in the store. Only by staying in the store would he not be bound by a caged bird. He missed that feeling of freedom all the time. Sasuke nodded as well and ran towards the finish line without saying a word. Seeing this, Sakura didn't bother to expose Ino's lies and followed Sasuke's steps. Naruto followed closely behind, and naturally the others followed as well. Shortly after the few people left, a figure emerged from the tree trunk where they were standing. The shadows of the lush leaves blocked his figure, making it impossible to see his face clearly. Staring at the direction where the others left, the figure licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue and murmured, "Interesting." Matera Shienko, who was running in the forest, suddenly stopped, frowned, and said solemnly, "This feeling, is it really you, teacher?" She wasn't sure, since she had never seen her teacher again since his defection, and because of his defection, as he was only student, Matera Shienko was not in a good situation in the village. It's not that everyone will exclude her. The facts have proven that what her teacher did had nothing to do with her, and she has long been cleared of suspicion. However, due to her inner guilt and the fact that she couldn't believe her teacher would do such a thing, she was unable to face herself. These years, she has been living a semi-retired life. If she hadn't felt that her teacher would appear this time for some reason, she would not have taken the initiative to apply to be the chief examiner. She wanted to find her teacher and ask him why he did such a thing and why he didn't. She shook her head, temporarily putting these unreasonable thoughts out of her mind. Her eyes were fixed in a certain direction, and then her figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Sasuke and his companions were heading straight for the finish line, but they had no idea that there were other people where they were going. They tried to conserve their energy and hurry on their way as fast as possible. While on the road, they did not forget to exchange information. The scrolls are divided into the scroll of heaven and the scroll of earth. No one opened them to see what was inside. One reason was due to professional ethics, and the other was that there was no need to do so. The rules of the exam are already very detailed. They only need to get scrolls with different attributes to pass. As for what is in the scrolls, to be honest, it doesn't matter. They don't have to read the content to pass through information exchange. Several people also knew what attribute scrolls their respective teams had. Sasuke's team had the scroll of heaven, and Sasuke was holding it. Inuzuka Kiba's team also had the scroll of heaven, and the limelight-loving Inuzuka Kiba was holding it. Shikamaru's team had the scroll of earth, and Shikamaru was holding it. Niji and his team also had the scroll of earth, but no one said who was holding it. Several people guessed that it should be with Niji. After all, Niji had the highest combat power, and it was safest for him to hold it. "Oh, doesn't that mean we have two teams that can advance?" Naruto raised his eyebrows and said, "I think we don't need to look for other people. After we get to the finish line, we can discuss who will advance and who will be eliminated. Isn't that great? We don't even need to do anything." Okay, Inuzuka Kiba said excitedly. "There's no need to discuss it. Whoever is weaker will automatically withdraw. Don't you think so?" "The last one, I have no objection," Naruto said confidently. "I am no longer the person I used to be. The person I am now, still the last one," Sasuke added coldly. "Why do you always ruin my plans?" Naruto had a resentful look on his face. He was about to say, "I have experienced a lot during this period of time, and my strength is different from before. I will definitely surprise you," but he was interrupted by Sasuke before he could finish his words. He couldn't find an excuse to refute. If anyone else said this, Naruto would definitely let that person see how powerful he is, but when Sasuke said this, Naruto was unsure, because he knew that Sasuke often asked Yi Feng for advice. He also wanted to ask Yi Feng for advice, but every time Yi Feng would dismiss him with a sentence like "I've already cheated for you," which made him feel very aggrieved. It was obviously me who started it first, so why was it always Sasuke who received the instructions? He challenged Sasuke to a private duel, and the result, well, how should I put it? Anyway, Naruto would not tell anyone that he lost. "Listen to what you just said," Sakura chimed in. "We can all advance. Why do we have to eliminate ourselves? I was just joking." Naruto quickly changed his expression and said with a smile, "Don't you think it's boring just to travel?" "Sakura, I'm not bored." Sakura also felt bored, but in order to show her professionalism in front of the person she liked, she preached, "We are all ninjas. What is the most important thing for ninjas when they are carrying out a mission? It's vigilance and concealment. Before we complete the mission, we must remain vigilant and check in advance for any unstable factors that may interfere with the mission to ensure that we can complete the mission smoothly. Also, we need to be concealed. During the mission, we must not be discovered by the enemy. Only in this way can the risk of carrying out our mission be as small as possible." Wow. Sakura, you know so much, Naruto said admiringly. He knew that his goddess knew the second most. The first was Feng. Naruto really wanted to know how much Feng knew, or in other words, what was there that Feng didn't know. Regardless of how much Feng knew, Naruto's exaggerated performance made Sakura blush, especially the strange look Ino gave her, which made Sakura feel ashamed and she gave Naruto a slap on the face. Idiot, Sakura yelled, this is all taught in school. What's there to brag about? Naruto covered his head and kept silent. At this moment, he remembered something Feng said, women always have a few bad days every month. During these days, their mood is like the weather at sea, changing at any time. Naruto wanted to ask, Uncle, did you get it wrong? Why does Sakura's mood change so quickly? It's not the days of the month you said. He didn't know that what made Sakura angry was whether Sasuke listened to her seriously. She spoke in an attempt to get Sasuke's attention, but he was so focused on getting on with his journey that he didn't hear what she was saying. Ino's weird look seemed to Sakura to be saying, see, Sasuke doesn't care about you at all. He cares about me the most. Don't believe it? If you don't believe it, I'll try it later. Chapter 125, Ambush and Fight. According to the plan, several people hurried on their way, intending to reach the finish line in one breath. The idea is good, but the reality is cruel. Little did they know that they had already been targeted. Who is it? Ninji, who was rushing in the front, shouted and suddenly stopped at this moment. His heart was filled with horror. Before entering the examination room, he had his eyes rolled up. After entering, he did not dare to relax. With his nearly 360-degree vision, he was constantly exploring the surroundings. Although keeping the Byakugan open would consume a lot of chakra, with other people around, Ninji was not too worried about his own safety. I never expected that in this situation, someone could approach me quietly and at such a close distance. Looking at the figure not far ahead, Ninji took out his kunai and was on guard. Haha, kid, your strength is okay, but you are no match for me. The man licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue, not taking Ninji seriously at all. If you leave now, I can still spare your life. Ah, you are that weirdo, Naruto muttered. Just by looking at the face, he really didn't recognize who the person was. But the iconic tongue left a deep impression on Naruto. He wanted to imitate it, but found that no matter how hard he stretched his tongue, it couldn't be stretched that long. Idiot. Sakura punched Naruto on the head. Naruto cried out in pain and said dissatisfiedly, why did you hit me again? Sakura had no intention of explaining and looked at the person coming with her weapon in hand warily. Oh, this is really troublesome. I met someone with unknown strength at the very beginning. Shikamaru, who was at the end, also took out his weapon. As smart as he was, he recognized the person the moment he showed up. He was one of the contestants taking part in the Chunin exam. He even made a small splash before entering the examination room. Anyone who dares to approach and talk to the examiner when he is angry is either stupid or confident in his own abilities. Considering the present situation, it is undoubtedly the latter. The other members of the 12, except for those who didn't like to use their brains, all thought the same as Shikamaru, and each took up their weapons and prepared to take action. Here he comes with ill intentions, Sasuke thought to himself, the three Magatama under his sunglasses slowly turning. Looking for the opportunity to strike. He didn't think that anyone who stopped them at this time would have good intentions towards them. You are not my target, the man said with a slightly hoarse voice, looking straight at Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, I am very curious about you. Would you like to consider following me? Before the plan is carried out, it is best not to take action if possible. Once you take action, the noise will be too loud and will inevitably attract other people's attention, especially since he has been targeted now. Little Red Bean, now is not the time to play with you. The visitor looked into the distance with deep eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Follow you? Sasuke frowned, wondering where the man got the confidence from. He wanted him to follow him with just one sentence. That's right, follow me. The man came back to his senses and excitedly showed his long tongue again. You live in hatred, so you must be very dissatisfied with your own strength. Follow me, I can make your strength grow rapidly, reach a level comparable to that person, or even surpass that person, then, I can take his place. Haha, the man was very excited at the thought of possessing the power of the Sharingan. He had been defeated by the Sharingan before, and he almost developed a perverted obsession with the Sharingan. He was fascinated by the incredible abilities of the Sharingan. As if feeling that the statement was not clear enough or tempting enough, the visitor dropped another bombshell. Don't you want to kill someone very much? Coincidentally, I know who that person is and what's going on with him. Only by following it can you have a chance of revenge. You know, That person was once a recognized genius in your family. Without your family's guidance, you can only hope to defeat that person by following me. It's impossible to stay in the village for the rest of my life. It's not that the visitor looks down on the current Konoha, but the current Konoha really has nothing he likes. The more I know about Konoha in the past, the more I despise Konoha now. It is so corrupt and so miserable. Don't mention that person in front of me. Sasuke's anger was ignited in an instant, and his breath couldn't help but fluctuate. Sasuke, Sakura shouted worriedly. She knew very well how important that person was in Sasuke's heart, and she was even more worried that Sasuke would listen to the instigation of the person in front of him. Sasuke shook his head silently, signaling Sakura not to worry. If it were in the past, Sasuke might have really been moved, but Feng's appearance made Sasuke give up any other thoughts. There is a person who is strong, knows a lot, and most importantly, does not hide anything from him. He is also a trustworthy person right next to him. Why would he go far away and follow someone with unknown origins? Do you really think he is crazy and would do anything for revenge and to improve his strength? Well, maybe before, but definitely not now. Although the fluctuation of breath only lasted for a moment, the visitor still caught it, which made his eyes light up. Your strength has increased a lot. It seemed like a casual question, but the person who came became more and more determined to get Sasuke. According to the information he knew, Sasuke's strength should not increase so fast, but the fluctuations that occurred told him that the information was outdated, and Sasuke's current strength was far different from what he knew. The visitor, who was very confident in his intelligence network, could only attribute this to the advancement of the Sharingan. Apart from this, he could not think of any other way that could allow a person's strength to increase rapidly in a short period of time at least, without relying on outsiders or external methods. This is absolutely impossible. In order to successfully complete his plan, the entire Konoha village is filled with his spies, and he knows almost everything about Sasuke's life. No outsider had ever come into contact with Sasuke, so he knew that there was no one among them. Therefore, there is only one possibility: Sharingan has advanced. Thinking of this, the man narrowed his eyes and stared at Sasuke intently, as if he wanted to see Sasuke's eyes clearly through his sunglasses. Sasuke secretly said, "Good opportunity," and his figure disappeared in an instant. His previous words were just to paralyze the person in front of him, but the person looked at him absent-mindedly, ignoring his own protection, which made Sasuke feel that the time to act had come. His movement was like a signal, and Naruto also took action instantly. Multiple shadow clone technique. As the hand seals were completed, Naruto, who was a big chakra user, created hundreds of shadow clones, while his real body quietly hid itself. Neji's team, which had been training together for some time, also used the transformation technique to turn into Naruto's appearance and blend in with the shadow clones. Xiaoli, who didn't know any ninjutsu, untied the restraints on his body, dropped the sandbags on his hands and feet, and rushed forward, intending to fight in close combat. Physical training is his only strong point. Yatuangyan, human bomb tank, soft fist Bagua. Those who were good at close combat all used their own skills. Those who were not good at close combat also stepped back a few steps and provided long-range assistance. No one asked Sasuke why he acted on his own. They were all companions, and that alone was enough. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the person coming had ill intentions, so there was naturally no need for them to hold back. Art fire escape whole fireball, with fire spewing from his mouth. Sasuke appeared behind the newcomer, and his first move was to use the fire style which he was best at. This was also the only ninjutsu he could perform. It's not that he doesn't know other ninjutsu, but among the ninjutsu he knows, this one is the most powerful. After his Sharingan reached the 3rd level of Magatama, he also tried to learn other ninjutsu such as illusion, but the time was still short and he was not able to perform well yet. Fortunately, the advancement of the Sharingan has increased his chakra capacity by more than before, and when he uses fire release, the power is incomparable to before. The scorching fireball, with its terrifying high temperature, even caused the air to become distorted. The man laughed and disappeared in a flash. Boom! The fireball hit the ground, exploded, and scattered in all directions. The scattered flames attached to the trees and seemed to be about to ignite. What? Sasuke was slightly startled. He had expected the person to dodge, but the speed of the movement was beyond his expectation. He couldn't see clearly with the power of his 3 Magatama Sharingan. Boom! There were 2 more loud noises. Inuzuka, Kiba and Choji, who had lost their target, plunged into the woods. They stopped only after they had crashed into countless trees. Hinata opened her Byakugan and searched for the disappeared target. Rock Lee slammed on the brakes and avoided the fate of Kiba Inuzuka, and Choji Naruto's shadow clone was making a lot of noise, shouting that he wanted to fight to the death with a newcomer. Niji, who was mixed in with the shadow clones, was particularly conspicuous even though he had turned into Naruto. It was okay when he was moving, but when the shadow clones without a target stopped, he seemed out of place. The hideous blood vessels around his eyes gave away his presence. Got you. Relying on the Byakugan, which he used more skillfully than Hinata, Niji was the first to discover the target, who was standing not far behind Sasuke, with his neck stretched out, as if he was planning to sneak attack Sasuke with his mouth. Before he could warn him, Niji was about to take action, but he saw Naruto's shadow clone suddenly appear behind Sasuke. Holding a kunai and slashing towards the man's strangely stretched neck, Naruto, who had been hiding in the dark, had created more than the hundreds of shadow clones present. Some of the shadow clones were hiding in the dark like him, staring at each of the 12 ninjas. The shadow clones have clear division of labor. Those that appear in the open are responsible for frontal combat, while the shadow clones that hide are responsible for surveillance to prevent sneak attacks. Although the target of the person coming is Sasuke, there is no guarantee that he will not attack other people, so he has to be on guard. Doesn't this come in handy? Staring at Sasuke's shadow clone, he discovered it earlier than Niji and reacted faster without saying much. Several shadow clones went down and blocked Sasuke's back tightly, and each of them held a kunai. Anyway, the man's neck was long enough, so the shadow clones were not afraid of having no place to chop. The sudden appearance of several shadow clones scared the visitor. It was the first time he saw someone create so many shadow clones, which made him a little annoyed. If it weren't for the shadow clones, he would have probably succeeded. What a nasty little brat. Well, let's get rid of you first. The stretched neck retracted instantly, and the man cast a seal with his hands. A large number of poisonous snakes gushed out from his cuffs. The number was so large that it exceeded Naruto's many shadow clones. Shadow Snake Hand is one of the ninjutsu that the visitor is best at. It is suitable for group attacks and is the most appropriate way to deal with the current situation. Poisonous snakes with low-level intelligence do not even need to be commanded by humans, as they have their own leader to command them under the command of the leading snake. Many poisonous snakes swarmed forward, either entwining or using venom, and attacked the target one after another. A few poisonous snakes naturally would not pose a threat to the 12 little strong men, but there were too many of them and they were unable to help Sasuke for the time being. The shadow clones, who were the focus of attention, were unable to take care of themselves. If they killed one poisonous snake, more would swarm in. As long as a poisonous snake wraps around the shadow clone, which can only attack but not be attacked, will disappear into white smoke with a bang. Having lost his helper, Sasuke can only fight against people of unknown origin alone. He used all his ninjutsu, but achieved no results and was interrupted from time to time with no other choice. Sasuke could only use physical skills, but even after intensive practice, he was no match for the man who came over. His every move was neutralized by the man. If this is all your strength, then you are still far behind that person. So far that even I can kill you in seconds. The man laughed and said hoarsely. Although he said so, the visitor was actually very surprised. Although he looked at ease, his strength was not self-boasting, and there were few people in the entire ninja world who could be his match. With his powerful strength comes extraordinary eyesight. He can see that Sasuke is not in good condition. Based on the intelligence alone, Sasuke's strength can't withstand a few of his moves. It seems that my guess was right. Your Sharingan has advanced again. The guess in his mind was confirmed, and the visitor's joy was obvious. He had longed for the Sharingan for a long time, but a high-grade Sharingan is hard to come by at a time when there are only a few pairs of Sharingan in the entire ninja world today. He was able to meet the right one, which made him exclaim in his heart, "You are worthy of being the one I chose." Another person who spied on the Sharingan. Sasuke felt helpless. It was really tempting to have such a cheat that could be taken away by others. Naruto, who was hiding in the dark, was getting a little restless. In just a few minutes, all of his shadow clones had been destroyed. Even if he still had the strength to create more shadow clones, it would be useless. No matter how many clones he created, there would be several times more poisonous snakes entangled with him. In a hurry, he planned to rush out and fight with the other party. "Uncle, I hope what you said really works." Naruto remembered that his uncle once said that he had solved the bug problem of his plugin. Although he didn't quite understand it, because he trusted Feng, he still believed that he was about to rush forward, but he was held down. "Ahem, you're so fussy, where are you going?" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.